My father was the head of a celebrated firm of church restorers and decorators about 60 years ago. He took a keen interest in his work and made an especial study of any old legends or family histories that came under his observation. He was necessarily very well read and thoroughly well posted in all questions of folklore and medieval legend. As he kept a careful record of every case he investigated, the manuscripts he left at his death have a special interest. From amongst them I have selected the following as being a particularly weird and extraordinary experience. In presenting it to the public, I feel it is superfluous to apologize for its supernatural character. My father's diary, 1841, June 17th. Received a commission from my old friend Peter Grant to enlarge and restore the chancel of his church at Hagerstone in the wilds of the West Country. July 5th. Went down to Hagerstone with my head man Summers, a very long and tiring journey. July 7th. Got the work well started. The old church is one of special interest to the antiquarian, and I shall endeavor while restoring it to alter the existing arrangements as little as possible. One large tomb, however, must be moved bodily 10 feet at least to the southward. Curiously enough, there is a somewhat forbidding inscription upon it in Latin, and I am sorry that this particular tomb should have to be moved. It stands amongst the graves of the Kenyans, an old family which has been extinct in these parts for centuries. The inscription on it runs thus: Sarah, 1630. For the sake of the dead and the welfare of the living, let this sepulchre remain untouched and its occupant undisturbed till the coming of Christ, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. July 8th. Took counsel with Grant concerning the Sarah tomb. We are both very loath to disturb it, but the ground is sunk so beneath it that the safety of the church is in danger. Thus, we have no choice. However, the work shall be done as reverently as possible under our own direction. Grant says there is a legend in the neighborhood that it is the tomb of the last of the Kenyans, the evil Countess Sarah, who was murdered in 1630. She lived quite alone in the old castle, whose ruins still stand 3 miles from here on the road to Bristol. Her reputation was an evil one even for those days. She was a witch or werewoman, the only companion of her solitude being a familiar in the shape of a huge Asiatic wolf. This creature was reputed to seize upon children, or failing these, sheep and other small animals, and convey them to the castle, where the countess used to suck their blood. It was popularly supposed that she could never be killed. This, however, proved a fallacy, since she was strangled one day by a mad peasant woman who lost 2 children, she declaring that they had both been seized and carried off by the countess's familiar. This is a very interesting story, since it points to a local superstition very similar to that of the vampire, existing in Slavonic and Hungarian Europe. The tomb is built of black marble, surmounted by an enormous slab of the same material. On the slab is a magnificent group of figures. A young and handsome woman reclines upon a couch. Round her neck is a piece of rope, the end of which she holds in her hand. At her side is a gigantic dog with bared fangs and lolling tongue. The face of the reclining figure is a cruel one. The corners of the mouth are curiously lifted, showing the sharp points of long canine or dog teeth. The whole group, though magnificently executed, leaves a most unpleasant sensation. If we move the tomb, it will have to be done in 2 pieces, the covering slab first, and then the tomb proper. We have decided to remove the covering slab tomorrow. July 9th, 6 p.m. A very strange day. By noon, everything was ready for lifting off the covering stone, and after the men's dinner, we started the jacks and pulleys. The slab lifted easily enough. though it fitted closely into its seat and was further secured by some sort of mortar or putty, which must have kept the interior perfectly airtight. None of us were prepared for the horrible rush of foul, moldy air that escaped as the cover lifted clear of its seating, and the contents that gradually came into view were more startling still. There lay the fully dressed body of a woman, wizened and shrunk and ghastly pale as if from starvation. Round her neck was a loose cord, and, judging by the scars still visible, the story of death of strangulation was true enough. The most horrible part, however, was the extraordinary freshness of the body. Except for the appearance of starvation, life might have been only just extinct. The flesh was soft and white, the eyes were wide open and seemed to stare at us with a fearful understanding in them. The body itself lay on mold, without any pretense to coffin or shell. For several moments we gazed with horrible curiosity, and then it became too much for my workmen, who implored us to replace the covering slab. That, of course, we would not do, but I set the carpenters to work at once to make a temporary cover while we moved the tomb to its new position. This is a long job, and will take 2 or 3 days at least. July 9th, 9 p.m. Just at sunset, we were startled by the howling of, seemingly, every dog in the village. It lasted for 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, and then ceased as suddenly as it began. This, and a curious mist that had risen round the church, makes me feel rather anxious about the Sarah tomb. According to the best established traditions of the vampire-hunted countries, the disturbance of dogs or wolves at sunset is supposed to indicate the presence of one of these fiends, and local fog is always considered to be a certain sign. The vampire has the power of producing it for the purpose of concealing its movements near its hiding place at any time. I dare not mention or even hint my fears to the rector, for he is, not unnaturally perhaps, a rank disbeliever in many things that I know, from experience, are not only possible, but even probable. I must work this out alone at first, and get his aid without his knowing in what direction he is helping me. I shall now watch till midnight at least. 10:15 p.m. As I feared and half expected, just before 10 there was another outburst of the hideous howling. It was commenced most distinctly by a particularly horrible and blood-curdling wail from the vicinity of the churchyard. The chorus lasted only a few minutes, however, and at the end of it I saw a large dark shape, like a huge dog, emerge from the fog and lope away at a rapid canter toward the open country. Assuming this to be what I fear, I shall see it return soon after midnight. 12:30 p.m. I was right. Almost as midnight struck, I saw the beast returning. It stopped at the spot where the fog seemed to commence, and lifting up its head, gave tongue to that particularly horrible, long-drawn wail that I had noticed as preceding the outburst earlier in the evening. Tomorrow I shall tell the rector what I have seen, and if, as I expect, we hear of some neighboring sheepfold having been raided, I shall get him to watch with me for this nocturnal marauder. I shall also examine the Sarah tomb for something which he may notice without any previous hint from me. July 10th. I found the workmen this morning much disturbed in mind about the howling of the dogs. "We don't like it, sir," one of them said to me. "We don't like it. There was something abroad last night that was unholy." They were still more uncomfortable when the news came round that a large dog had made a raid upon a flock of sheep, scattering them far and wide, and leaving 3 of them dead, with torn throats in the field. When I told the rector of what I had seen, and what was being said in the village, he immediately decided that we must try and catch, or at least identify, the beast I had seen. "Of course," said he, It is some dog lately imported into the neighborhood, for I know of nothing about here nearly as large as the animal you describe, though its size may be due to the deceptive moonlight. This afternoon I asked the rector, as a favor, to assist me in lifting the temporary cover that was on the tomb, giving as an excuse the reason that I wished to obtain a portion of the curious mortar with which it had been sealed. After a slight demur, he consented, and we raised the lid. If the sight that met our eyes gave me a shock, at least it appalled Grant. "Great God!" he exclaimed. "The woman is alive!" And so it seemed for a moment. The corpse had lost much of its starved appearance and looked hideously fresh and alive. It was still wrinkled and shrunken, but the lips were firm and of the rich red hue of health. The eyes, if possible, were more appalling than ever, as though fixed and staring. At one corner of the mouth I thought I noticed a slight, dark-colored froth, but I said nothing about it then. "Take your piece of mortar, Harry," gasped Grant, "and let us shut the tomb again. God help me! Parson though I am, such dead faces frighten me." Nor was I sorry to hide that terrible face again, but I got my bit of mortar, and I have advanced a step toward the solution of the mystery. This afternoon the tomb was moved several feet toward its new position, but it will be 2 or 3 days yet before we shall be ready to replace the slab. 10:15 p.m. Again the same howling at sunset, the same fog enveloping the church, and at 10 o'clock the same great beast slipping silently out into the open country. I must get the rector's help and watch for its return, but precautions we must take, for if things are as I believe, we take our lives in our hands when we venture out into the night to waylay the vampire. Why not admit it at once? For that the beast I have seen is the vampire of that evil thing in the tomb I can have no reasonable doubt. Not yet come to its full strength, thank heaven. After the starvation of nearly 2 centuries, for at present it can only maraud as a wolf apparently. But in a day or two, when full power returns, that dreadful woman in new strength and beauty will be able to leave her refuge. Then it would not be sheep merely that would satisfy her disgusting lust for blood, but victims that would yield their lifeblood without a murmur to her caressing touch. Victims that, dying of her foul embrace, themselves must become vampires in their turn to prey on others. Mercifully, my knowledge gives me a safeguard, for that little piece of mortar that I rescued today from the tomb contains a portion of the sacred host, and who holds it, humbly and firmly believing in its virtue, may pass safely through such an ordeal as I intend to submit myself and the rector to tonight. 12:30 a.m. Our adventure is over for the present, and we are back safe. After writing the last entry recorded above, I went off to find Grant and tell him that the marauder was out on the prowl again. "But Grant," I said, "before we start out tonight, I must insist that you will let me prosecute this affair in my own way. You must promise to put yourself completely under my orders, without asking any questions as to the why and wherefore." After a little demur and some excusable chafe on his part at the serious view I was taking of what he called a dog hunt, he gave me his promise. I then told him that we were to watch tonight and try and track the mysterious beast, but not to interfere with it in any way. I think, in spite of his jests, that I impressed him with the fact that there might be, after all, good reason for my precautions. It was just after 11 when we stepped out into the still night. Our first move was to try and penetrate the dense fog round the church, but there was something so chilly about it, and a faint smell so disgustingly rank and loathsome, that neither our nerves nor our stomachs were proof against it. Instead, We stationed ourselves in the dark shadow of a yew tree that commanded a good view of the wicket entrance to the churchyard. At midnight, the howling of the dogs began again, and in a few minutes we saw a large gray shape, with green eyes shining like lamps, shamble swiftly down the path towards us. The rector started forward, but I laid a firm hand upon his arm and whispered a warning, "Remember." Then we both stood very still and watched as the great beast cantered swiftly by. It was real enough, for we could hear the clicking of its nails on the stone flags. It passed within a few yards of us, and seemed to be nothing more nor less than a great gray wolf, thin and gaunt, with bristling hair and dripping jaws. It stopped where the mist commenced, and turned round. It was truly a horrible sight, and made one's blood run cold. The eyes burnt like fires, the upper lip was snarling and raised, showing the great canine teeth, while round the mouth clung and dripped a dark-colored froth. It raised its head and gave tongue to its long, wailing howl, which was answered from afar by the village dogs. After standing for a few moments, it turned and disappeared into the thickest part of the fog. Very shortly afterwards, the atmosphere began to clear, and within 10 minutes the mist was all gone, the dogs in the village were silent, and the night seemed to reassume its normal aspect. We examined the spot where the beast had been standing and found, plainly enough upon the stone flags, dark spots of froth and saliva. "Well, Rector," I said, "will you admit now, in the view of things you have seen today, in consideration of the legend, the woman in the tomb, the fog, the howling dogs, and, last but not least, the mysterious beast you have seen so close, that there is something not quite normal in it all? Will you put yourself unreservedly in my hands and help me, whatever I may do, to first make assurance doubly sure, and finally take the necessary steps for putting an end to this horror of the night?" I saw that the uncanny influence of the night was strong upon him, and wished to impress it as much as possible. "Needs must," he replied. "When the devil drives, and in the face of what I have seen, I must believe that some unholy forces are at work. Yet, how can they work in the sacred precincts of a church? Shall we not call rather upon heaven to assist us in our need?" "Grant," I said solemnly, "that we must do, each in his own way. God helps those who help themselves, and by his help and the light of my knowledge, we must fight this battle for him and the poor lost soul within." We then returned to the rectory and to our rooms, though I have sat up to write this account while the scene is fresh in my mind. July 11th. Found the workmen again very much disturbed in their minds, and full of a strange dog that had been seen during the night by several people who had hunted it. Farmer Stotman, who had been watching his sheep, the same flock that had been raided the night before, had surprised it over a fresh carcass and tried to drive it off, but its size and fierceness so alarmed him that he had beaten a hasty retreat for a gun. When he returned, the animal was gone, though he found that 3 more sheep from his flock were dead and torn. The Sarah tomb was moved today to its new position, but it was a long, heavy business, and there was not time to replace the covering slab. For this I was glad, as in the prosaic light of day the rector almost disbelieves the events of the night, and is prepared to think everything to have been magnified and distorted by our imagination. As, however, I could not possibly proceed with my war of extermination against this foul thing without assistance, and as there is nobody else I can rely upon, I appealed to him for one more night, to convince him that it was no delusion, but a ghastly, horrible truth, which must be fought and conquered for our own sakes, as well as that of all the living in the neighborhood. "Put yourself in my hands, Rector," I said, "for tonight at least. Let us take those precautions which my study of the subject tells me are the right ones. Tonight you and I must watch in the church, and I feel assured that tomorrow you will be as convinced as I am, and be equally prepared to take those awful steps which I know to be proper. And I must warn you that we shall find a more startling change in the body lying there than you noticed yesterday." My words came true, for on raising the wooden cover once more, the rank stench of a slaughterhouse arose, making us feel positively sick. There lay the vampire, but how changed from the starved and shrunken corpse we saw 2 days ago for the first time. The wrinkles had almost disappeared. The flesh was firm and full. The crimson lips grinned horribly over the long, pointed teeth. A distinct smear of blood had trickled down one corner of the mouth. We set our teeth, however, and hardened our hearts. Then we replaced the cover and put what we had collected into a safe place in the vestry. Yet even now Grant could not believe that there was any real or pressing danger concealed in that awful tomb, as he raised strenuous objections to any apparent desecration of the body without further proof. This he shall have tonight. God grant that I am not taking too much on myself. If there is any truth in old legends, it would be easy enough to destroy the vampire now, but Grant will not have it. I hope for the best of this night's work, but the danger in waiting is very great. 6 p.m. I have prepared everything: the sharp knives, the pointed steak, fresh garlic, and the wild dog roses. All these I have taken and concealed in the vestry, where we can get at them when our solemn vigil commences. If either or both of us die with our fearful task undone, let those reading my records see that this is done. I lay it upon them as a solemn obligation, that the vampire be pierced through the heart with the stake. Then let the burial service be read over the poor clay at last released from its doom. Thus shall the vampire cease to be, and a lost soul rest. July 12th. All is over. After the most terrible night of watching and horror, one vampire, at least, will trouble the world no more. But how thankful should we be to a merciful Providence that the awful tomb was not disturbed by anyone not having the knowledge necessary to deal with its dreadful occupant. I write this with no feelings of self-complacency, but simply with a great gratitude for the years of study I have been able to devote to this special subject. And now to my tale. Just before sunset last night, the rector and I locked ourselves into the church and took up our positions in the pulpit. It was one of those pulpits to be found in some churches, which is entered from the vestry, the preacher appearing at a good height through an arched opening in the wall. This gave us a sense of security which we felt we needed, a good view of the interior, and direct access to the implements which I had concealed in the vestry. The sun set and the twilight gradually deepened and faded. There was, so far, no sign of the usual fog, nor any howling of the dogs. At 9 o'clock the moon rose, and her pale light gradually flooded the aisles, and still no sign of any kind from the Sarah tomb. The rector had asked me several times what he might expect, but I was determined that no words or thought of mine should influence him, and that he should be convinced by his own senses alone. By 10:30 we were both getting very tired, and I began to think that perhaps, after all, we should see nothing that night. However, soon after 11 we observed a light mist rising from the Sarah tomb. It seemed to scintillate and sparkle as it rose, and curled in a sort of pillar or spiral. I said nothing, but I heard the rector give a sort of gasp as he clutched my arm feverishly. "Great heaven," he whispered, "it is taking shape." And true enough, in a very few moments we saw standing erect by the tomb the ghastly figure of the Countess Sarah. She looked thin and haggard still, and her face was deadly white, but the crimson lips looked like a hideous gash in the pale cheeks, and her eyes glared like red coals in the gloom of the church. It was a fearful thing to watch as she stepped unsteadily down the aisle, staggering a little as if from weakness and exhaustion. This was perhaps natural, as her body must have suffered much physically from her long incarceration, in spite of the unholy forces which kept it fresh and well. We watched her to the door, and wondered what would happen, but it appeared to present no difficulty, for she melted through it and disappeared. "Now, Grant," I said, "do you believe?" "Yes," he replied, "I must. Everything is in your hands, and I will obey your commands to the letter if you can only instruct me how to rid my poor people of this unnameable terror." "By God's help I will," said I. "But you shall be yet more convinced first, for we have a terrible work to do, and much to answer for in the future before we leave the church again this morning. And now to work, for in its present weak state the vampire will not wander far, but may return at any time and must not find us unprepared." We stepped down from the pulpit and, taking dog roses and garlic from the vestry, proceeded to the tomb. I arrived first and, throwing off the wooden cover, cried, "Look, it is empty!" There was nothing there, nothing except the impress of the body in the loose, damp mold. I took the flowers and laid them in a circle round the tomb, for legend teaches us that vampires will not pass over these particular blossoms if they can avoid it. Then, 8 or 10 feet away, I made a circle on the stone pavement, large enough for the rector and myself to stand in, and within the circle I placed the implements that I had brought into the church with me. "Now," I said, "from this circle, which nothing unholy can step across, you shall see the vampire face to face, and see her afraid to cross that other circle of garlic and dog roses to regain her unholy refuge. But on no account step beyond the holy place you stand in, for the vampire has a fearful strength not her own, and, like a snake, can draw her victim willingly to his own destruction." Now, so far my work was done, and, calling the rector, we stepped into the holy circle to await the vampire's return. Nor was this long delayed. Presently a damp, cold odor seemed to pervade the church, which made our hair bristle and flesh to creep. And then, down the aisle with noiseless feet came that which we watched for. I heard the rector mutter a prayer, and I held him tightly by the arm, for he was shivering violently. Long before we could distinguish the features, we saw the glowing eyes and the crimson, sensual mouth. She went straight to her tomb, but stopped short when she encountered my flowers. She walked right round the tomb, seeking a place to enter, and as she walked, she saw us. A spasm of diabolical hate and fury passed over her face, but it quickly vanished, and a smile of love, more devilish still, took its place. She stretched out her arms toward us. Then we saw that her mouth gathered a bloody froth, and from under her lips long pointed teeth gleamed and champed. She spoke, a soft, soothing voice, a voice that carried a spell with it and affected us both strangely, particularly the rector. I wished to test as far as possible, without endangering our lives, the vampire's power. Her voice had a soporific effect, which I resisted easily enough, but which seemed to throw the rector into a sort of trance. More than this, it seemed to compel him to her in spite of his efforts to resist. "Come," she said, "come, I give sleep and peace, sleep and peace, sleep and peace." She advanced a little towards us, but not far, for I noted that the sacred circle seemed to keep her back like an iron hand. My companion seemed to become demoralized and spellbound. He tried to step forward and, finding me detain him, whispered, "Harry, let go. I must go. She is calling me. I must. Oh, help me, and he began to struggle. It was time to finish. "Grant," I cried in a loud, firm voice, "in the name of all that you hold sacred, have done and play the man." He shuddered violently and gasped, "Where am I?" Then he remembered and clung to me convulsively for a moment. At this, a look of damnable hate changed the smiling face before us, and with a sort of shriek she staggered back. "Back," I cried, "back to your unholy tomb. No longer shall you molest the suffering world. Your end is near." It was fear that now showed itself in her beautiful face, for it was beautiful in spite of its horror, as she shrank back and over the circlet of flowers, shivering as she did so. At last, with a low, mournful cry, she appeared to melt back again into her tomb. And as she did so, the first gleams of the rising sun lit up the world, and I knew all danger was over for the day. Taking Grant by the arm, I drew him with me out of the circle and led him to the tomb. There lay the vampire once more, still in her living death, as we had a moment before seen her in her devilish life. But in the eyes remained that awful expression of hate and cringing, appalling fear. Grant was pulling himself together. "Now," I said, "will you dare the last terrible act and rid the world forever of this horror?" "By God," he said solemnly, "I will. Tell me what to do." "Help me to lift her out of the tomb. She can harm us no more," I replied. With averted faces we set to our terrible task and laid her out upon the flags. "Now," I said, "read the burial service over the poor body, and then let us give it its release from this living hell that holds it." Reverently the rector read the beautiful words, and reverently I made the necessary responses. When it was over, I took the stake and, without giving myself time to think, plunged it with all my strength through the heart. As though really alive, the body for a moment writhed and kicked convulsively, and an awful, heart-rending shriek woke the silent church. Then all was still. Then we lifted the poor body back, and, thank God, the consolation that legend tells is never denied to those who have to do such awful work as ours, came at last. Over the face stole a great and solemn peace. The lips lost their crimson hue, the prominent sharp teeth sank back into the mouth, and for a moment we saw before us the calm, pale face of a most beautiful woman, who smiled as she slept. A few minutes more, and she faded away to dust before our eyes as we watched. We set to cleaning up every trace of our work, and then departed for the rectory. Most thankful were we to step out of the church, with its horrible associations, into the rosy warmth of the summer morning. With the above ends the notes in my father's diary, though a few days later this further entry occurs. July 15th. Since the 12th, everything has been quiet and as usual. We replaced and sealed up the Sarah tomb this morning. The workmen were surprised to find the body had disappeared, but took it to be the natural result of exposing it to the air. One odd thing came to my ears today. It appears that the child of one of the villagers strayed from home the night of the 11th, and was found asleep in a coppice near the church, very pale and quite exhausted. There were 2 small marks on her throat, which have since disappeared. What does this mean? I have, however, kept it to myself, as, now that the vampire is no more, no further danger either to that child or any other is to be apprehended. It is only those who die of the vampire's embrace that become vampires at death in their turn. By what means the papers out of which I have made a connected story came into my hands is the last point which the reader will learn from these pages. but it is necessary to prefix to my extracts from them a statement of the form in which I possess them. They consist, then, partly of a series of collections for a book of travels, such a volume as was a common product of the 40s and 50s. Horace Marriott's Journal of a Residence in Jutland and the Danish Isles is a fair specimen of the class to which I allude. These books usually treated of some unfamiliar district on the continent. They were illustrated with woodcuts or steel plates. They gave details of hotel accommodation and of means of communication such as we now expect to find in any well-regulated guidebook, and they dealt largely in reported conversations with intelligent foreigners, racy innkeepers, and garrulous peasants. In a word, they were chatty. Begun with the idea of furnishing material for such a book, my papers, as they progressed, assumed the character of a record of one single personal experience, and this record was continued up to the very eve, almost, of its termination. The writer was a Mr. Wraxall. For my knowledge of him, I have to depend entirely on the evidence his writings afford, and from these I deduce that he was a man past middle age, possessed of some private means, and very much alone in the world. He had, it seems, no settled abode in England, but was the denizen of hotels and boarding-houses. It is probable that he entertained the idea of settling down at some future time which never came, and I think it also likely that the Pantechnicon fire in the early 70s must have destroyed a great deal that would have thrown light on his antecedents, for he refers once or twice to property of his that was warehoused at that establishment. It is further apparent that Mr. Wraxall had published a book, and that it treated of a holiday he had once taken in Brittany. More than this I cannot say about his work, because a diligent search in bibliographical works has convinced me that it must have appeared either anonymously or under a pseudonym. As to his character, it is not difficult to form some superficial opinion. He must have been an intelligent and cultivated man. It seems that he was near being a fellow of his college at Oxford. His besetting fault was pretty clearly that of over-inquisitiveness, possibly a good fault in a traveler, certainly a fault for which this traveler paid dearly enough in the end. On what proved to be his last expedition, he was plotting another book. Scandinavia, a region not widely known to Englishmen 40 years ago, had struck him as an interesting field. He must have lighted on some old books of Swedish history or memoirs, and the idea had struck him that there was room for a book descriptive of travel in Sweden, interspersed with episodes from the history of some of the great Swedish families. He procured letters of introduction, therefore, to some persons of quality in Sweden, and set out thither in the early summer of 1863. Of his travels in the north there is no need to speak, nor of his residence of some weeks in Stockholm. I need only mention that some savant resident there put him on the track of an important collection of family papers belonging to the proprietors of an ancient manor house in Västergötland, and obtained for him permission to examine them. The manor house, or herrgård, in question is to be called Robak, though that is not its name. It is one of the best buildings of its kind in all the country, and the picture of it in Dahlenberg's Suecia Antiqua et Moderna, engraved in 1694, shows it very much as a tourist may see it today. It was built soon after 1600 and is, roughly speaking, very much like an English house of that period in respect of material, red brick with stone facings and style. The man who built it was a scion of the great house of de la Gardie, and his descendants possess it still. De la Gardie is the name by which I will designate them when mention of them becomes necessary. They received Mr. Wraxall with great kindness and courtesy, and pressed him to stay in the house as long as his researches lasted. But, preferring to be independent and mistrusting his powers of conversing in Swedish, he settled himself at the village inn, which turned out quite sufficiently comfortable, at any rate during the summer months. This arrangement would entail a short walk daily to and from the manor house of something under a mile. The house itself stood in a park and was protected, we should say grown up, with large old timber. Near it you found the walled garden, and then entered a close wood fringing one of the small lakes with which the whole country is pitted. Then came the wall of the domain, and you climbed a steep knoll, a knob of rock lightly covered with soil, and on the top of this stood the church, fenced in with tall, dark trees. It was a curious building to English eyes. The nave and aisles were low, and filled with pews and galleries. In the western gallery stood the handsome old organ, gaily painted, and with silver pipes. The ceiling was flat, and had been adorned by a 17th-century artist with a strange and hideous Last Judgment, full of lurid flames, falling cities, burning ships, crying souls, and brown and smiling demons. Handsome brass coronae hung from the roof. The pulpit was like a doll's house, covered with little painted wooden cherubs and saints. A stand with 3 hourglasses was hinged to the preacher's desk. Such sights as these may be seen in many a church in Sweden now, but what distinguished this one was an addition to the original building. At the eastern end of the north aisle, the builder of the manor house had erected a mausoleum for himself and his family. It was a largish, 8-sided building, lighted by a series of oval windows, and it had a domed roof, topped by a kind of pumpkin-shaped object rising into a spire, a form in which Swedish architects greatly delighted. The roof was of copper externally, and was painted black, while the walls, in common with those of the church, were staringly white. To this mausoleum there was no access from the church. It had a portal and steps of its own on the northern side. Past the churchyard, the path to the village goes, and not more than 3 or 4 minutes bring you to the inn door. On the first day of his stay at Roebuck, Mr. Wraxall found the church door open, and made those notes of the interior which I have epitomized. Into the mausoleum, however, he could not make his way. He could, by looking through the keyhole, just descry that there were fine marble effigies and sarcophagi of copper, and a wealth of armorial ornament, which made him very anxious to spend some time in investigation. The papers he had come to examine at the manor house proved to be of just the kind he wanted for his book. There were family correspondence, journals, and account books of the earliest owners of the estate, very carefully kept and clearly written, full of amusing and picturesque detail. The first de la Gardie appeared in them as a strong and capable man. Shortly after the building of the mansion, there had been a period of distress in the district, and the peasants had risen and attacked several chateaux and done some damage. The owner of Roebuck took a leading part in suppressing the trouble, and there was reference to executions of ringleaders and severe punishments inflicted with no sparing hand. The portrait of this Magnus de la Gardie was one of the best in the house, and Mr. Wraxall studied it with no little interest after his day's work. He gives no detailed description of it, but I gather that the face impressed him rather by its power than by its beauty or goodness. In fact, he writes that Count Magnus was an almost phenomenally ugly man. On this day, Mr. Wraxall took his supper with the family and walked back in the late but still bright evening. I must remember, he writes, to ask the sexton if he can let me into the mausoleum at the church. He evidently has access to it himself, for I saw him tonight standing on the steps and, as I thought, locking or unlocking the door. I find that early on the following day, Mr. Wraxall had some conversation with his landlord. His setting it down at such length as he does surprised me at first, but I soon realized that the papers I was reading were, at least in their beginning, the materials for the book he was meditating, and that it was to have been one of those quasi-journalistic productions which admit of the introduction of an admixture of conversational matter. His object, he says, was to find out whether any traditions of Count Magnus de la Gardie lingered on in the scenes of that gentleman's activity, and whether the popular estimates of him were favorable or not. He found that the Count was decidedly not a favorite. If his tenants came late to their work on the days which they owed to him as lord of the manor, they were set on the wooden horse, or flogged and branded in the manor house yard. 1 or 2 cases there were of men who had occupied lands which encroached on the lord's domain, and whose houses had been mysteriously burnt on a winter's night, with the whole family inside. But what seemed to dwell on the innkeeper's mind most, for he returned to the subject more than once, was that the Count had been on the Black Pilgrimage, and had brought something or someone back with him. You will naturally inquire, as Mr. Wraxall did, what the Black Pilgrimage may have been, but your curiosity on the point must remain unsatisfied for the time being, just as his did. The landlord was evidently unwilling to give a full answer, or indeed any answer on the point, and, being called out for a moment, trotted off with obvious alacrity, only putting his head in at the door a few minutes afterwards to say that he was called away to Skara and should not be back till evening. So Mr. Wraxall had to go unsatisfied to his day's work at the manor house. The papers on which he was just then engaged soon put his thoughts into another channel, for he had to occupy himself with glancing over the correspondence between Sophia Albertina in Stockholm and her married cousin Ulrica Leonora at Roebuck in the years 1705 to 1710. The letters were of exceptional interest from the light they threw upon the culture of that period in Sweden, as anyone can testify who has read the full edition of them in the publications of the Swedish Historical Manuscripts Commission. In the afternoon he had done with these, and after returning the boxes in which they were kept to their places on the shelf, he proceeded, very naturally, to take down some of the volumes nearest to them in order to determine which of them had best be his principal subject of investigation next day. The shelf he had hit upon was occupied mostly by a collection of account books in the writing of the first Count Magnus. But one among them was not an account book, but a book of alchemical and other tracts in another 16th century hand. Not being very familiar with alchemical literature, Mr. Wraxall spends much space which he might have spared in setting out the names and beginnings of the various treatises: the Book of the Phoenix, Book of the 30 Words, Book of the Toad, Book of Miriam, Turba Philosophorum, and so forth. And then he announces with a good deal of circumstance his delight at finding, on a leaf originally left blank near the middle of the book, some writing of Count Magnus himself, headed Liber Nigri Peregrinationis. It is true that only a few lines were written, but there was quite enough to show that the landlord had that morning been referring to a belief at least as old as the time of Count Magnus, and probably shared by him. This is the English of what was written. If any man desires to obtain a long life, if he would obtain a faithful messenger and see the blood of his enemies, it is necessary that he should first go into the city of Chorazin, and there salute the prince." Here there was an erasure of one line, not very thoroughly done, so that Mr. Wraxall felt pretty sure that he was right in reading it as Ares, or of the air. But there was no more of the text copied, only a line in Latin. "See the rest of this matter among the more private things." It could not be denied that this threw a rather lurid light upon the tastes and beliefs of the Count, but to Mr. Wraxall, separated from him by nearly 3 centuries, the thought that he might have added to his general forcefulness and to alchemy something like magic only made him a more picturesque figure, and when, after a rather prolonged contemplation of his picture in the hall, Mr. Wraxall set out on his homeward way, his mind was full of the thought of Count Magnus. He had no eyes for his surrounding, no perception of the evening scents of the woods or the evening light of the lake, and when all of a sudden he pulled up short, he was astonished to find himself already at the gate of the churchyard, and within a few minutes of his dinner. His eyes fell on the mausoleum. "Ah," he said, "Count Magnus, there you are. I should dearly like to see you." Like many solitary men, he writes, I have a habit of talking to myself aloud, and, unlike some of the Greek and Latin particles, I do not expect an answer. Certainly, and perhaps fortunately in this case, there was neither voice nor any that regarded. Only the woman who, I suppose, was cleaning up the church dropped some metallic object on the floor whose clang startled me. Count Magnus, I think, sleeps sound enough. That same evening, the landlord of the inn, who had heard Mr. Wraxall say that he wished to see the clerk or deacon, as he would be called in Sweden, of the parish, introduced him to that official in the inn parlor. A visit to the De la Gardie tomb house was soon arranged for the next day, and a little general conversation ensued. Mr. Wraxall, remembering the one function of Scandinavian deacons is to teach candidates for confirmation, thought he would refresh his own memory on a biblical point. "Can you tell me," he said, "anything about Chorazin?" The deacon seemed startled, but readily reminded him how that village had once been denounced. "To be sure," said Mr. Wraxall, "it is, I suppose, quite a ruin now." "So I expect," replied the deacon. "I have heard some of our old priests say that the Antichrist is to be born there, and there are tales—" "Ah, what tales are those?" Mr. Wraxall put in. "Tales, I was going to say, which I have forgotten," said the deacon, and soon after that he said good night. The landlord was now alone, and at Mr. Wraxall's mercy, and that inquirer was not inclined to spare him. "Herr Nielsen," he said, "I have found out something about the Black Pilgrimage. You may as well tell me what you know. What did the Count bring back with him?" Swedes are habitually slow, perhaps, in answering, or perhaps the landlord was an exception, I am not sure, but Mr. Wraxall notes that the landlord spent at least 1 minute in looking at him before he said anything at all. Then he came close up to his guest, and with a good deal of effort he spoke. "Mr. Wraxall, I can tell you this one little tale, and no more. You must not ask anything when I have done. In my grandfather's time, that is, 92 years ago, there were 2 men who said, 'The Count is dead. We do not care for him. We will go tonight and have a free hunt in his wood. The long wood on the hill that you have seen behind Roebuck.' Well, those that heard them say this. They said, 'No, do not go. We are sure that you will meet with persons walking who should not be walking. They should be resting, not walking.' These men laughed. There were no forest men to keep the wood, because no one wished to hunt there. The family were not here at the house. These men could do what they wished. Very well, they go to the wood that night. My grandfather was sitting here in this room. It was the summer, and a light night. With the window opened, he could see out to the wood and hear. So he sat there, and 2 or 3 men with him, and they listened. At first, they hear nothing at all. Then they hear someone. You know how far away it is. They hear someone scream, just as if the most inside part of his soul was twisted out of him. All of them in the room caught hold of each other, and they sat so for 3/4 of an hour. Then they hear someone else, only about 300 ells off. They hear him laugh out loud. It was not one of those 2 men that laughed, and indeed, they have all of them said that it was not any man at all. After that, they hear a great door shut. Then, when it was just light with the sun, they all went to the priest. They said to him, "Father, put on your gown and your ruff, and come to bury these men, Anders Bjornson and Hans Thorbjorn." You understand that they were sure these men were dead. So they went to the wood. My grandfather never forgot this. He said they were all like so many dead men themselves. The priest, too, he was in a white fear. He said when they came to him, "I heard one cry in the night, and I heard one laugh afterwards. If I cannot forget that, I shall not be able to sleep again." So they went to the wood, and they found these men on the edge of the wood. Hans Thorbjorn was standing with his back against a tree, and all the time he was pushing with his hands, pushing something away from him which was not there. So he was not dead. And they led him away and took him to the house at Nykoping, and he died before the winter. But he went on pushing with his hands. Also, Anders Bjornson was there, but he was dead. And I tell you this about Anders Bjornson, that he was once a beautiful man, but now his face was not there, because the flesh of it was sucked away off the bones. You understand that? My grandfather did not forget that. And they laid him on the bier which they had brought, and they put a cloth over his face. And the priest walked before, and they began to sing the psalm for the dead as well as they could. So, as they were singing the end of the first verse, one fell down, and the others looked back, and they saw that the cloth had fallen off, and the eyes of Anders Bjornson were looking up, because there was nothing to close over them. And this they could not bear. Therefore the priest laid the cloth upon him, and sent for a spade, and they buried him in that place. The next day Mr. Wraxall records that the deacon called for him soon after his breakfast, and took him to the church and mausoleum. He noticed that the key of the latter was hung on a nail just by the pulpit, and it occurred to him that, as the church door seemed to be left unlocked as a rule, it would not be difficult for him to pay a second and more private visit to the monuments if there proved to be more of interest among them than could be digested at first. The building, when he entered it, he found not unimposing. The monuments, mostly large erections of the 17th and 18th centuries, were dignified if luxuriant, and the epitaphs and heraldry were copious. The central space of the domed room was occupied by 3 copper sarcophagi covered with finely engraved ornament. 2 of them had, as is commonly the case in Denmark and Sweden, a large metal crucifix on the lid. The third, that of Count Magnus, as it appeared, had, instead of that, a full-length effigy engraved upon it, and round the edge were several bands of similar ornament representing various scenes. One was a battle with cannon belching out smoke, and walled towns and troops of pikemen. Another showed an execution. In a third, among trees, was a man running at full speed, with flying hair and outstretched hands. After him followed a strange form. It would be hard to say whether the artist had intended it for a man, and was unable to give the requisite similitude, or whether it was intentionally made as monstrous as it looked. In view of the skill with which the rest of the drawing was done, Mr. Wraxall felt inclined to adopt the latter idea. The figure was unduly short, and was, for the most part, muffled in a hooded garment which swept the ground. The only part of the form which projected from that shelter was not shaped like any hand or arm. Mr. Wraxall compares it to the tentacle of a devilfish, and continues, "On seeing this, I said to myself, this, then, which is evidently an allegorical representation of some kind, a fiend pursuing a hunted soul, may be the origin of the story of Count Magnus and his mysterious companion. Let us see how the huntsman is pictured. Doubtless it will be a demon blowing his horn." But, as it turned out, there was no such sensational figure, only the semblance of a cloaked man on a hillock, who stood leaning on a stick and watching the hunt with an interest which the engraver had tried to express in his attitude. Mr. Wraxall noted the finely worked and massive steel padlocks, 3 in number, which secured the sarcophagus. One of them, he saw, was detached and lay on the pavement. And then, unwilling to delay the deacon longer or to waste his own working time, he made his way onward to the manor house. It is curious, he notes, how on retracing a familiar path one's thoughts engross one to the absolute exclusion of surrounding objects. Tonight, for the second time, I had entirely failed to notice where I was going. I had planned a private visit to the tomb house to copy the epitaphs, when I suddenly, as it were, awoke to consciousness, and found myself, as before, turning in at the churchyard gate, and, I believe, singing or chanting some words such as, "Are you awake, Count Magnus? Are you asleep, Count Magnus?" And then something more which I have failed to recollect. It seemed to me that I must have been behaving in this nonsensical way for some time. I found the key of the mausoleum where I had expected to find it, and copied the greater part of what I wanted. In fact, I stayed until the light began to fail me. I must have been wrong in saying that one of the padlocks of my count's sarcophagus was unfastened. I see tonight that 2 are loose. I picked both up and laid them carefully on the window ledge, after trying unsuccessfully to close them. The remaining one is still firm, and, though I take it to be a spring lock, I cannot guess how it is opened. Had I succeeded in undoing it, I am almost afraid I should have taken the liberty of opening the sarcophagus. It is strange, the interest I feel in the personality of this, I fear, somewhat ferocious and grim old noble. The day following was, as it turned out, the last of Mr. Wraxall's stay at Roebuck. He received letters connected with certain investments which made it desirable that he should return to England. His work among the papers was practically done, and travelling was slow. He decided, therefore, to make his farewells, put some finishing touches to his notes, and be off. These finishing touches and farewells, as it turned out, took more time than he had expected. The hospitable family insisted on his staying to dine with them. They dined at 3, and it was verging on 6:30 before he was outside the iron gates of Roebuck. He dwelt on every step of his walk by the lake, determined to saturate himself, now that he trod it for the last time, in the sentiment of the place and hour. And, when he reached the summit of the churchyard knoll, he lingered for many minutes, gazing at the limitless prospect of woods near and distant, all dark between a sky of liquid green. When at last he turned to go, the thought struck him that surely he must bid farewell to Count Magnus as well as the rest of the de la Gardis. The church was but 20 yards away, and he knew where the key of the mausoleum hung. It was not long before he was standing over the great copper coffin, and, as usual, talking to himself aloud. "You may have been a bit of a rascal in your time, Magnus," he was saying, "but for all that, I should like to see you, or, rather—" Just at that instant, he says, I felt a blow on my foot. Hastily enough, I drew it back, and something fell on the pavement with a clash. It was the third, the last of the 3 padlocks which had fastened the sarcophagus. I stooped to pick it up, and Heaven is my witness that I am writing only the bare truth. Before I had raised myself, there was a sound of metal hinges creaking, and I distinctly saw the lid shifting upwards. I may have behaved like a coward, but I could not for my life stay for one moment. I was outside that dreadful building in less time than I can write, almost as quickly as I could have said the words. And what frightens me yet more, I could not turn the key in the lock. As I sit here in my room noting these facts, I ask myself, it was not 20 minutes ago, whether that noise of creaking metal continued, and I cannot tell whether it did or not. I only know that there was something more than I have written that alarmed me, but whether it was sound or sight I am not able to remember. What is this that I have done? Poor Mr. Wraxall. He set out on his journey to England on the next day, as he had planned, and he reached England in safety. And yet, as I gather from his changed hand and inconsequent jottings, a broken man. One of several small notebooks that have come to me with his papers gives not a key to, but a kind of inkling of, his experiences. Much of his journey was made by canal boat, and I find not less than 6 painful attempts to enumerate and describe his fellow passengers. The entries are of this kind. 24. Pastor of village in Skane. Usual black coat and soft black hat. 25. Commercial traveler from Stockholm going to Trollhättan. Black cloak, brown hat. 26. Man in long black cloak, broad-leafed hat, very old-fashioned. This entry is lined out, and a note added, perhaps identical with number 13, have not yet seen his face. On referring to number 13, I find that he is a Roman priest in a cassock. The net result of the reckoning is always the same. 28 people appear in the enumeration, one being always a man in a long black cloak and broad hat, and the other a short figure in dark cloak and hood. On the other hand, it is always noted that only 26 passengers appear at meals, and that the man in the cloak is perhaps absent, and the short figure is certainly absent. On reaching England, it appears that Mr. Wraxall landed at Harwich, and that he resolved at once to put himself out of the reach of some person or persons whom he never specifies, but whom he had evidently come to regard as his pursuers. Accordingly, he took a vehicle, it was a closed fly, not trusting the railway, and drove across country to the village of Belchamp St. Paul. It was about 9 o'clock on a moonlit August night when he neared the place. He was sitting forward and looking out of the window at the fields and thickets. There was little else to be seen, racing past him. Suddenly, he came to a crossroad. At the corner, two figures were standing motionless. Both were in dark cloaks. The taller one wore a hat, the shorter a hood. He had no time to see their faces, nor did they make any motion that he could discern. Yet the horse shied violently and broke into a gallop, and Mr. Wraxall sank back into his seat in something like desperation. He had seen them before. Arrived at Belchamp St. Paul, he was fortunate enough to find a decent furnished lodging, and for the next 24 hours he lived, comparatively speaking, in peace. His last notes were written on this day. They are too disjointed and ejaculatory to be given here in full, but the substance of them is clear enough. He is expecting a visit from his pursuers, how or when he knows not, and his constant cry is, "What has he done?" and "Is there no hope?" Doctors, he knows, would call him mad. Policemen would laugh at him. The parson is away. What can he do but lock his door and cry to God? People still remembered last year at Belchamp St. Paul how a strange gentleman came one evening in August years back, and how the next morning but one he was found dead, and there was an inquest, and the jury that viewed the body fainted, 7 of them did, and none of them wouldn't speak to what they see, and the verdict was visitation of God, and how the people as kept the house moved out the same week and went away from that part. But they do not, I think, know that any glimmer of light has ever been thrown or could be thrown on the mystery. It so happened that last year the little house came into my hands as part of a legacy. It had stood empty since 1863, and there seemed no prospect of letting it, so I had it pulled down, and the papers of which I have given you an abstract were found in a forgotten cupboard under the window in the best bedroom. I suppose you will be getting away pretty soon now. Full term is over, Professor, said a person not in the story to the professor of ontography, soon after they had sat down next to each other at a feast in the hospitable hall of St. James College. The professor was young, neat, and precise in speech. "Yes," he said, "my friends have been making me take up golf this term, and I mean to go to the East Coast. In point of fact, to Burnstow, I dare say you know it, for a week or 10 days to improve my game. I hope to get off tomorrow." "Oh, Parkins," said his neighbor on the other side, "if you are going to Burnstow, I wish you would look at the site of the Templars' preceptory, and let me know if you think it would be any good to have a dig there in the summer." It was, as you might suppose, a person of antiquarian pursuits who said this, but since he merely appears in this prologue, there is no need to give his entitlements. "Certainly," said Parkins, the professor. "If you will describe to me whereabouts the site is, I will do my best to give you an idea of the lie of the land when I get back, or I could write to you about it, if you would tell me where you are likely to be." "Don't trouble to do that, thanks. It's only that I'm thinking of taking my family in that direction in the long, and it occurred to me that, as very few of the English preceptories have ever been properly planned, I might have an opportunity of doing something useful on off days." The professor rather sniffed at the idea that planning out a preceptory could be described as useful. His neighbor continued, "The site, I doubt if there is anything showing above ground, must be down quite close to the beach now. The sea has encroached tremendously, as you know, all along that bit of coast. I should think, from the map, that it must be about 3/4 of a mile from the Globe Inn, at the north end of town. Where are you going to stay?"
"Well, at the Globe Inn, as a matter of fact," said Parkins. "I have engaged a room there. I couldn't get in anywhere else. Most of the lodging houses are shut up in winter, it seems. And, as it is, they tell me that the only room of any size I can have is really a double-bedded one, and that they haven't a corner in which to store the other bed, and so on. But I must have a fairly large room, for I am taking some books down, and mean to do a bit of work. And though I don't quite fancy having an empty bed, not to speak of two, in what I may call for the time being my study, I suppose I can manage to rough it for the short time I shall be there."
"Do you call having an extra bed in your room roughing it, Parkins?" said a bluff person opposite. "Look here, I shall come down and occupy it for a bit. It'll be company for you." The professor quivered, but managed to laugh in a courteous manner.
"By all means, Rogers, there's nothing I should like better, but I'm afraid you would find it rather dull. You don't play golf, do you?"
"No, thank heaven," said rude Mr. Rogers.
"Well, you see, when I'm not writing, I shall most likely be out on the links, and that, as I say, would be rather dull for you, I'm afraid."
"Oh, I don't know. There's certain to be somebody I know in the place. But of course, if you don't want me, speak the word, Parkins. I shan't be offended. Truth, as you always tell us, is never offensive." Parkins was, indeed, scrupulously polite and strictly truthful. It is to be feared that Mr. Rogers sometimes practiced upon his knowledge of these characteristics. In Parkins' breast there was now a conflict raging, which for a moment or two did not allow him to answer. That interval being over, he said,
"Well, if you want the exact truth, Rogers, I was considering whether the room I speak of would really be large enough to accommodate us both comfortably, and also whether, mind, I shouldn't have said this if you hadn't pressed me, you would not constitute something in the nature of a hindrance to my work."
Rogers laughed loudly. "Well done, Parkins. It's all right. I promise not to interrupt your work. Don't you disturb yourself about that. No, I won't come if you don't want me, but I thought I should do so nicely to keep the ghosts off." Here he might have been seen to wink and to nudge his next neighbor. Parkins might also have been seen to become pink. "I beg pardon, Parkins," Rogers continued. "I oughtn't to have said that. I forgot that you don't like levity on these topics."
"Well," Parkins said, "as you have mentioned the matter, I freely own that I do not like careless talk about what you call ghosts. A man in my position," he went on, raising his voice a little, "cannot, I find, be too careful about appearing to sanction the current beliefs on such subjects. As you know, Rogers, or as you ought to know, for I think I have never concealed my views."
"No, you certainly have not, old man," put in Rogers sotto voce.
"I hold that any semblance, any appearance of concession to the view that such things might exist is equivalent to a renunciation of all that I hold most sacred. But I'm afraid I have not succeeded in securing your attention."
"Your undivided attention was what Dr. Blimber actually said," Rogers interrupted, with every appearance of an earnest desire for accuracy. "But I beg your pardon, Parkins. I'm stopping you."
"No, not at all," said Parkins. "I don't remember Blimber. Perhaps he was before my time. But I needn't go on. I'm sure you know what I mean."
Yes, said Rogers rather hastily. "Just so. We'll go into it fully at Burnstow or somewhere." In repeating the above dialogue, I have tried to give the impression which it made on me, that Parkins was something of an old woman, rather hen-like, perhaps, in his little ways, totally destitute, alas, of the sense of humor, but at the same time dauntless and sincere in his convictions, and a man deserving of the greatest respect.
Whether or not the reader has gathered so much, that was the character which Parkins had. On the following day, Parkins did, as he had hoped, succeed in getting away from his college and in arriving at Burnstow. He made welcome at the Globe Inn, was safely installed in the large double-bedded room of which we have heard, and was able, before retiring to rest, to arrange his materials for work in apple pie order upon a commodious table which occupied the outer end of the room, and was surrounded on 3 sides by windows looking out seaward. That is to say, the central window looked straight out to sea, and those on the left and right commanded prospects along the shore to the north and south respectively. On the south you saw the village of Burnstow. On the north no houses were to be seen, but only the beach and the low cliff backing it. Immediately in front was a strip, not considerable, of rough grass, dotted with old anchors, capstans, and so forth. Then a broad path, then the beach. Whatever may have been the original distance between the Globe Inn and the sea, not more than 60 yards now separated them. The rest of the population of the inn was, of course, a golfing one, and included few elements that call for a special description. The most conspicuous figure was, perhaps, that of an ancient militaire secretary of a London club, and possessed of a voice of incredible strength, and of views of a pronouncedly Protestant type. These were apt to find utterance after his attendance upon the ministrations of the vicar, an estimable man with inclinations toward a picaresque ritual, which he gallantly kept down as far as he could out of deference to East Anglian tradition. Professor Parkins, one of whose principal characteristics was pluck, spent the greater part of the day following his arrival at Burnstow in what he would have called improving his game, in company with this Colonel Wilson, and during the afternoon, whether the process of improvement were to blame or not, I am not sure. The Colonel's demeanor assumed a coloring so lurid that even Parkins jibbed at the thought of walking home with him from the links. He determined, after a short and furtive look at that bristling mustache and those incarnadine features, that it would be wiser to allow the influences of tea and tobacco to do what they could with the Colonel before the dinner hour should render a meeting inevitable. I might walk home tonight along the beach, he reflected. Yes, and take a look. There will be light enough for that, at the ruins of which Disney was talking. I don't exactly know where they are, by the way, but I expect I can hardly help stumbling on them. This he accomplished, I may say, in the most literal sense, for in picking his way from the links to the shingle beach, his foot caught, partly in a gorse root and partly in a biggish stone, and over he went. When he got up and surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a patch of somewhat broken ground, covered with small depressions and mounds. These latter, when he came to examine them, proved to be simply masses of flints embedded in mortar and grown over with turf. He must, he quite rightly concluded, be on the site of the preceptory he had promised to look at. It seemed not unlikely to reward the shade of the explorer. Enough of the foundations was probably left at no great depth to throw a great deal of light on the general plan. He remembered vaguely that the Templars, to whom this site had belonged, were in the habit of building round churches, and he thought a particular series of humps or mounds near him did appear to be arranged in something of a circular form. Few people can resist the temptation to try a little amateur research in a department quite outside their own, if only for the satisfaction of showing how successful they would have been had they only taken it up seriously. Our professor, however, if he felt something of this mean desire, was also truly anxious to oblige Mr. Disney. So he paced with care this circular area he had noticed, and wrote down its rough dimensions in his pocketbook. Then he proceeded to examine an oblong eminence which lay east of the center of the circle,
and seemed to his thinking likely to be the base of a platform or altar. At one end of it, the northern, a patch of the turf was gone, removed by some boy or other creature ferae naturae. It might, he thought, be as well to probe the soil here for evidences of masonry, and he took out his knife and began scraping away the earth. And now followed another little discovery. A portion of soil fell inward as he scraped, and disclosed a small cavity. He lighted one match after another to help him to see of what nature the hole was, but the wind was too strong for them all. By tapping and scratching the sides with his knife, however, he was able to make out that it must be an artificial hole in masonry. It was rectangular, and the sides, top, and bottom, if not actually plastered, were smooth and regular. Of course it was empty. No. As he withdrew the knife, he heard a metallic clink, and when he introduced his hand, it met with a cylindrical object lying on the floor of the hole. Naturally enough, he picked it up, and when he brought it into the light, now fast fading, he could see that it, too, was of man's making. A metal tube about 4 inches long and evidently of some considerable age. By the time Parkins had made sure that there was nothing else in this odd receptacle, it was too late and too dark for him to think of undertaking any further search. What he had done had proved so unexpectedly interesting that he determined to sacrifice a little more of the daylight on the morrow to archaeology. The object which he now had safe in his pocket was bound to be of some slight value at least, he felt sure. Bleak and solemn was the view on which he took a last look before starting homewards. A faint yellow light in the west showed the links, on which a few figures moving toward the clubhouse were still visible, the squat Martello Tower, the lights of Aldsley village, the pale ribbon of sands intersecting at intervals by black wooden groins, the dim and murmuring sea. The wind was bitter from the north, but was at his back when he set out for the globe. He quickly rattled and clashed through the shingle and gained the sand, upon which, but for the groins which had to be got over every few yards, the going was both good and quiet. One last look behind, to measure the distance he had made since leaving the ruined Templars' church, showed him a prospect of company on his walk, in the shape of a rather indistinct personage, who seemed to be making great efforts to catch up with him, but made little, if any, progress. I mean that there was an appearance of running about his movements, but that the distance between him and Parkins did not seem materially to lessen. So, at least, Parkins thought, and decided that he almost certainly did not know him, and that it would be absurd to wait until he came up. For all that, company, he began to think, would really be very welcome on that lonely shore, if only you could choose your companion. In his unenlightened days, he had read of meetings in such places, which even now would hardly bear thinking of. He went on thinking of them, however, until he reached home, and particularly of one which catches most people's fancy at some time of their childhood. Now I saw in my dream that Christian had gone but a very little way when he saw a foul fiend coming over the field to meet him. What should I do now, he thought, if I looked back and caught sight of the black figure sharply defined against the yellow sky, and saw that it had horns and wings? I wonder whether I should stand or run for it. Luckily, the gentleman behind is not of that kind, and he seems to be about as far off now as when I saw him first. Well, at this rate he won't get his dinner as soon as I shall. And dear me, it's within a quarter of an hour of the time now. I must run. Parkins had, in fact, very little time for dressing. When he met the colonel at dinner, peace, or as much of her as that gentleman could manage, reigned once more in the military bosom, nor was she put to flight in the hours of bridge that followed dinner, for Parkins was a more than respectable player. When, therefore, he retired toward 12 o'clock, he felt that he had spent his evening in quite a satisfactory way, and that, even for so long as a fortnight or 3 weeks, life at the Globe would be supportable under similar conditions. Especially, thought he, if I go on improving my game. As he went along the passages, he met the boots of the Globe, who stopped and said, "Beg your pardon, sir, but as I was a-brushing your coat just now, there was something fell out of the pocket. I put it on your chest of drawers, sir, in your room, sir. A piece of a pipe or something of that, sir. Thank you, sir. You'll find it on your chest of drawers, sir. Yes, sir. Good night, sir." The speech served to remind Parkins of his little discovery of that afternoon. It was with some considerable curiosity that he turned it over by the light of his candles. It was of bronze, he now saw, and was shaped very much after the manner of the modern dog whistle. In fact, it was. Yes, certainly it was. Actually, no more nor less than a whistle. He put it to his lips, but it was quite full of a fine, caked-up sand or earth, which would not yield to knocking, but must be loosened with a knife. Tidy as ever in his habits, Parkins cleared out the earth onto a piece of paper and took the latter to the window to empty it out. The night was clear and bright, as he saw when he had opened the casement, and he stopped for an instant to look at the sea and note a belated wanderer stationed on the shore in front of the inn. Then he shut the window, a little surprised at the late hours people kept at Burnstow, and took his whistle to the light again. Why, surely there were marks on it. Not merely marks, but letters. A very little rubbing rendered the deeply cut inscription quite legible, but the professor had to confess, after some earnest thought, that the meaning of it was as obscure to him as the writing on the wall to Belshazzar. There were legends both on the front and on the back of the whistle. The one read thus: Fla, fur, flee, bis. The other, Quis est iste, qui uenet. I ought to be able to make it out, he thought, but I suppose I am a little rusty in my Latin. When I come to think of it, I don't believe I even know the word for a whistle. The long one does seem simple enough. It ought to mean, who is this who is coming? Well, the best way to find out is evidently to whistle for him. He blew tentatively and stopped suddenly, startled and yet pleased at the note he had elicited. It had a quality of infinite distance in it, and, soft as it was, he somehow felt that it must be audible for miles round. It was a sound, too, that seemed to have the power, which many scents possess, of forming pictures in the brain. He saw quite clearly for a moment a vision of a wide, dark expanse at night, with a fresh wind blowing, and in the midst a lonely figure. How employed, he could not tell. Perhaps he would have seen more had not the picture been broken by the sudden surge of a gust of wind against his casement, so sudden that it made him look up, just in time to see the white glint of a sea-bird's wing somewhere outside the dark panes. The sound of the whistle had so fascinated him that he could not help trying it once more, this time more boldly. The note was little, if at all, louder than before, and repetition broke the illusion. No picture followed, as he had half hoped it might. But what is this? Goodness, what force the wind can get up in a few minutes! What a tremendous gust! There, I knew that window fastening was no use. Ah, I thought so. Both candles out. It's enough to tear the room to pieces. The first thing was to get the window shut. While you might count 20, Parkins was struggling with the small casement, and felt almost as if he were pushing back a sturdy burglar. So strong was the pressure. It slackened all at once, and the window banged to and latched itself. Now to relight the candles and see what damage, if any, had been done. No, nothing seemed amiss. No glass even was broken in the casement, but the noise had evidently roused at least one member of the household. The colonel was to be heard stumping in his stockinged feet on the floor above and growling. Quickly as it had risen, the wind did not fall at once. On it went, moaning and rushing past the house, at times rising to a cry so desolate that, as Perkins disinterestedly said, it might have made fanciful people feel quite uncomfortable. Even the unimaginative, he thought after a quarter of an hour, might be happier without it. Whether it was the wind, or the excitement of golf, or of the researches in the preceptory that kept Parkins awake, he was not sure. Awake he remained, in any case, long enough to fancy, as I am afraid I often do myself under such circumstances, that he was the victim of all manner of fatal disorders. He would lie counting the beats of his heart, convinced that it was going to stop work every moment, and would entertain grave suspicions of his lungs, brain, liver, etc., suspicions which he was sure would be dispelled by the return of daylight, but which until then refused to be put aside. He found a little vicarious comfort in the idea that someone else was in the same boat. A near neighbor, in the darkness it was not easy to tell his direction, was tossing and rustling in his bed too. The next stage was that Parkins shut his eyes and determined to give sleep every chance. Here again, overexcitement asserted itself in another form, that of making pictures. Experto crede, pictures do come to the closed eyes of one trying to sleep, and are often so little to his taste that he must open his eyes and disperse them. Parkins' experience on this occasion was a very distressing one. He found that the picture which presented itself to him was continuous. When he opened his eyes, of course, it went, but when he shut them once more, it framed itself afresh, and acted itself out again, neither quicker nor slower than before. What he saw was this: a long stretch of shore, shingle edged by sand, and intersected at short intervals with black groins running down to the water. A scene, in fact, so like that of his afternoon's walk that, in the absence of any landmark, it could not be distinguished therefrom. The light was obscure, conveying an impression of gathering storm, late winter evening, and slight cold rain. On this bleak stage at first no actor was visible. When, in the distance, a bobbing black object appeared. A moment more, and it was a man, running, jumping, clambering over the groins, and every few seconds looking eagerly back. The nearer he came, the more obvious it was that he was not only anxious, but even terribly frightened, though his face was not to be distinguished. He was, moreover, almost at the end of his strength. On he came. Each successive obstacle seemed to cause him more difficulty than the last. Will he get over this next one, thought Parkins. It seems a little higher than the others. Yes, half climbing, half throwing himself, he did get over, and fell all in a heap on the other side, the side nearest to the spectator. There, as if really unable to get up again, he remained crouching under the groin, looking up in attitude of painful anxiety. So far, no cause whatever for the fear of the runner had been shown, but now there began to be seen, far up the shore, a little flicker of something light-colored moving to and fro with great swiftness and irregularity. Rapidly growing larger, it, too, declared itself as a figure in pale, fluttering draperies, ill-defined. There was something about its motion which made Parkins very unwilling to see it at close quarters. It would stop, raise arms, bow itself toward the sand, then run stooping across the beach to the water edge and back again, and then, rising upright, once more continue its course forward at a speed that was startling and terrifying. The moment came when the pursuer was hovering about from left to right, only a few yards beyond the groin where the runner lay in hiding. After 2 or 3 ineffectual castings hither and thither, it came to a stop, stood upright, with arms raised high, and then darted straight forward toward the groin. It was, at this point, that Parkins always failed in his resolution to keep his eyes shut. With many misgivings as to incipient failure of eyesight, overworked brain, excessive smoking, and so on, he finally resigned himself to light his candle, get out a book, and pass the night waking, rather than to be tormented by this persistent panorama, which he saw clearly enough could only be a morbid reflection of his walk and his thoughts on that very day. The scraping of match on box and the glare of light must have startled some creatures of the night, rats or what-not, which he heard scurry across the floor from the side of his bed with much rustling. Dear, dear, the match is out! Fool that it is! But the second one burnt better, and a candle and book were duly procured, over which Parkins pored till sleep of a wholesome kind came upon him, and that in no long space. For about the first time in his orderly and prudent life, he forgot to blow out the candle, and when he was called next morning at 8, there was still a flicker in the socket and a sad mess of guttered grease on the top of the little table. After breakfast, he was in his room, putting the finishing touches to his golfing costume. Fortune had again allotted the Colonel to him for a partner, when one of the maids came in.
"Oh, if you please," she said, "would you like any extra blankets on your bed, sir?"
"Ah, thank you," said Perkins. "Yes, I think I should like one. It seems likely to turn rather colder." In a very short time the maid was back with the blanket.
"Which bed should I put it on, sir?"
she asked. "What? Why, that one, the one I slept in last night," he said, pointing to it.
"Oh, yes. I beg your pardon, sir, but you seem to have tried both of them. Leastways, we had to make 'em up both this morning."
"Really? How very absurd," said Parkins. "I certainly never touched the other, except to lay some things on it. Did it actually seem to have been slept in?"
"Oh, yes, sir," said the maid. "Why, all the things was crumpled and throwed about always, if you'll excuse me, sir, quite as if anyone hadn't passed but a very poor night, sir."
"Dear me," said Parkins. "Well, I may have disordered it more than I thought when I unpacked my things. I'm very sorry to have given you the trouble, I'm sure. I expect a friend of mine soon, by the way, a gentleman from Cambridge, to come and occupy it for a night or two. That will be all right, I suppose, won't it?"
"Oh, yes, to be sure, sir. Thank you, sir. It's no trouble, I'm sure,"
said the maid, and departed to giggle with her colleagues. Parkins set forth, with a stern determination to improve his game. I am glad to be able to report that he succeeded so far in this enterprise that the Colonel, who had been rather repining at the prospect of a second day's play in his company, became quite chatty as the morning advanced, and his voice boomed out over the flats, as certain also of our own minor poets have said, like some great burden in a minster tower. "Extraordinary wind that we had last night," he said. "In my old home we should have said something had been whistling for it." "Should you, indeed?" said Parkins. "Is there a superstition of that kind still current in your part of the country?" "I don't know about superstition," said the Colonel. "They believe in it all over Denmark and Norway, as well as on the Yorkshire coast, and my experience is, mind you, that there's generally something at the bottom of what these country folk hold to, and have held to for generations. But it's your drive." Or whatever it might have been, the golfing reader will have to imagine appropriate digressions at the proper intervals. When conversation was resumed,
Parkins said, with a slight hesitancy. Apropos of what you were saying just now, Colonel, I think I ought to tell you that my own views on such subjects are very strong. I am, in fact, a convinced disbeliever in what is called the supernatural.
What? Said the Colonel. Do you mean to tell me that you don't believe in second sight, or ghosts, or anything of that kind?
In nothing whatsoever of that kind, returned Parkins firmly.
Well, said the Colonel, but it appears to me at that rate, sir, you must be little better than a Sadducee.
Parkins was on the point of answering that, in his opinion, the Sadducees were the most sensible sons he had ever read of in the Old Testament, but feeling some doubt as to whether much mention of them was to be found in that work, he preferred to laugh the accusation off. Perhaps I am, he said. But here, give me my cleek, boy. Excuse me one moment, Colonel. A short interval. Now, as to whistling for the wind, let me give you my theory about it. The laws which govern winds are really not at all perfectly known. To fisher folk and such, of course, not known at all. A man or woman of eccentric habits, perhaps, or a stranger is seen repeatedly on the beach at some unusual hour and is heard whistling. Soon afterwards, a violent wind rises. A man who could read the sky perfectly, or who possessed a barometer, could have foretold that it would. The simple people of a fishing village have no barometers, and only a few rough rules for prophesying weather. What more natural than that the eccentric personage I postulated should be regarded as having raised the wind, or that he or she should clutch eagerly at the reputation of being able to do so? Now, take last night's wind. As it happens, I myself was whistling. I blew a whistle twice, and the wind seemed to come absolutely in answer to my call. If anyone had seen me— The audience had been a little restive under this harangue, and Parkins had, I fear, fallen somewhat into the tone of a lecturer, but at the last sentence the Colonel stopped.
Whistling, were you? He said. And what sort of whistle did you use? Play the stroke first.
Interval. About that whistle you were asking, Colonel. It's rather a curious one. I have it in my— No, I see I've left it in my room. As a matter of fact, I found it yesterday. And then Parkins narrated the manner of his discovery of the whistle, upon hearing which the Colonel grunted and opined that, in Parkins' place, he should himself be careful about using a thing that had belonged to a set of papists, of whom, speaking generally, it might be affirmed that you never knew what they might not have been up to. From this topic he diverged to the enormities of the vicar, who had given notice on the previous Sunday that Friday would be the feast of St. Thomas the Apostle, and that there would be service at 11 o'clock in the church. This and other similar proceedings constituted, in the Colonel's view, a strong presumption that the vicar was a concealed papist, if not a Jesuit. And Parkins, who could not very readily follow the Colonel in this region, did not disagree with him. In fact, they got on so well together in the morning that there was no talk on either side of their separating after lunch. Both continued to play well during the afternoon, or, at least, well enough to make them forget everything else, until the light began to fail them. Not until then did Parkins remember that he had meant to do some more investigating at the preceptory, but it was of no great importance, he reflected. One day was as good as another. He might as well go home with the Colonel. As they turned the corner of the house, the Colonel was almost knocked down by a boy who rushed into him at the very top of his speed, and then, instead of running away, remained hanging on to him and panting. The first words of the warrior were naturally those of reproof and objurgation, but he quickly discerned that the boy was almost speechless with fright. Inquiries were useless at first. When the boy got his breath, he began to howl, and still clung to the Colonel's legs. He was, at last, detached, but continued to howl.
What in the world is the matter with you? What have you been up to? What have you seen? Said the Colonel.
Oh, I seen it wave at me out of the window, wailed the boy, and I don't like it.
What window? Said the irritated Colonel. Come, pull yourself together, my boy.
The front window it was, at the hotel,
said the boy. At this point, Parkins was in favor of sending the boy home, but the Colonel refused. He wanted to get to the bottom of it, he said. It was most dangerous to give a boy such a fright as this one had had, and if it turned out that people had been playing jokes, they should suffer for it in some way. And by a series of questions, he made out this story. The boy had been playing about on the grass in front of the globe with some others. Then they had gone home to their teas, and he was just going when he happened to look up at the front winder and see it a-weavin' at him. It seemed to be a figure of some sort, in white as far as he knew. Couldn't see its face, but it wived at him, and it warn't a right thing. Not to say not a right person. Was there a light in the room? No, he didn't think to look if there was a light. Which was the window? Was it the top one or the second one? The second one it was, the big winder, what got two little uns at the side.
Very well, my boy, said the Colonel, after a few more questions. You run away home now. I expect it was some person trying to give you a start. Another time, like a brave English boy, you just throw a stone. Well, no, not that exactly, but you go and speak to the waiter, or to Mr. Simpson, the landlord, and say that I advise you to do so.
The boy's face expressed some of the doubt he felt as to the likelihood of Mr. Simpson's lending a favorable ear to his complaint, but the Colonel did not appear to perceive this, and went on.
And here's a sixpence. No, I see that it's a shilling. And you be off home, and don't think any more about it.
The youth hurried off with agitated thanks, and the Colonel and Parkins went round to the front of the globe and reconnoitered. There was only one window answering to the description they had been hearing.
Well, that's curious, said Parkins. It's evidently my window the lad was talking about. Will you come up for a moment, Colonel Wilson? We ought to be able to see if anyone has been taking liberties in my room.
They were soon in the passage, and Parkins made as if to open the door. Then he stopped and felt in his pockets.
This is more serious than I thought, was his next remark. I remember now that before I started this morning, I locked the door. It is locked now, and what is more, here is the key.
And he held it up.
Now, he went on, if the servants are in the habit of going into one's room during the day when one is away, I can only say that I don't approve of it at all.
Conscious of a somewhat weak climax, he busied himself in opening the door, which was indeed locked, and in lighting candles.
No, he said, nothing seems disturbed.
Except your bed,
put in the Colonel.
Excuse me, that isn't my bed, said Parkins. I don't use that one, but it does look as if someone had been playing tricks with it.
It certainly did. The bedclothes were bundled up and twisted together in a most tortuous confusion. Parkins pondered.
That must be it, he said at last. I disordered the clothes last night in unpacking, and they haven't made it since. Perhaps they came in to make it, and that boy saw them through the window, and then they were called away and locked the door after them. Yes, I think that must be it.
Well, ring and ask,
said the Colonel, and this appealed to Parkins as practical. The maid appeared, and, to make a long story short, deposed that she had made the bed in the morning when the gentleman was in the room, and hadn't been there since. No, she hadn't no other key. Mr. Simpson, he'd kept the keys. He'd be able to tell the gentleman if anyone had been up. This was a puzzle. Investigation showed that nothing of value had been taken, and Parkins remembered the disposition of the small objects on tables and so forth well enough to be pretty sure that no pranks had been played with them. Mr. and Mrs. Simpson furthermore agreed that neither of them had given the duplicate key of the room to any person whatever during the day, nor could Parkins, fair-minded man as he was, detect anything in the demeanor of master, mistress, or maid that indicated guilt. He was much more inclined to think that the boy had been imposing on the colonel. The latter was unwontedly silent and pensive at dinner and throughout the evening. When he bade good night to Parkins, he murmured in a gruff undertone,
"Well, you know where I am if you want me during the night."
"Why, yes, thank you, Colonel Wilson, I think I do. But there isn't much prospect of my disturbing you, I hope. By the way," he added, "did I show you that old whistle I spoke of? I think not. Well, here it is."
The colonel turned it over gingerly in the light of the candle.
"Can you make anything of the inscription?" asked Parkins as he took it back.
"No, not in this light. What do you mean to do with it?"
"Oh, well, when I get back to Cambridge, I shall submit it to some of the archaeologists there and see what they think of it. And very likely, if they consider it worth having, I may present it to one of the museums."
Said the colonel.
"Well, you may be right. All I know is that, if it were mine, I should chuck it straight into the sea. It's no use talking, I'm well aware, but I expect that with you it's a case of live and learn. I hope so, I'm sure, and I wish you a good night."
He turned away, leaving Parkins and Act to speak at the bottom of the stair, and soon each was in his own bedroom. By some unfortunate accident, there were neither blinds nor curtains to the windows of the professor's room. The previous night he had thought little of this, but tonight there seemed every prospect of a bright moon rising to shine directly on his bed, and probably wake him later on. When he noticed this, he was a great deal annoyed, but, with an ingenuity which I can only envy, he succeeded in rigging up, with the help of a railway rug, some safety pins, and a stick and umbrella, a screen which, if it only held together, would completely keep the moonlight off his bed. And shortly afterwards he was comfortably in that bed. When he had read a somewhat solid work long enough to produce a decided wish for sleep, he cast a drowsy glance round the room, blew out the candle, and fell back upon the pillow. He must have slept soundly for an hour or more, when a sudden clatter shook him up in a most unwelcome manner. In a moment he realized what had happened. His carefully constructed screen had given way, and a very bright, frosty moon was shining directly on his face. This was highly annoying. Could he possibly get up and reconstruct the screen, or could he manage to sleep if he did not? For some minutes he lay and pondered over the possibilities. Then he turned over sharply, and with his eyes open lay breathlessly listening. There had been a movement, he was sure, in the empty bed on the opposite side of the room. Tomorrow he would have it moved, for there must be rats or something playing about in it. It was quiet now. No, the commotion began again. There was a rustling and shaking, surely more than any rat could cause. I can figure to myself something of the professor's bewilderment and horror, for I have, in a dream 30 years back, seen the same thing happen. But the reader will hardly, perhaps, imagine how dreadful it was to him to see a figure suddenly sit up in what he had known was an empty bed. He was out of his own bed in one bound and made a dash toward the window, where lay his only weapon, the stick with which he had propped his screen. This was, as it turned out, the worst thing he could have done, because the personage in the empty bed, with a sudden motion, slipped from the bed and took up a position, with outspread arms, between the two beds and in front of the door. Parkins watched it in a horrid perplexity. Somehow, the idea of getting past it and escaping through the door was intolerable to him. He could not have borne,
He didn't know why, to touch it. And as for its touching him, he would sooner dash himself through the window than have that happen. It stood for the moment in a band of dark shadow, and he had not seen what its face was like. Now it began to move in a stooping posture, and all at once the spectator realized, with some horror and some relief, that it must be blind, for it seemed to feel about it with its muffled arms in a groping and random fashion. Turning half away from him, it became suddenly conscious of the bed he had just left, and darted towards it, and bent over and felt the pillows in a way which made Parkins shudder as he had never in his life thought it possible. In a very few moments it seemed to know that the bed was empty, and then, moving forward into the area of light and facing the window, it showed for the first time what manner of thing it was. Parkins, who very much dislikes being questioned about it, did once describe something of it in my hearing, and I gathered that what he chiefly remembers about it is a horrible, an intensely horrible, face of crumpled linen. What expression he read upon it he could not or would not tell, but that the fear of it went nigh to maddening him is certain. But he was not at leisure to watch it for long. With formidable quickness it moved into the middle of the room, and, as it groped and waved, one corner of its draperies swept across Parkins' face. He could not, though he knew how perilous a sound was, he could not keep back a cry of disgust, and this gave the searcher an instant clue. It leapt toward him upon the instant, and the next moment he was halfway through the window backwards, uttering cry upon cry at the utmost pitch of his voice, and the linen face was thrust close into his own. At this, almost the last possible second, deliverance came, as you will have guessed. The colonel burst the door open, and was just in time to see the dreadful group at the window. When he reached the figures, only one was left. Parkins sank forward into the room in a faint, and before him on the floor lay a tumbled heap of bedclothes. Colonel Wilson asked no questions, but busied himself in keeping everyone else out of the room and in getting Parkins back to his bed, and himself, wrapped in a rug, occupied the other bed for the rest of the night. Early on the next day, Rogers arrived, more welcome than he would have been a day before, and the three of them held a very long consultation in the professor's room. At the end of it, the colonel left the hotel door, carrying a small object between his finger and thumb, which he cast as far into the sea as a very brawny arm could send it. Later on, the smoke of a burning ascended from the back premises of the Globe. Exactly what explanation was patched up for the staff and visitors at the hotel, I must confess I do not recollect. The professor was somehow cleared of the ready suspicion of delirium tremens, and the hotel of the reputation of a troubled house. There is not much question as to what would have happened to Parkins if the colonel had not intervened when he did. He would either have fallen out of the window, or else lost his wits. But it is not so evident what more the creature that came in answer to the whistle could have done than frighten. There seemed to be absolutely nothing material about it, save the bedclothes of which it had made itself a body. The colonel, who remembered a not very dissimilar occurrence in India, was of opinion that if Parkins had closed with it, it could really have done very little, and that its one power was that of frightening. The whole thing, he said, served to confirm his opinion of the Church of Rome. There is really nothing more to tell, but, as you may imagine, the professor's views on certain points are less clear-cut than they used to be. His nerves, too, have suffered. He cannot, even now, see a surplice hanging on a door quite unmoved, and the spectacle of a scarecrow in a field late on a winter afternoon has cost him more than one sleepless night. Restless, shifting,
is a certain vast bulk of the population of the red brick district of the Lower West Side. Homeless, they have 100 homes. They flit from furnished room to furnished room, transients forever. Transients in abode, transients in heart and mind. They sing home, sweet home, in ragtime. Their vine is entwined about a picture hat. A rubber plant is their fig tree. Hence the houses of this district, having had 1,000 dwellers, should have 1,000 tales to tell, mostly dull ones, no doubt, but it would be strange if there could not be found a ghost or two in the wake of all of these vagrant guests. One evening after dark, a young man prowled among these crumbling red mansions, ringing their bells. At the 12th, he rested his lean hand baggage upon the step and wiped the dust from his hatband and forehead. The bells sounded faint and far away in some remote, hollow depths. To the door of this, the 12th house, whose bell he had rung, came a housekeeper who made him think of a surfeited worm that had eaten its nut to a hollow shell and now sought to fill the vacancy with edible lodgers. He asked if there was a room to let. "Come in," said the housekeeper. Her voice came from her throat. Her throat seemed lined with fur. "I have the 3rd floor back, vacant since a week back. Should you wish to look at it?" The young man followed her up the stairs. A faint light from no particular source mitigated the shadows of the halls. They trod noiselessly upon a stair carpet that its own loom would have forsworn. It seemed to have become vegetable, to have degenerated in that rank, sunless air to lush lichen or spreading moss that grew in patches to the staircase. At each turn of the stairs were vacant niches in the wall. Perhaps plants had once been set within them. If so, they had died in that foul and tainted air. It may be that statues of the saints had stood there, but it was not difficult to conceive that imps and devils had dragged them forth in the darkness and down to the unholy depths of some furnished pit below. "This is the room," said the housekeeper from her furry throat. "It's a nice room. It ain't often vacant. I had some most elegant people in it last summer, no trouble at all, and paid in advance to the minute. The water's at the end of the hall. Sprowls and Mooney kept it 3 months. Miss Bretta Sprowls, you may have heard of her. Oh, that was just the stage names. Right there over the dresser is where the marriage certificate hung, framed. The gas is here, and you see there is plenty of closet room. It's a room everybody likes. It never stays idle long." "Do you have many theatrical people rooming here?" asked the young man. "It comes and goes. A good proportion of my lodgers is connected with the theatres. Yes, sir, this is the theatrical district. Actor people never stays long anywhere. I get my share. Yes, they comes and they goes." He engaged the room, paying for a week in advance. He was tired, he said, and would take possession at once. He counted out the money. The room had been made ready, she said, even to towels and water. As the housekeeper moved away, he put, for the 1,000th time, the question that he carried at the end of his tongue. "A young girl, Miss Vashner, Miss Eloise Vashner, do you remember such a one among your lodgers? She would be singing on the stage most likely. A fair girl of medium height and slender with reddish gold hair and a dark mole near her left eyebrow." "No, I don't remember the name. Them stage people has names they change as often as their rooms. They comes and they goes. No, I don't call that one to mind." No. Always no. 5 months of ceaseless interrogation and the inevitable negative. So much time spent by day in questioning managers, agents, schools, and choruses. By night among the audiences of theaters from all-star casts down to music halls so low that he dreaded to find what he most hoped for. He who had loved her best had tried to find her. He was sure that since her disappearance from home, this great, water-girt city held her somewhere. But it was like a monstrous quicksand, shifting its particles constantly with no foundation, its upper granules of today buried tomorrow in ooze and slime. The furnished room received its latest guest with the first glow of pseudo-hospitality, a hectic, haggard, perfunctory welcome like the spacious smile of a demi-rep. The sophistical comfort came in reflected gleams from the decayed furniture, the ragged brocade upholstery of a couch and 2 chairs, a foot-wide cheap pier glass between the 2 windows, from 1 or 2 gilt picture frames, and a brass bedstead in a corner. The guests reclined, inert, upon a chair, while the room, confused in speech as though it were an apartment in Babel, tried to discourse to him of its diverse tenantry. A polychromatic rug, like some brilliant flowered rectangular tropical islet, lay surrounded by a billowy sea of soiled matting. Upon the gay papered wall were those pictures that pursue the homeless ones from house to house, the Huguenot lovers, the first quarrel, the wedding breakfast, Psyche at the fountain. The mantle's chastely severe outline was ingloriously veiled behind some pert drapery drawn rakishly askew like the sashes of the Amazonian ballet. Upon it was some desolate flotsam cast aside by the rooms marooned when lucky sail had borne them to a fresh port. A trifling vase or 2, pictures of actresses, a medicine bottle, some stray cards out of a deck. One by one, as the characters of a cryptograph become explicit, the little signs left by the furnished room's procession of guests developed a significance. The threadbare space in the rug in front of the dresser told that lovely women had marched in the throng. The tiny fingerprints on the walls spoke of little prisoners trying to feel their way to sun and air. A splattered stain, raying like the shadow of a bursting bomb, witnessed where a hurled glass or bottle had splintered with its contents against the wall. Across the pier glass had been scrawled with a diamond in staggering letters the name Marie. It seemed that the succession of dwellers in the furnished room had turned in fury, perhaps tempted beyond forbearance by its garish coldness, and wreaked upon it their passions. The furniture was chipped and bruised. The couch, distorted by bursting springs, seemed a horrible monster that had been slain during the stress of some grotesque convulsion. Some more potent upheaval had cloven a great slice from the marble mantel. Each plank in the floor owned its particular cant and shriek as from a separate and individual agony. It seemed incredible that all this malice and injury had been wrought upon the room by those who had called it for a time their home. And yet, it may have been the cheated home instinct surviving blindly, the resentful rage at false household gods that had kindled their wrath. A hut that is our own we can sweep and adorn and cherish. The young tenant in the chair allowed these thoughts to file, soft-shod, through his mind, while there drifted into the room furnished sounds and furnished scents. He heard in one room a tittering and incontinent, slack laughter. In others, the monologue of a scold, the rattling of dice, a lullaby, and one crying dully. Above him, a banjo tinkled with spirit. Doors banged somewhere. The elevated trains roared intermittently. A cat yowled miserably upon a back fence, and he breathed the breath of the house, a dark savor rather than a smell, a cold, musty effluvium as from underground vaults mingled with the reeking exhalations of linoleum and mildewed and rotten woodwork. Then, suddenly, as he rested there, the room was filled with the strong, sweet odor of mignonette. It came as upon a single buffet of wind, with such sureness and fragrance and emphasis that it almost seemed a living visitant. And the man cried aloud, "What, dear?" as if he had been called, and sprang up and faced about. The rich odor clung to him and wrapped him around. He reached out his arms for it, all his senses for the time confused and commingled. How could one be peremptorily called by an odor? Surely it must have been a sound. But was it not the sound that had touched, that had caressed him? "She has been in this room," he cried, and he sprang to wrest from it a token, for he knew he would recognize the smallest thing that had belonged to her or that she had touched. This enveloping scent of mignonette, the odor that she had loved and made her own, whence came it? The room had been but carelessly set in order. Scattered upon the flimsy dresser scarf were half a dozen hairpins, those discreet, indistinguishable friends of womankind, feminine of gender, infinite mood, and uncommunicative of tense. These he ignored, conscious of their triumphant lack of identity. Ransacking the drawers of the dresser, he came upon a discarded, tiny, ragged handkerchief. He pressed it to his face. It was racy and insolent with heliotrope. He hurled it to the floor. In another drawer he found odd buttons, a theater program, a pawnbroker's card, 2 lost marshmallows, a book on the divination of dreams. And the last was a woman's black satin hair bow, which halted him, poised between ice and fire. But the black satin hair bow also is femininity's demure, impersonal common ornament and tells no tales. And then he traversed the room like a hound on the scent, skimming the walls, considering the corners of the bulging matting on his hands and knees, rummaging mantel and tables, the curtains and hangings, the drunken cabinet in the corner for a visible sign, unable to perceive that she was there beside, around, against, within, above him, clinging to him, wooing him, calling him so poignantly through the finer senses that even his grosser ones became cognizant of the call. Once again, he answered loudly, "Yes, dear," and turned, wild-eyed, to gaze on vacancy, for he could not yet discern form and color and love and outstretched arms and the odor of mignonette. Oh God, whence that odor? And since when have odors a voice to call? Thus he groped. He burrowed in crevices and corners and found corks and cigarettes. These he passed in passive contempt. But once he found in the fold of the matting a half-smoked cigar, and this he ground beneath his heel with a green and trenchant oath. He sifted the room from end to end. He found dreary and ignoble small records of many a peripatetic tenant, but of her whom he sought, and who may have lodged there, and whose spirit seemed to hover there, he found no trace. And then he thought of the housekeeper. He ran from the haunted room downstairs and to a door that showed a crack of light. She came out to his knock. He smothered his excitement as best he could. "Will you tell me, madam," he besought her, "who occupied the room I have before I came?"
"Yes, sir. I can tell you again. 'Twas Sprowls and Mooney, as I said.
Miss Bretta Sprowls it was in the theatres, but Mrs. Mooney she was. My house is well known for respectability. The marriage certificate hung framed on a nail over.
What kind of a lady was Miss Sprowls? In looks, I mean.
Why, black-haired, sir, short and stout, with a comical face. They left a week ago Tuesday.
And before they occupied it?
Why, there was a single gentleman connected with the drying business. He left owing me a week. Before him was Mrs. Crowder and her 2 children that stayed 4 months. And back of them was old Mr. Doyle, whose sons paid for him. He kept the room 6 months. That goes back a year, sir, and further I do not remember.
He thanked her and crept back to his room. The room was dead. The essence that had vivified it was gone. The perfume of mignonette had departed. In its place was the old, stale odor of moldy house furniture, of atmosphere in storage. The ebbing of his hope drained his faith. He sat staring at the yellow, swinging gaslight. Soon he walked to the bed and began to tear the sheets into strips. With the blade of his knife, he drove them tightly into every crevice around window and door. When all was snug and taut, he turned out the light, turned the gas full on again, and laid himself gratefully upon the bed. It was Mrs. McCool's night to go with the can for beer, so she fetched it and sat with Mrs. Purdy in one of those subterranean retreats where housekeepers foregather and the worm dieth seldom.
I rented out my 3rd floor back this evening, said Miss Purdy, across a fine circle of foam. A young man took it. He went up to bed 2 hours ago. Now did you, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am? Said Mrs. McCool with intense admiration. And did you tell him then? She concluded in a husky whisper, laden with mystery. Rooms, said Mrs. Purdy in her furriest tones, are furnished for to rent. I did not tell him, Mrs. McCool. 'Tis right you are, ma'am. 'Tis by renting rooms we keep alive. Ye have the real sense for business, ma'am. There be many people who will reject the renting of a room if they be told a suicide has been after dying in the bed of it. As you say, we has to make our living to be making, remarked Mrs. Purdy. Yes, ma'am, 'tis true. 'Tis just one way could go this day I helped you lay out a 3rd floor back. Oh, a pretty slip of Colleen she was to be killing herself with a gas. A sweet little face she had, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am. She'd have been called handsome, as you say, said Mrs. Purdy, assenting but critical. But for that mole she had growing by her left eyebrow. Do fill up your glass again, Mrs. McCool.
I saw a month or 2 ago in an Italian paper that the Villa Casana in which I had once stayed had been pulled down and that a manufactory of some sort was in process of erection on its site. There is therefore no longer any reason for refraining from writing of those things which I myself saw, or imagined I saw, in a certain room and on a certain landing of the villa in question, nor from mentioning the circumstances which followed, which may or may not, according to the opinion of the reader, throw some light on or be somehow connected with this experience. The Villa Casana was in all ways but one a perfectly delightful house, yet, if it were standing now, nothing in the world, and I use the phrase in its literal sense, would induce me to set foot in it again, for I believe it to have been haunted in a very terrible and practical manner. Most ghosts, when all is said and done, do not do much harm. They may perhaps terrify, but the person whom they visit usually gets over their visitation. They may, on the other hand, be entirely friendly and beneficent. But the appearances in the Villa Casana were not beneficent, and had they made their visit in a very slightly different manner,
I do not suppose I should have gotten over it any more than Arthur Inglis did. The house stood on an ilex-clad hill on the Italian Riviera, looking out over the iridescent blues of that enchanted sea, which behind it rose the pale green chestnut woods that climb up the hillsides till they give place to the pines that, black in contrast with them, crown the slopes. All round it, the garden in the luxuriance of mid-spring bloomed and was fragrant, and the scent of magnolia and rose, borne on the salt freshness of the winds from the sea, flowed like a stream through the cool, vaulted rooms. On the ground floor, a broad-pillared loggia ran round 3 sides of the house, the top of which formed a balcony for certain rooms of the first floor. The main staircase, broad and of grey marble steps, led up from the hall to the landing outside these rooms, which were 3 in number, namely, 2 big sitting rooms and a bedroom arranged en suite. The latter was unoccupied. The sitting rooms were in use. From these, the main staircase was continued to the second floor, where were situated certain bedrooms, one of which I occupied, while from the other side of the first floor landing, some half-dozen steps led to another suite of rooms, where, at the time I am speaking of, Arthur Inglis, the artist, had his bedroom and studio. Thus, the landing outside my bedroom at the top of the house commanded both the landing of the first floor and also the steps that led to Inglis's rooms. Jim Stanley and his wife, finally, whose guest I was, occupied rooms in another wing of the house, where also were the servants' quarters. I arrived just in time for lunch on a brilliant noon of mid-May. The garden was shouting with color and fragrance, and not less delightful after my broiling walk up from the marina should have been the coming from the reverberating heat and blaze of the day into the marble coolness of the villa. Only, the reader has my bare word for this and nothing more, the moment I set foot in the house, I felt that something was wrong. This feeling, I may say, was quite vague, though very strong, and I remember that when I saw letters waiting for me on the table in the hall, I felt certain that the explanation was here. I was convinced that there was bad news of some sort for me. Yet when I opened them, I found no such explanation of my premonition. My correspondence all reeked of prosperity. Yet this clear miscarriage of a presentiment did not dissipate my uneasiness. In that cool, fragrant house, there was something wrong. I am at great pains to mention this because to the general view, it may explain that though I am as a rule so excellent a sleeper that the extinction of my light on getting into bed is apparently contemporaneous with being called on the following morning, I slept very badly on my first night in the Villa Casana. It may also explain the fact that when I did sleep, if it indeed was in sleep that I saw what I thought I saw, I dreamed in a very vivid and original manner. Original, that is to say, in the sense that something that, as far as I knew, had never previously entered into my consciousness, usurped it then. But since, in addition to this evil premonition, certain words and events occurring during the rest of the day might have suggested something of what I thought happened that night, it will be well to relate them. After lunch, then, I went round the house with Mrs. Stanley, and during our tour she referred, it is true, to the unoccupied bedroom on the first floor, which opened out of the room where we had lunched. We left that unoccupied, she said, because Jim and I have a charming bedroom and dressing room, as you saw, in the wing, and if we used it ourselves, we should have to turn the dining room into a dressing room and have our meals downstairs. As it is, however, we have our little flat there. Arthur Inglis has his little flat in the other passage, and I remembered, aren't I extraordinary, that you once said that the higher up you were in a house, the better you were pleased. So I put you at the top of the house instead of giving you that room. It is true that a doubt, vague as my uneasy premonition, crossed my mind at this. I did not see why Mrs. Stanley should have explained all this, if there had not been more to explain. I allow, therefore, that the thought that there was something to explain about the unoccupied bedroom was momentarily present to my mind. The second thing that may have borne on my dream was this. At dinner, the conversation turned for a moment on ghosts. Inglis, with a certainty of conviction, expressed his belief that anybody who could possibly believe in the existence of supernatural phenomena was unworthy of the name of an ass. The subject instantly dropped. As far as I can recollect, nothing else occurred or was said that could bear on what follows. We all went to bed rather early, and personally I yawned my way upstairs, feeling hideously sleepy. My room was rather hot, and I threw all the windows wide, and from without poured in the white light of the moon and the love song of many nightingales. I undressed quickly and got into bed, but though I had felt so sleepy before, I now felt extremely wide awake. But I was quite content to be awake. I did not toss or turn. I felt perfectly happy listening to the song and seeing the light. Then, it is possible, I may have gone to sleep, and what follows may have been a dream. I thought, anyhow, that after a time the nightingales ceased singing and the moon sank. I thought also that if, for some unexplained reason, I was going to lie awake all night, I might as well read, and I remembered that I had left a book in which I was interested in the dining room of the first floor. So I got out of bed, lit a candle, and went downstairs. I went into the room, saw on a side table the book I had come to look for, and then, simultaneously, saw that the door into the unoccupied bedroom was opened. A curious gray light, not of dawn nor of moonshine, came out of it, and I looked in. The bed stood just opposite the door, a big four-poster hung with tapestry at the head. Then I saw that the grayish light of the bedroom came from the bed, or rather, from what was on the bed, for it was covered with great caterpillars, a foot or more in length, which crawled all over it. They were faintly luminous, and it was the light from them that showed me the room. Instead of the sucker feet of ordinary caterpillars, they had rows of pincers like crabs, and they moved by grasping what they lay on with their pincers, and then sliding their bodies forward. In color, these dreadful insects were yellowish-gray, and they were covered with irregular lumps and swellings. There must have been hundreds of them, for they formed a sort of writhing, crawling pyramid on the bed. Occasionally, one fell off onto the floor with a soft, fleshy thud, and though the floor was of hard concrete, it yielded to the pincer feet as if it had been putty, and, crawling back, the caterpillar would mount onto the bed again to rejoin its fearful companions. They appeared to have no faces, so to speak, but at one end of them there was a mouth that opened sideways in respiration. Then, as I looked, it seemed to me as if they all suddenly became conscious of my presence. All the mouths, at any rate, were turned in my direction, and the next moment they began dropping off the bed with those soft, fleshy thuds onto the floor and wriggling towards me. For 1 second, a paralysis as of a dream was on me, but the next, I was running upstairs again to my room, and I remember feeling the cold of the marble steps on my bare feet. I rushed into my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, and then, I was certainly wide awake now, I found myself standing by my bed with the sweat of terror pouring from me. The noise of the banged door still rang in my ears, but as would have been more usual if this had been mere nightmare, the terror that had been mine when I saw those foul beasts crawling about the bed or dropping softly onto the floor did not cease then. Awake now, if dreaming before, I did not at all recover from the horror of the dream. It did not seem to me that I had dreamed, and, until dawn, I sat or stood, not daring to lie down, thinking that every rustle or movement that I had heard was the approach of the caterpillars. To them and the claws that bit into the cement, the wood of the door was child's play. Steel would not keep them out. But with the sweet and noble return of the day, the horror vanished. The nameless fear, whatever it was smoothed out and terrified me no longer. Dawn broke, hueless at first, then it grew dove-colored, then the flaming pageant of light spread over the sky. The admirable rule of the house was that everybody had breakfast where and when he pleased, and in consequence it was not till lunchtime that I met any of the other members of our party, since I had breakfast on my balcony, and wrote letters and other things till lunch. In fact, I got down to that meal rather late, after the other three had begun. Between my knife and fork there was a small pill box of cardboard, and as I sat down, Inglis spoke. "Do look at that," he said. "Since you are interested in natural history, I found it crawling on my counterpane last night, and I don't know what it is." I think that before I opened the pillbox, I expected something of the sort which I found in it. Inside it, anyhow, was a small caterpillar. It was extremely active, and hurried round the box this way and that. Its feet were unlike the feet of any caterpillar I ever saw. They were like the pincers of a crab. I looked and shut the lid down again. "No, I don't know it," I said, "but it looks rather unwholesome. What are you going to do with it?" "Oh, I shall keep it," said Inglis. "It has begun to spin. I want to see what sort of a moth it turns into." I opened the book again and saw that these hurrying movements were indeed the beginning of the spinning of the web of its cocoon. Then Inglis spoke again. "It has got funny feet, too," he said. "They're like crab's pincers. What's the Latin for crab?" "Oh, yes, cancer. So, in case it is unique, let's christen it Cancer Inglisensis." Then something happened in my brain. Some momentary piecing together of all that I had seen or dreamed. Something in his words seemed to me to throw light on it all, and my own intense horror at the experience of the night before linked itself onto what he had just said. In effect, I took the box and threw it, caterpillar and all, out of the window. There was a gravel path just outside, and beyond it, a fountain playing in the basin. The box fell onto the middle of this. Inglis laughed. "So the students of the occult don't like solid facts," he said. "My poor caterpillar." The talk went off again at once onto other subjects, and I have only given in detail, as they happened, these trivialities in order to be sure myself that I have recorded everything that could have borne on occult subjects or on the subject of caterpillars. But at the moment when I threw the pillbox into the fountain, I lost my head. My only excuse is that, as is probably plain, the tenant of it was, in miniature, exactly what I had seen crowded onto the bed in the unoccupied room. And though the translation of those phantoms into flesh and blood, or whatever it is the caterpillars are made of, ought perhaps to have relieved the horror of the night, as a matter of fact, it did nothing of the kind. It only made the crawling pyramid that covered the bed in the unoccupied room more hideously real. After lunch, we spent a lazy hour or two strolling about the garden or sitting in the loggia, and it must have been about 4 o'clock when Stanley and I started off to bathe down the path that led by the fountain into which I had thrown the pillbox. The water was shallow and clear, and at the bottom of it I saw its white remains. The water had disintegrated the cardboard, and it had become no more than a few strips and shreds of sodden paper. The center of the fountain was a marble Italian Cupid, which squirted the water out of a wineskin held under its arm, and crawling up its leg was the caterpillar. Strange and scarcely credible as it seemed, it must have survived the falling to bits of its prison, and made its way to shore, and there it was, out of arm's reach, weaving and waving this way and that as it evolved its cocoon. Then, as I looked at it, it seemed to me again that, like the caterpillar I had seen last night, it saw me, and breaking out of the threads that surrounded it, it crawled down the marble leg of the Cupid and began swimming like a snake across the water of the fountain towards me. It came with extraordinary speed. The fact of a caterpillar being able to swim was new to me, and in another moment was crawling up the marble lip of the basin. Just then Inglis joined us. "Why, if it isn't that old Cancer Inglisensis again," he said, catching sight of the beast. "What a tearing hurry it is in!" We were standing side by side on the path, and when the caterpillar had advanced to within about a yard of us, it stopped and began waving again, as if in doubt as to the direction in which it should go. Then it appeared to make up its mind, and crawled onto Inglis's shoe. "It likes me best," he said, "but I don't really know that I like it. And as it won't drown, I think perhaps—" He shook it off his shoe onto the gravel path and trod on it. All afternoon, the air got heavier and heavier with the sirocco that was without doubt coming up from the south. And that night, again, I went up to bed feeling very sleepy. But below my drowsiness, so to speak, there was the consciousness, stronger than before, that there was something wrong in the house, that something dangerous was close at hand. But I fell asleep at once, and, how long after, I do not know, either woke or dreamed I awoke, feeling that I must get up at once, or I should be too late. Then, dreaming or awake, I lay and fought this fear, telling myself that I was but the prey of my own nerves, disordered by sirocco and whatnot, and at the same time quite clearly knowing in another part of my mind, so to speak, that every moment's delay added to the danger. At last, this second feeling became irresistible, and I put on coat and trousers and went out of my room onto the landing. And then I saw that I had already delayed too long, and that I was now too late. The whole of the landing of the first floor below was invisible under the swarm of caterpillars that crawled there. The folding doors into the sitting room from which opened the bedroom where I had seen them last night was shut, but they were squeezing through the cracks of it and dropping one by one through the keyhole, elongating themselves into mere string as they passed, and growing fat and lumpy again on emerging. Some, as if exploring, were nosing about the steps into the passage at the end of which were Inglis's rooms. Others were crawling on the lowest steps of the staircase that led up to where I stood. The landing, however, was completely covered with them. I was cut off. And of the frozen horror that seized me when I saw that, I can give no idea in words. Then, at last, a general movement began to take place, and they grew thicker on the steps that led to Inglis's room. Gradually, like some hideous tide of flesh, they advanced along the passage, and I saw the foremost, visible by the pale green luminescence that came from them, reach his door. Again and again I tried to shout and warn him in terror all the time that they would turn at the sound of my voice and mount my stair instead, but for all my efforts, I felt that no sound came from my throat. They crawled along the hinge crack of his door, passing through as they had done before, and still I stood there, making impotent efforts to shout to him, to bid him escape while there was time. At last, the passage was completely empty. They had all gone, and that moment I was conscious for the first time of the cold of the marble landing on which I stood barefooted. The dawn was just beginning to break in the eastern sky. 6 months after, I met Mrs. Stanley in a country house in England. We talked on many subjects, and at last she said, "I don't think I've seen you since I got that dreadful news about Arthur Inglis a month ago." "I haven't heard," said I. "No? He has got cancer. They don't even advise an operation, for there is no hope of a cure. He is riddled with it, the doctors say." Now, during all these 6 months, I do not think a day had passed on which I had not had in my mind the dreams, or whatever you like to call them, which I had seen in the Villa Casana. "It is awful, is it not?" she continued. "And I feel, I can't help feeling, that he may have—" "Caught it at the villa?" I asked. She looked at me in blank surprise. "Why did you say that?" she asked. "How did you know?" Then she told me. In the unoccupied bedroom a year before, there had been a fatal case of cancer. She had, of course, taken the best advice and had been told that the utmost dictates of prudence would be obeyed so long as she did not put anybody to sleep in the room, which had also been thoroughly disinfected and newly whitewashed and painted. But
it is probable that everybody who is at all a constant dreamer has had at least one experience of an event or a sequence of circumstances which have come to mind in sleep being subsequently realized in the material world. But, in my opinion, so far from this being a strange thing, it would be far odder if this fulfillment did not occasionally happen, since our dreams are, as a rule, concerned with people whom we know and places with which we are familiar, such as might very naturally occur in the awake and daylit world. True, these dreams are often broken into by some absurd and fantastic incident, which puts them out of court in regard to their subsequent fulfillment, but on the mere calculation of chances, it does not appear in the least unlikely that a dream imagined by anyone who dreams constantly should occasionally come true. Not long ago, for instance, I experienced such a fulfillment of a dream, which seems to me in no way remarkable and to have no kind of psychical significance. The manner of it was as follows. A certain friend of mine, living abroad, is amiable enough to write to me about once in a fortnight. Thus, when 14 days or thereabouts have elapsed since I have last heard from him, my mind, probably, either consciously or subconsciously, is expectant of a letter from him. One night last week, I dreamed that as I was going upstairs to dress for dinner, I heard, as I often heard, the sound of the postman's knock on my front door, and diverted my direction downstairs instead. There, among other correspondence, was a letter from him. Thereafter the fantastic entered, for on opening it I found inside the ace of diamonds, and scribbled across it in his well-known handwriting, "I am sending you this for safe custody, as you know it is running an unreasonable risk to keep aces in Italy." The next evening I was just preparing to go upstairs to dress when I heard the postman's knock, and did precisely as I had done in my dream. There, among other letters, was one from my friend, only it did not contain the ace of diamonds. Had it done so, I should have attached more weight to the matter, which, as it stands, seems to me a perfectly ordinary coincidence. No doubt I consciously or subconsciously expected a letter from him, and this suggested to me my dream. Similarly, the fact that my friend had not written to me for a fortnight suggested to him that he should do so. But occasionally it is not so easy to find such an explanation, and for the following story I can find no explanation at all. It came out of the dark, and into the dark it has gone again. All my life I have been a habitual dreamer. The nights are few, that is to say, when I do not find on awaking in the morning that some mental experience has been mine, and sometimes, all night long, apparently, a series of the most dazzling adventures befall me. Almost without exception, these adventures are pleasant, though often merely trivial. It is of an exception that I am going to speak. It was when I was about 16 that a certain dream first came to me, and this is how it befell. It opened with my being set down at the door of a big red brick house where, I understand, I was going to stay. The servant who opened the door told me that tea was being served in the garden, and led me through a low, dark-paneled hall with a large open fireplace on to a cheerful green lawn set round with flower beds. There were grouped around the tea table a small party of people, but they were all strangers to me except one, who was a schoolfellow called Jack Stone, clearly the son of the house, and he introduced me to his mother and father and a couple of sisters. I was, I remember, somewhat astonished to find myself here, for the boy in question was scarcely known to me, and I rather disliked what I knew of him. Moreover, he had left school nearly a year before. The afternoon was very hot, and an intolerable oppression reigned. On the far side of the lawn ran a red-bricked wall, with an iron gate in its center, outside which stood a walnut tree. We sat in the shadow of the house opposite a row of long windows, inside which I could see a table with cloth laid, glimmering with glass and silver. This garden front of the house was very long, and at one end of it stood a tower of 3 stories, which looked to me much older than the rest of the building. Before long, Mrs. Stone, who, like the rest of the party, had sat in absolute silence, said to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Quite inexplicably, my heart sank at her words. I felt as if I had known that I should have the room in the tower, and that it contained something dreadful and significant. Jack instantly got up, and I understood that I had to follow him. In silence, we passed through the hall, and mounted a great oak staircase with many corners, and arrived at a small landing with 2 doors set in it. He pushed one of these open for me to enter, and without coming in himself, closed it after me. Then I knew that my conjecture had been right. There was something awful in the room, and with the terror of nightmare growing swiftly and enveloping me, I awoke in a spasm of terror. Now, that dream, or variations on it, occurred to me intermittently for 15 years. Most often it came in exactly this form: the arrival, the tea laid out on the lawn, the deadly silence succeeded by that one deadly sentence, the mounting with Jack Stone up to the room in the tower where horror dwelt. And it always came to a close in the nightmare of terror at that which was in the room, though I never saw what it was. At other times I experienced variations on this same theme. Occasionally, for instance, we would be sitting at dinner in the dining room, into the windows of which I had looked on the first night when the dream of this house visited me. But wherever we were, there was the same silence, the same sense of dreadful oppression and foreboding. And the silence I knew would always be broken by Mrs. Stone saying to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." Upon which, this was invariable, I had to follow him up the dark staircase with many corners, and enter the place that I dreaded more and more each time that I visited it in my sleep. Or, again, I would find myself playing cards still in silence in a drawing room lit with immense chandeliers that gave a blinding illumination. What the game was, I have no idea. What I remember, with a sense of miserable anticipation, was that soon Mrs. Stone would get up and say to me, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." This drawing room where we played cards was next to the dining room, and, as I have said, was always brilliantly illuminated, whereas the rest of the house was full of dusk and shadows. And yet, how often, in spite of those bouquets of light, have I not pored over the cards that were dealt me, scarcely able for some reason to see them. Their designs, too, were strange. There were no red suits, but all were black, and among them were certain cards which were black all over. I hated and dreaded those. As this dream continued to recur, I got to know the greater part of the house. There was a smoking room beyond the drawing room, and at the end of the passage with a green baize door. It was always very dark there, and as often as I went there, I passed somebody whom I could not see in the doorway coming out. Curious developments, too, took place in the characters that peopled the dream, as might happen to living persons. Mrs. Stone, for instance, who, when I first saw her, had been black-haired, became gray, and instead of rising briskly as she had done at first when she said, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower," got up very feebly, as if the strength was leaving her limbs. Jack also grew up, and became a rather ill-looking young man with a brown mustache, while one of the sisters ceased to appear, and I understood she was married. Then it so happened that I was not visited by this dream for 6 months or more, and I began to hope, In such inexplicable dread did I hold it, that it had passed away for good. But one night after this interval, I again found myself being shown out onto the lawn for tea, and Mrs. Stone was not there, while the others were all dressed in black. At once I guessed the reason, and my heart leaped at the thought that perhaps this time I should not have to sleep in the room in the tower, and though we usually all sat in silence, on this occasion the sense of relief made me talk and laugh as I had never yet done. But even then matters were not altogether comfortable, for no one else spoke, but they all looked secretly at each other, and soon the foolish stream of my talk ran dry, and gradually an apprehension worse than anything I had previously known gained on me as the light slowly faded. Suddenly, a voice which I knew well broke the stillness, the voice of Mrs. Stone, saying, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." It seemed to come from near the gate in the red brick wall that bounded the lawn, and looking up, I saw that the grass outside was sown thick with gravestones. A curious, grayish light shone from them, and I could read the lettering on the grave nearest me, and it was, "In evil memory of Julia Stone." And, as usual, Jack got up, and again I followed him through the hall and up the staircase with many corners. On this occasion it was darker than usual, and when I passed into the room in the tower, I could only just see the furniture, the position of which was already familiar to me. Also, there was a dreadful odor of decay in the room, and I woke screaming. The dream, with such variations and developments as I have mentioned, went on at intervals for 15 years. Sometimes I would dream it 2 or 3 nights in succession. Once, as I have said, there was an intermission of 6 months, but taking a reasonable average, I should say that I dreamed it quite as often as once in a month. It had, as is plain, something of nightmare about it, since it always ended in the same appalling terror, which so far from getting less, seemed to me to gather fresh fear every time I experienced it. There was, too, a strange and dreadful consistency about it. The characters in it, as I have mentioned, got regularly older. Death and marriage visited this silent family, and I never, in the dream, after Mrs. Stone had died, set eyes on her again. But it was always her voice that told me that the room in the tower was prepared for me, and whether we had tea out on the lawn or the scene was laid in one of the rooms overlooking it, I could always see her gravestone standing just outside the iron gate. It was the same, too, with the married daughter. Usually she was not present, but once or twice she returned again in company with a man whom I took to be her husband. He, too, like the rest of them, was always silent, but owing to the constant repetition of the dream, I had ceased to attach, in my waking hours, any significance to it. I never met Jack Stone again during all those years, nor did I ever see a house that resembled this dark house of my dream. And then something happened. I had been in London in this year, up till the end of the July, and during the first week in August, went down to stay with a friend in a house he had taken for the summer months in the Ashdown Forest district of Sussex. I left London early, for John Clinton was to meet me at Forest Row Station, and we were going to spend the day golfing and go to his house in the evening. He had his motor with him, and we set off about 5 of the afternoon after a thoroughly delightful day for the drive, the distance being some 10 miles. As it was still so early, we did not have tea at the clubhouse, but waited till we should get home. As we drove, the weather, which up till then had been, though hot, deliciously fresh, seemed to me to alter in quality and become very stagnant and oppressive, and I felt that indefinable sense of ominous apprehension that I am accustomed to before thunder. John, however, did not share my views, attributing my loss of lightness to the fact that I had lost both my matches. Events proved, however, that I was right, though I do not think that the thunderstorm that broke that night was the sole cause of my depression. Our way lay through deep, high-banked lanes, and before we had gone very far I fell asleep, and was only awakened by the stopping of the motor, and with a sudden thrill, partly of fear, but chiefly of curiosity, I found myself standing in the doorway of my house of dream. We went, I half wondering whether or not I was dreaming still, through a low oak-paneled hall and out onto the lawn where tea was laid in the shadow of the house. It was set in flower beds, a red brick wall with a gate in it bounded one side, and out beyond that was a space of rough grass with a walnut tree. The facade of this house was very long, and at one end stood a 3-storied tower markedly older than the rest. Here, for the moment, all resemblance to the repeated dream ceased. There was no silent and somehow terrible family, but a large assembly of exceedingly cheerful persons, all of whom were known to me. And in spite of the horror with which the dream itself had always filled me, I felt nothing of it now that the scene of it was thus reproduced before me. But I felt intensest curiosity as to what was going to happen. Tea pursued its cheerful course, and before long Mrs. Clinton got up, and at that moment I think I knew what she was going to say. She spoke to me, and what she said was, "Jack will show you your room. I have given you the room in the tower." At that, for half a second, the horror of the dream took hold of me again. But it quickly passed, and again I felt nothing more than the most intense curiosity. It was not very long before it was amply satisfied. John turned to me. "Right up at the top of the house," he said, "but I think you'll be comfortable. We are absolutely full up. Would you like to go and see it now? By Jove, I believe that you are right, and that we are going to have a thunderstorm. How dark it has become." I got up and followed him. We passed through the hall and up the perfectly familiar staircase. Then he opened the door, and I went in. And at that moment, sheer unreasoning terror again possessed me. I did not know what I feared. I simply feared. Then, like a sudden recollection, when one remembers a name which has long escaped the memory, I knew what I feared. I feared Mrs. Stone, whose grave with the sinister inscription, "In evil memory," I had so often seen in my dream, just beyond the lawn which lay below my window. And then, once more, the fear passed so completely that I wondered what there was to fear, and I found myself, sober and quiet and sane, in the room in the tower, the name of which I had so often heard in my dream, and the scene of which was so familiar. I looked around it with a certain sense of proprietorship, and found that nothing had been changed from the dreaming nights in which I knew it so well. Just to the left of the door was the bed, lengthways along the wall, with the head of it in the angle. In a line with it was the fireplace and a small bookcase. Opposite the door, the outer wall was pierced by 2 lattice-paned windows, between which stood the dressing table, while ranged along the 4th wall was the washing stand and a big cupboard. My luggage had already been unpacked, for the furniture of dressing and undressing lay orderly on the washstand and toilet table, while my dinner clothes were spread out on the coverlet of the bed. And then, with a sudden start of unexplained dismay, I saw that there were 2 rather conspicuous objects which I had not seen before in my dreams. One, a life-sized oil painting of Mrs. Stone, the other a black and white sketch of Jack Stone, representing him as he had appeared to me only a week before in the last of the series of these repeated dreams, a rather secret and evil-looking man of about 30. His picture hung between the windows, looking straight across the room to the other portrait which hung at the side of the bed. At that I looked next, and as I looked, I felt once more the horror of nightmare seize me. It represented Mrs. Stone as I had seen her last in my dreams, old and withered and white-haired. But in spite of the evident feebleness of body, a dreadful exuberance and vitality shone through the envelope of flesh, an exuberance wholly malign, a vitality that foamed and frothed with unimaginable evil. Evil beamed from the narrow, leering eyes. It laughed in the demon-like mouth. The whole face was instinct with some secret and appalling mirth. The hands clasped together on the knee seemed shaking with suppressed and nameless glee. Then I saw also that it was signed in the left-hand bottom corner, and wondering who the artist could be, I looked more closely and read the inscription, Julia Stone, by Julia Stone. There came a tap at the door, and John Clinton entered. "Got everything you want?" he asked. "Rather more than I want," said I, pointing to the picture. He laughed. "Hard-featured old lady," he said. "By herself, too, I remember. Anyhow, she can't have flattered herself much." "But don't you see?" said I. "It's scarcely a human face at all. It's the face of some witch, of some devil." He looked at it more closely. "Yes, it isn't very pleasant," he said. "Scarcely a bedside manner, eh? Yes, I can imagine getting the nightmare if I went to sleep with that close by my bed. I'll have it taken down if you like." "I really wish you would," I said. He rang the bell, and with the help of a servant, we detached the picture and carried it out onto the landing and put it with its face to the wall. "By Jove, the old lady is a weight," said John, mopping his forehead. "I wonder if she had something on her mind." The extraordinary weight of the picture had struck me, too. I was about to reply when I caught sight of my own hand. There was blood on it, in considerable quantities, covering the whole palm. "I've cut myself somehow," said I. John gave a little startled exclamation. "Why, I have too," he said. Simultaneously, the footman took out his handkerchief and wiped his hand with it. I saw that there was blood also on his handkerchief. John and I went back into the tower room and washed the blood off, but neither on his hand nor on mine was there the slightest trace of a scratch or cut. It seemed to me that, having ascertained this, we both, by a sort of tacit consent, did not allude to it again. Something in my case had dimly occurred to me that I did not wish to think about. It was but a conjecture, but I fancied that I knew the same thing had occurred to him. The heat and oppression of the air, for the storm we had expected was still undischarged, increased very much after dinner, and for some time most of the party, among whom were John Clinton and myself, sat outside on the path bounding the lawn where we had had tea. The night was absolutely dark, and no twinkle of star or moon ray could penetrate the pall of cloud that overset the sky. By degrees our assembly thinned. The women went up to bed, men dispersed to the smoking or billiard room, and by 11 o'clock my host and I were the only two left. All the evening I thought that he had something on his mind, and as soon as we were alone, he spoke. "The man who helped us with the picture had blood on his hand, too. Did you notice?" he said. "I asked him just now if he had cut himself, and he said he supposed he had, but that he could find no mark of it. Now where did that blood come from? By dint of telling myself that I was not going to think about it, I had succeeded in not doing so, and I did not want, especially just at bedtime, to be reminded of it. I don't know, said I, and I don't really care so long as the picture of Mrs. Stone is not by my bed. He got up. But it's odd, he said. Now you'll see another odd thing. A dog of his, an Irish Terrier by breed, had come out of the house as we talked. The door behind us into the hall was open, and a bright oblong of light shone across the lawn to the iron gate which led on to the rough grass outside where the walnut tree stood. I saw that the dog had all his hackles up, bristling with rage and fright. His lips were curled back from his teeth, as if he were ready to spring at something, and he was growling to himself. He took not the slightest notice of his master or me, but stiffly and tensely walked across the grass to the iron gate. There he stood for a moment, looking through the bars and still growling. Then, of a sudden, his courage seemed to desert him. He gave one long howl and scuttled back to the house with a curious crouching sort of movement. He does that 6 times a day, said John. He sees something which he both hates and fears. I walked to the gate and looked over it. Something was moving on the grass outside, and soon a sound which I could not instantly identify came to my ears. Then I remembered what it was. It was the purring of a cat. I lit a match and saw the purrer, a big blue Persian, walking round and round in a little circle just outside the gate, stepping high and ecstatically, with tail carried aloft like a banner. Its eyes were bright and shining, and every now and then it put its head down and sniffed at the grass. I laughed. The end of that mystery, I am afraid, I said. Here's a large cat having Walpurgis night all alone. Yes, that's Darius, said John. He spends half the day and all night there. But that's not the end of the dog mystery, for Toby and he are the best of friends, but the beginning of the cat mystery. What's the cat doing there? And why is Darius pleased, while Toby is terror-stricken? At that moment, I remembered the rather horrible detail of my dreams when I saw through the gate, just where the cat was now, the white tombstone with the sinister inscription. But before I could answer, the rain began, as suddenly and heavily as if a tap had been turned on, and simultaneously the big cat squeezed through the bars of the gate and came leaping across the lawn to the house for shelter. Then it sat in the doorway, looking out eagerly into the dark. It spat and struck at John with its paw as he pushed it in order to close the door. Somehow, with the portrait of Julia Stone in the passage outside, the room in the tower had absolutely no alarm for me, and as I went to bed, feeling very sleepy and heavy, I had nothing more than interest for the curious incident about our bleeding hands and the conduct of the cat and dog. The last thing I looked at before I put out my light was the square, empty space by my bed where the portrait had been. Here, the paper was of its original full tint of dark red. Over the rest of the walls, it had faded. Then I blew out my candle and instantly fell asleep. My awaking was equally instantaneous, and I sat bolt upright in bed under the impression that some bright light had been flashed in my face, though it was now absolutely pitch dark. I knew exactly where I was, in the room which I had dreaded in dreams, but no horror that I ever felt when asleep approached the fear that now invaded and froze my brain. Immediately after, a peal of thunder crackled just above the house, but the probability that it was only a flash of lightning which awoke me gave no reassurance to my galloping heart. Something, I knew, was in the room with me, and instinctively I put out my right hand, which was nearest the wall, to keep it away. And my hand touched the edge of a picture frame hanging close to me. I sprang out of bed, upsetting the small table that stood by it, and I heard my watch, candle, and matches clatter onto the floor. But for the moment there was no need of light, for a blinding flash leaped out of the clouds and showed me that by my bed again hung the picture of Mrs. Stone. And instantly the room went into blackness again. But in that flash I saw another thing also, namely a figure that leaned over the end of my bed, watching me. It was dressed in some close-clinging white garment, spotted and stained with mold, and the face was that of the portrait. Overhead, the thunder cracked and roared, and when it had ceased and a deathly stillness succeeded, I heard a rustle of movement coming nearer me, and, more horrible yet, perceived an odor of corruption and decay. And then a hand was laid on the side of my neck, and close beside my ear I heard quick taken, eager breathing. Yet I knew that this thing, though it could be perceived by touch, by smell, by eye, and by ear, was still not of this earth, but something that had passed out of the body and had power to make itself manifest. Then a voice, already familiar to me, spoke. "I knew you would come to the room in the tower," it said. "I have been long waiting for you. At last you have come. Tonight I shall feast. Before long we will feast together." And the quick breathing came closer to me. I could feel it on my neck. At that, the terror, which I think had paralyzed me for the moment, gave way to the wild instinct of self-preservation. I hit wildly with both arms, kicking out at the same moment, and heard a little animal squeal, and something soft dropped with a thud beside me. I took a couple of steps forward, nearly tripping up over whatever it was that lay there, and by the merest good luck found the handle of the door. In another second, I ran out on the landing and had banged the door behind me. Almost at the same moment, I heard a door open somewhere below, and John Clinton, candle in hand, came running upstairs. "What is it?" he said. "I sleep just below you, and heard a noise as if... Good heavens! There's blood on your shoulder." I stood there, so he told me afterward, swaying from side to side, white as a sheet, with the mark on my shoulder, as if a hand covered with blood had been laid there. "It's in there," I said, pointing. "She, you know. The portrait is in there, too, hanging up on the place we took it from." At that, he laughed. "My dear fellow, this is mere nightmare," he said. He pushed by me and opened the door, I standing there simply inert with terror, unable to stop him, unable to move. "Phew, what an awful smell," he said. Then there was silence. He had passed out of my sight behind the open door. Next moment he came out again, as white as myself, and instantly shut it. "Yes, the portrait's there," he said. "And on the floor is a thing spotted with earth, like what they bury people in. Come away, quick, come away." How I got downstairs I hardly know. An awful shuddering and nausea of the spirit rather than of the flesh had seized me, and more than once he had to place my feet upon the steps, while every now and then he cast glances of terror and apprehension up the stairs. But in time we came to his dressing room on the floor below, and there I told him what I have here described. The sequel can be made short. Indeed, some of my readers have perhaps already guessed what it was, if they remember that inexplicable affair of the churchyard at West Folly some 8 years ago, where an attempt was made 3 times to bury the body of a certain woman who had committed suicide. On each occasion, the coffin was found in the course of a few days, again protruding from the ground. After the third attempt, in order that the thing should not be talked about, the body was buried elsewhere in unconsecrated ground. Where it was buried was just outside the iron gate of the garden belonging to the house where this woman had lived. She had committed suicide in a room at the top of the tower in that house. Her name was Julia Stone. Subsequently, the body was again secretly dug up, and the coffin was found to be full of blood.
I had been at the new Briar Cliff Sanitarium nearly 3 weeks before I actually saw the house. Every morning as I lay abed after the nurse had taken my temperature, I wondered what was beyond the copse of fir and spruce at the turn of the road. The picture seemed incomplete without chimneys rising among the evergreens. I thought about it so much, I finally convinced myself that there really was a house in the wood. A house where people lived and worked and were happy. All during the long, trying days when I was learning to navigate a wheelchair, I used to picture the house and the people who lived in it. There would be a father, I was sure. A stout, good-natured father, somewhat bald, who sat on the porch and smoked a cob pipe in the evening. And there was a mother, too, a waistless, plaid-skirted mother, with hair smoothly parted over her forehead, who sat beside the father as he rocked and smoked, and who had a brown work-basket in her lap. She spread the stocking feet over her outstretched fingers, and her vigilant needle spied out and closed every hole with a cunning no mechanical loom could rival. Then there was the daughter. I was a little hazy in my conception of her, but I knew she was tall and slender as a hazel wand, and that her eyes were blue and wide and sympathetic. Picturing the house and its people became a favorite pastime with me during the time I was acquiring the art of walking all over again. By the time I was able to trust my legs on the road, I felt I knew my way to my vision friend's home as well as I knew the byways of my own parish, though I had, as yet, not set foot outside the sanitarium. Oddly enough, I chose the evening for my first long stroll. It was unusually warm for September in Maine, and some of the sturdier of the convalescents had been playing tennis during the afternoon. After dinner, they sat on the veranda, comparing notes on their respective cases of influenza, or matching experiences in appendicitis operations. After building the house bit by bit from my imagination, as a child pieces together a picture puzzle, I should have been bitterly disappointed if the woods had proved empty. Yet, when I reached the turn of the road and found my dream house a reality, I was almost afraid. Bit for bit and part for part, it was as I had visualized it. A long, rambling, comfortable-looking farmhouse it was, with a wide porch screened by vines, and a whitewashed picket fence about the little clearing before it. There was a tumble-down gate in the fence, one of the kind that is held shut with a weighted chain. Looking closely, I saw the weight was a disused plowshare. Leading from gate to porch was a path of flat stones, laid unevenly in the short grass, and bordered with a double row of clamshells. A lamp burned in the front room, sending out cheerful golden rays to meet the silver moonlight. A strange, eerie sensation came over me as I stood there. Somehow, I felt I had seen that part of the house before, many, many times before, yet I had never been in that part of Maine till I came to Briarcliff, nor had anyone ever described the place to me. Indeed, except for my idle dreams, I had had no intimation that there was a house in those pines at all.
"Who lives in the house at the turn of the road?" I asked the fat man who roomed next to me. He looked at me as blankly as if I had addressed him in a foreign tongue, then countered, "What road?" "Why, the South Road," I explained. "I mean, the house in the pines, just beyond the curve, you know." If such a thing had not been obviously absurd, I should have thought he looked frightened at my answer. Certainly his already prominent eyes started a bit further from his face. "Nobody lives there," he assured me. "Nobody's lived there for years. There isn't any house there." I became angry. What right had this fellow to make my civil question the occasion for an ill-timed jest? "As you please," I replied. "Perhaps there isn't any house there for you, but I saw one there last night." "My God!" he ejaculated, and hurried away as if I'd just told him I was infected with smallpox. Later in the day, I overheard a snatch of conversation between him and one of his acquaintances in the lounge. "I tell you, it's so," he was saying with great earnestness. "I thought it was all a lot of poppycock myself, but that clergyman saw it last night. I'm going to pack my traps and get back to the city, and not waste any time about it either." "Rats," his companion scoffed. "He must have been stringing you." Turning to light a cigar, he caught sight of me. "Say, Mr. Weatherby," he called, "you didn't mean to tell my friend here that you really saw a house down by those pines last night, did you?" "I certainly did," I answered. "And I tell you, too. There's nothing unusual about it, is there?" "Is there?" he repeated. "Is there? Say, what did it look like?" I described to him as well as I could, and his eyes grew as wide as those of a child hearing a story of Bluebeard. "See here," I demanded. "What's all the mystery about that farmhouse? Why shouldn't I see it? It's there to be seen, isn't it?" He gulped once or twice, as if there was something hot in his mouth, before he answered. "Look here, Mr. Weatherby, I'm telling you this for your own good. You'd better stay in on nights, and you'd better stay away from those pines in particular." Nonplussed at this unsolicited advice, I was about to ask an explanation when I detected the aftertang of whiskey on his breath. I understood then. I was being made the butt of a drunken joke. "I'm very much obliged, I'm sure," I replied with dignity, "but if you don't mind, I'll choose my own comings and goings." "Oh, go as far as you like." He waved his arms wide in token of my complete free agency. "Go as far as you like. I'm going to New York." And he did. The pair of them left the sanitarium that afternoon. A slight recurrence of my illness held me housebound for several days after my conversation with the two sportively inclined gentlemen, and the next time I ventured out at night the moon had waxed to the full, pouring a flood of light upon the earth that rivaled midday. The minutest objects were as readily distinguished as they would have been before sunset. In fact, I remember comparing the evening to a silver-plated noon. As I trudged along the road to the pine copse, I was busy formulating plans for intruding into the family circle at the farmhouse, devising all manner of pious frauds by which to scrape acquaintance. Shall I feign having lost my way and inquire direction to the sanitarium, or shall I ask if some mythical acquaintance, a John Squires, for instance, lives there? I asked myself as I neared the turn of the road. Fortunately for my conscience, all these subterfuges were unnecessary, for as I neared the whitewashed fence, a girl left the porch and walked quickly to the gate, where she stood gazing pensively along the moonlit road. It was almost as if she were coming to meet me, I thought, as I slackened my pace and assumed an air of deliberate casualness. Almost abreast of her, I lowered my cadence still more and looked directly at her. Then, I knew why my conception of the girl who lived in that house had been misty and indistinct. From the smoothly parted hair above her wide eyes to the hem of her white cotton frock, she was as beautiful as a Rossetti saint, as wonderful to the eye as a medieval poet's vision of his lost love in paradise. Her forehead, evenly framed in the beaten bronze of her hair, was wide and high, and startlingly white, and her brows were delicately penciled, as if laid on by an artist with a camel's hair brush. Her eyes were sweet and clear as forest pools mirroring the September sky, and lifted a little at the corners, giving her face a quaint but distinct look in the midst of these Maine woods. One of her hands rested lightly on the gate, as finely cut as a bit of Italian sculpture, and scarcely less white than the limed wood supporting it. I noticed idly that her forefinger was somewhat longer than the others, and that the nails were almond-shaped and very pink, almost red, as if they had been rouged and brightly polished. She looked at me as calm and unperturbed as though I had been non-existent. One might have thought I was an invisible wraith of the night. Mechanically, I raised my cap, and wholly without conscious volition, I heard my own voice asking, "May I trouble you for a drink from your well? I'm from the sanitarium, only a few days out of bed, in fact, and I fear I've overdone myself in my walk." A smile flitted across her wide lips, quick and sympathetic as a mother's response to her child's request, as she swung the gate open for me. "Surely," she answered, and her voice had all the sweetness of the south wind blowing through her native pines. "Surely you may drink at our well, and rest yourself too, if you wish." She preceded me up the path, quickening her pace as she neared the house, and running nimbly up the steps to the porch. From where I stood beside the old-fashioned well, fitted with windlass and bucket, I could hear the sound of whispering voices in earnest conversation. Hers I recognized, lowered though it was, by the flute-like purling of its tones. The other two were deeper and, it seemed to me, hoarse and throaty. Somehow, odd as it seemed, there was a queer, canine note in them, dimly reminding me of the muttering of not too friendly dogs. Such fractious growls as I had heard while doing missionary duty in Alaska, when the half-wolf Malamutes were not fed promptly at the relay stations. Her voice rose a thought higher, as if in argument, and I fancied I heard her whisper, "This one is mine. I tell you, mine. I'll brook no interference. Go to your own hunting." An instant more, and there was a reluctant, assenting growl from the shadow of the vines curtaining the porch, and a light laugh from the girl as she descended the steps, swinging a bright tin cup in her hand. For a second she looked at me as she sent the bucket plunging into the stone-curbed well. Then she announced, in explanation, "We're great hunters here, you know. The season is just in, and Dad and I have the worst quarrels about whose game is whose." The well was very deep, and my breath was coming fast by the time I had helped her wind the bucket rope upon the windlass. But the water was cold, as only spring-fed well water can be. As she poured it from the bucket, it shone almost like foam in the moonlight, and seemed to whisper with a half-human voice instead of gurgling as other water does when poured. I had drunk water in nearly every quarter of the globe, but never such water as that. Cold as the breath from a glacier, limpid as visualized air, it was yet so light and tasteless in substance that only the chill in my throat and the sight of the liquid in the cup told me I was doing more than going through the motions of drinking. "And now, will you rest?" she invited, as I finished my third draught.
We've an extra chair on the porch for you." Behind the screen of vines, I found her father and mother seated in the rays of the big kitchen lamp. They were just as I had expected to find them. Plain, homely, sincere country folk, courteous in their reception and anxious to make a sick stranger welcome. Both were stout, with the comfortable stoutness of middle age and good health, but both had surprisingly slender hands. I noticed, too, the same characteristic of an overlong forefinger was apparent in their hands as in their daughters', and that the nails of both were trimmed to points and stained almost a brilliant red. "My father, Mr. Squires," the girl introduced, "and my mother, Mrs. Squires." I could not repress a start. These people bore the very name I had casually thought to use when inquiring for some imaginary person. Luck had surely guided me away from that attempt to scrape an acquaintance. What a figure I should have cut if I had actually asked for Mr. Squires. Though I was not aware of it, my curious glance must have stayed longer on their reddened nails than I had intended, for Mrs. Squires looked deprecatingly at her hands. "We've all been turning in, putting up fox grapes." She included her husband and daughter with a comprehensive gesture. "And the stain just won't wash out. Has to wear off, you know." I spent, perhaps, 2 hours with my newfound friends, talking of everything from the best methods of potato culture to the surest way of landing a 9-pound bass. All three joined in the conversation and took a lively interest in the topics under discussion. After the vapid talk of the guests at the sanitarium, I found the simple, interested discourse of these country people as stimulating as wine, and when I left them it was with a hearty promise to renew my call at an early date. "Better wait until after dark," Mr. Squires warned. "We'd be glad to see you any time, but we're so busy these fall days, we haven't much time for company." I took the broad hint in the same friendly spirit it was given. It must have grown chillier than I realized while I sat there, for my new friend's hands were clay cold when I took them in mine at parting. Homeward bound, a whimsical thought struck me so suddenly I laughed aloud. There was something suggestive of the dog tribe about the Squires family, though I could not for the life of me say what it was. Even Mildred, the daughter, beautiful as she was, with her light eyes, her prominent nose, and her wide mouth, reminded me in some vague way of a silver collie I had owned as a boy. I struck a tassel of dried leaves from a cluster of weeds with my walking stick as I smiled at the fanciful conceit. The legend of the werewolves, those horrible monsters formed as men, but capable of assuming bestial shape at will and killing and eating their fellows, was as old as mankind's fear of the dark, but no mythology I had ever read contained a reference to dog people. Strange fancies strike us in the moonlight sometimes. September ripened to October, and the moon, which had been as round and bright as an exchange-worn coin when I first visited the Squire's house, waned as thin as a shaving from a silversmith's lathe. I became a regular caller at the house in the pines. Indeed, I grew to look forward to my nightly visits with these homely folks as a welcome relief from the tedious companionship of the over-sophisticated people at the sanitarium. My habit of slipping away shortly after dinner was the cause of considerable comment and no little speculation on the part of my fellow convalescents, some of whom set it down to the eccentricity which, to their minds, was the inevitable ally of a minister's vocation, while others were frankly curious. Snatches of conversation I overheard now and then led me to believe that the objective of my strolls was the subject of wagering, and the guarded questions put to me in an effort to solve the mystery became more and more annoying. I had no intention of taking any of them to the farmhouse with me. The Squires were my friends,
Their cheerful talk and unassuming manners were as delightful a contrast to the atmosphere of the sanitarium as a breath of mountain balsam after the fetid air of a hot house. But to the city-centered crowd at Briarcliff, they would have been only the objects of less than half-scornful patronage, the source of pitying amusement. It was Miss Leahy who pushed the impudent curiosity further than any of the rest, however. One evening, as I was setting out, she met me at the gate and announced her intention of going with me. "You must have found something dreadfully attractive to take you off every evening this way, Mr. Weatherby," she hazarded as she pursed her lips at me and caught step with my walk. "We girls really can't let some little country lass take you away from us, you know. We simply can't." I made no reply. I would not take her with me. To that I made up my mind. I would stop at the turn of the road, just out of the sight of the farmhouse, and cut across the fields. If she wanted to accompany me on a cross-country hike in high-heeled slippers, she was welcome to do so. Besides, she would tell the others that my wanderings were nothing more mysterious than nocturnal explorations of the nearby woods. Which bit of misinformation would satisfy the busybodies at Briarcliff and relieve me of the espionage to which I was subjected as well? I smiled grimly to myself as I pictured her climbing over fences and ditches in her flimsy frock and beaded pumps, and lengthened my stride toward the woods at the road's turn. We marched to the limits of the field bordering the squire's grove in silence. I thinking of the mild revenge I should soon wreak upon the little busybody at my side, Miss Leahy too intent on holding the pace I set to waste breath in conversation. As we neared the woods, she halted, an expression of worry, almost fear, coming over her face. "I don't believe I'll go any farther," she announced. "No?" I replied a trifle sarcastically. "And is your curiosity so easily satisfied?" "It's not that." She turned half round as if to retrace her steps. "But I'm afraid of those woods." "Indeed?" I queried. "And what is there to be afraid of? Bears or wildcats? I've been through them several times without seeing anything terrifying." Now that she had come this far, I was anxious to take her through the fields and underbrush. "No," Miss Leahy answered, a nervous quaver in her voice. "I'm not afraid of anything like that, but, I don't know what you call it. Pierre told me all about it the other day. Some kind of dreadful thing. Loop, something or other. It's a French word, and I can't remember it." I was puzzled. Pierre Girant was the ancient French-Canadian gardener at the sanitarium, and, like all doddering old men, would talk for hours to anyone who would listen. Also, like all habitants, he was full of the wild folklore his ancestors brought overseas with them generations ago. "What did Pierre tell you?" I asked. "Why, he said that years ago some terrible people lived in these woods. They had the only house for miles around, and travelers stopped there for the night sometimes. But no stranger was ever seen to leave that place once he went in. One night, the farmers gathered around the house and burned it, with the family that lived there. When the embers had cooled down, they made a search, and found nearly a dozen bodies buried in the cellar. That was why no one ever came away from that dreadful place. They took the murdered men to the cemetery and buried them, but they dumped the charred bodies of the murderers into graves in the barnyard without even saying a prayer over them. And Pierre says, oh, look!" She broke off her recital of the old fellow's story and pointed a trembling hand across the field to the edge of the woods. A second more, and she shrank against me, clutching at my coat with fear-stiffened fingers and crying with excitement and terror. I looked in the direction she indicated, myself a little startled by the abject fear that had taken such sudden hold on her. Something white and ungainly was running diagonally across the field from us, skirting the margin of the woods and making for the meadow that adjoined the sanitarium pasture. A second glance told me it was a sheep, probably one of the flock kept to supply our table with fresh meat. I was laughing at the strength of the superstition that could make Miss Leahy see a figure of horror in an innocent mutton that had strayed away from its fellows and was scared out of its silly wits, when something else attracted my attention. Loping along in the trail of the fleeing sheep, somewhat to the rear and a little to each side, were two other animals. At first glance, they appeared to be a pair of large collies. But as I looked more intently, I saw that these animals were like nothing I had ever seen before. They were much larger than any collie, nearly as high as St. Bernards, yet shaped in a general way like Alaskan sledge dogs. The farther one was considerably the larger of the two, and ran with a slight limp, as if one of its hind paws had been injured. As nearly I could tell in the indifferent light, they were a rusty brown color, very thick-haired and unkempt in appearance. But the strangest thing about them was the fact that both were tailless, which gave them a terrifyingly grotesque look. As they ran, a third form, similar to the other two in shape, but smaller, slender as a greyhound, with much lighter-hued fur, broke from the thicket of the short bush edging the wood and took up the chase, emitting a series of short, sharp yelps. "Sheep killers," I murmured half to myself. "Odd. I've never seen dogs like that before." "They're not dogs," wailed Miss Leahy against my coat. "They're not dogs. Oh, Mr. Weatherby, let's go away. Please, please take me home." She was rapidly becoming hysterical, and I had a difficult time with her on the trip back. She clung whimpering to me, and I had almost to carry her most of the way. By the time we reached the sanitarium, she was crying bitterly, shivering as with a chill, and went in without stopping to thank me for my assistance. I turned and made for the squire's farm with all possible speed, hoping to get there before the family had gone to bed. But when I arrived, the house was in darkness, and my knock at the door received no answer. As I retraced my steps to the sanitarium, I heard faintly, from the fields beyond the woods, the shrill, eerie cry of the sheep-killing dogs. A torrent of rain held us marooned the next day. Miss Leahy was confined to her room, with a nurse in constant attendance and the house doctor making hourly calls. She was on the verge of a nervous collapse, he told me, and responding to treatment very slowly. An impromptu dance was organized in the great hall, and half a dozen bridge tables set up in the library. But, as I was skilled in neither of these rainy day diversions, I put on a waterproof and patrolled the veranda for exercise. On my third or fourth trip around the house, I ran into old Girante shuffling across the porch, wagging his head and muttering portentously to himself. "See here, Pierre," I accosted him. "What sort of nonsense have you been telling Miss Leahy about those pine woods down the south road?" The old fellow regarded me unwinkingly with his dark eyes. "Monsieur goes out alone much at nights, n'est-ce pas?" he asked at length. "Yes, monsieur goes out alone much at nights," I echoed. "But what monsieur particularly desires to know is what sort of tales you have been telling Mademoiselle Leahy. Comprenez-vous?" The network of wrinkles around his lips multiplied as he smiled enigmatically, regarding me askance from the corner of his eyes. "Monsieur is Anglais," he replied. "He would not understand or believe." "Never mind what I'd believe," I retorted. "What is this story about murder and robbery being committed in these woods? Who were the murderers, and where did they live?" For a few seconds he looked fixedly at me, chewing the cud of senility between his toothless gums. Then, glancing carefully about, as if he feared being overheard, he tiptoed up to me and whispered,
Monsieur must stay indoors these nights. When the moon she shine, yes. When she not show her face, no. There are evil things abroad at the dark of the moon, monsieur. Even last night they killed 3 of my best sheep. Remember, monsieur, the loup-garou. He is out when the moon hide her light.
And with that, he turned and left me. Nor could I get another word from him save his cryptic warning. Remember, monsieur, the loup-garou. Remember. In spite of my annoyance, I could not get rid of the unpleasant sensation the old man's words left with me. The loup-garou. Werewolf, he had said, and to prove his goblin wolf's presence, he had cited the death of his 3 sheep. As I paced the rain-washed porch, I thought of the scene I had witnessed the night before, when the sheep-killers were at their work. Well, I reflected, I've seen the loup-garou on his native heath at last. From causes as slight as this, no doubt, the horrible legend of the werewolf had sprung. Time was when all France quaked at the sound of the loup-garou's hunting call, and the bravest knights in Christendom trembled in their castles and crossed themselves fearfully because some renegade shepherd dog quested his prey in the night. On such a foundation are the legends of people built. Whistling a snatch from Pinafore and looking skyward in search of a patch of blue in the clouds, I felt a tug at my raincoat sleeve, such as a neglected terrier might give. It was Durante again. Monsieur, he began in the same mysterious whisper, the loup-garou is a verity, certainly. I myself had never seen him. He paused to bless himself. But my cousin Baptiste, he was once pursued by him. He was near the shrine of the good Saint Anne that Baptiste lived. One night he was sent to fetch the curé for a dying woman. They rode fast through the trees, the curé and my cousin Baptiste, for it was at the dark of the moon, and the evil forest folk were abroad. And as they galloped, there came a loup-garou from the woods, with eyes as bright as hellfire. It followed hard, this tailless hound, from the devil's kennel, but they reached the house before it, and the curé put his book, with the Holy Cross on its cover, at the doorstep. The loup-garou wailed under the windows like a child in pain until the sun rose. Then it slunk back to the forest. When my cousin Baptiste and the curé came out, they found its hand marks in the soft earth around the door. Very like your hand, or mine they were, monsieur, save that the first finger was longer than the others. And did they find the loup-garou? I asked. Something of the old man's earnestness communicated to me. Oh, yes, monsieur, but of course, he replied gravely. 3 weeks before, a stranger drowned in the river. He had been buried without the office of the church. When they opened his grave, they found his fingernails as red as blood and sharp. Then they knew. The good curé read the burial office over him, and the poor soul that had been snatched away in sin slept peacefully at last. He looked quizzically at me, as if speculating whether to tell me more. Then, apparently fearing I would laugh at his outburst of confidence, he started away toward the kitchen. Well, what else, Pierre? I asked, feeling he had more to say. Oh, there is nothing more, monsieur, he replied. I did but want monsieur should know my own cousin Baptiste Durante had seen the loup-garou with his very eyes. Hearsay evidence, I commented, as I went in to dinner. During the rainy week that followed, I chafed at my confinement like a privileged convict suddenly deprived of his liberties, and looked as wistfully down the south road as any prisoner ever gazed upon the open trail. The quiet home circle at the farmhouse, the unforced conversation of the old folks, Mildred's sweet companionship, all beckoned me with an almost irresistible force. For in this period of enforced separation, I discovered what I had dimly suspected for some time. I loved Mildred Squires, and, loving her, I longed to tell her of it. No lad intent on visiting his first sweetheart ever urged his feet more eagerly than I when, the curtains of rain at last drawn up, I hastened toward the house at the turn of the road. As I hoped, yet hardly dared expect, Mildred was standing at the gate to meet me as I rounded the curve, and I yearned toward her like a hummingbird seeking its nest. She must have read my heart in my eyes, for her greeting smile was tender as she reached out to meet me. "At last you have come, my friend," she said, putting out both hands in welcome. "I am very glad." We walked silently up the path, her fingers still resting in mine, her face averted. At the steps she paused, a little embarrassment in her voice as she explained, "Father and Mother are out. They have gone to a meeting. But you will stay?" "Surely," I acquiesced, and to myself I admitted my gratitude for this chance of Mildred's unalloyed company. We talked but little that night. Mildred was strangely distant, and, much as I longed to, I could not force a confession of my love from my lips. Once, in the midst of a long pause between our words, the cry of the sheep killers came faintly to us, echoed across the fields and woods, and as the weird, shrill sound fell upon our ears, she threw back her head with something of the gesture of a hunting dog scenting its quarry. Toward midnight she turned to me, a panic of fear having apparently laid hold of her. "You must go," she exclaimed, rising and laying her hand on my shoulder. "But your father and mother have not returned," I objected. "Won't you let me stay until they get back?" "Oh, no," she answered, her agitation increasing. "You must go at once. Please." She increased her pressure on my shoulder, almost as if to shove me from the porch. Taken aback by her sudden desire to be rid of me, I was picking up my hat when she uttered a stifled scream and ran quickly to the edge of the porch, interposing herself between me and the yard. At the same moment, I heard a muffled sound from the direction of the front gate, a sound like a growling and snarling of savage dogs. I leaped forward, my first thought being that the sheep killers I had seen the other night had strayed to the squire's place. Crazed with blood, I knew they would be almost as dangerous to men as to sheep, and every nerve in my sickness-weakened body cried out to protect Mildred. To my blank amazement, as I looked from the porch, I beheld Mr. and Mrs. Squires walking sedately up the path, talking composedly together. There was no sign of the dogs or any other animals about. As the elderly couple neared the porch, I noticed that Mr. Squires walked with a pronounced limp, and that both their eyes shone very brightly in the moonlight, as though they were suffused with tears. They greeted me pleasantly enough, but Mildred's anxiety seemed increased rather than diminished by their presence, and I took my leave after a brief exchange of civilities. On my way back, I looked intently in the woods bordering the road for some sign of the house of which Pierre had told Miss Leahy, but everywhere the pines grew as thickly as though neither axe nor fire had ever disturbed them. Horante is in his second childhood, I reflected, and like an elder child, he loves to terrify his juniors with fearsome witch tales. Yet an uncomfortable feeling was with me till I saw the gleam of the sanitarium's lights across the field, and, as I walked toward them, it seemed to me that more than once I heard the baying of the sheep killers in the woods behind me. A buzz of conversation, like the sibilant arguments of a cloud of swarming bees, greeted me as I descended the stairs to breakfast next morning. It appeared that Ned, one of the pair of great mastiffs attached to the sanitarium, had been found dead before his kennel, his throat and brisket torn open and several gaping wounds in his flanks. Boris, his fellow, had been discovered whimpering and trembling in the extreme corner of the doghouse, the embodiment of canine terror. Speculation as to the animal responsible for the outrage was rife, and, as usual, it ran the gamut of possible and impossible surmises. Every sort of beast, from a grizzly bear to a lion escaped from the circus, was in turn indicted for the crime, only to have a complete alibi straightway established. The only one having no suggestion to offer was old Horante, who stood sphinx-like in the outskirts of the crowd, smiling sardonically to himself and wagging his head sagely. As he caught sight of me, he nodded sapiently, as if to include me in the joint tenancy to some weighty secret. Presently, he worked his way through the chattering crowd and whispered, "Monsieur, he was here last night, and with him the other tailless one. Come and see." Plucking me by the sleeve, he led me to the rear of the kennels and, stooping, pointed to something in the moist earth. "You see?" he asked, as if a printed volume lay for my reading in the mud. "I see that someone has been on his hands and knees here," I answered, inspecting the handprints he indicated. "Something," he corrected, as if reasoning with an obstinate child. "Does not Monsieur behold that the first finger is the longest?" "Which proves nothing," I defended. "There are many hands like that." "Oh, yes?" he replied with that queer upward accent of his. "And where has Monsieur seen hands like that before?" "Oh, many times," I assured him somewhat vaguely, for there was a catch at the back of my throat as I spoke. Try as I would, I could recall only 3 pairs of hands with that peculiarity. His eyes rested steadily on me in an unwinking stare, and the corners of his mouth curved upward in a malicious grin. It seemed almost as if he found a grim pleasure in thus driving me into a corner. "See here, Pierre," I began testily, equally annoyed at myself and him. "You know as well as I that the loup-garou is an old wives' tale. Someone was looking here for tracks, and left his own while doing it. If we look among the patients here, we shall undoubtedly find a pair of hands to match these prints." "God forbid!" he exclaimed, crossing himself. "But that would be an evil day for us, monsieur. Here, Boris," he snapped his fingers to the surviving mastiff. "Come and eat." The huge beast came wallowing over to him with the ungainly gait of all heavily muscled animals, stopping on his way to make a nasal investigation of my knees. Scarcely had his nose come into contact with my trousers when he leapt back, every hair in his mane and along his spine stiffly erect, every tooth in his great mouth bared in a savage snarl. But instead of the mastiff's fighting growl, he emitted only a low, frightened whine, as though he were facing some animal of greater power than himself and knew his own weakness. "Good heavens!" I cried, thoroughly terrified at the friendly brute's sudden hostility. "Yes, monsieur," Horante cut in quickly, putting his hand on the dog's collar and leading him a few paces away. "It is well you should call upon the heavenly ones, for surely you have the odor of hell upon your clothes." "What do you mean?" I demanded angrily. "How dare you?" He raised a thin hand deprecatingly. "Monsieur knows that he knows," he replied evenly, "and that I also know." And, leading Boris by the collar, he shuffled to the house. Mildred was waiting for me at the gate that evening, and again her father and mother were absent at one of their meetings. We walked silently up the path and seated ourselves on the porch steps, where the waning moon cast oblique rays through the pine branches. I think Mildred felt the tension I was drawn to, for she talked trivialities with an almost feverish earnestness, stringing her sentences together and changing her subjects as a rug weaver twists and breaks its threads. At last I found an opening in the abatis of her small talk. "Mildred," I said very simply, for great emotions tear the ornaments from our speech. I love you, and I want you for my wife. Will you marry me, Mildred? I laid my hand on hers. It was cold as lifeless flesh, and seemed to shrink beneath my touch. Surely, dear, you must have read the love in my eyes, I urged, as she averted her face in silence. Almost from the night I first saw you, I've loved you. Don't. Her interruption was a strangled moan, as if wrung from her by my words. I leaned nearer her. Don't you love me, Mildred? I asked. As yet she had not denied it. For a moment she trembled, as if a sudden chill had come on her. Then, leaning to me, she clasped my shoulders in her arms, hiding her face against my jacket. John, you don't know what you say, she whispered disjointedly, as though a sob had torn the words before they left her lips. Her breath was on my cheek, moist and cold as air from a vault, and her body was as devoid of warmth as a dead thing. You're cold, I told her, putting my arms shieldingly around her. The night has chilled you. A convulsive sob was her only answer. Mildred, I began again, putting my hand beneath her chin and lifting her face to mine. Tell me, what is the matter? I lowered my lips to hers. With a cry that was half scream, half weeping, she thrust me suddenly from her, pressing her hands against my breast and lowering her head until her face was hidden between her outstretched arms. I, too, started back, for in the instant our lips were about to meet, hers had writhed back from her teeth like a dog's when he is about to spring, and a low, harsh noise, almost a growl, had risen in her throat. For God's sake, she whispered hoarsely, agony in every note of her shaking voice, never do that again. Oh, my dear, dear love, you don't know how near to a horror worse than death you were. A horror worse than death? I echoed dully, pressing her cold little hands in mine. What do you mean, Mildred? Loose my hands, she commanded, with a quaint reversion to the speech of our ancestors. And hear me. I do love you. I love you better than life, better than death. I love you so I have overcome something stronger than the walls of the grave for your sake. But John, my very love, this is our last night together. We can never meet again. You must go, now, and not come back until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, I repeated blankly. What wild talk was this? Heedless of my interruption, she hurried on. Tomorrow morning, just before the sun rises over those trees, you must be here and have your prayer book with you. I listened, speechless, wondering which of us was mad. By that corn crib there, she waved a directing hand. You will find 3 mounds. Stand beside them and read the office for the burial of the dead. Come quickly and pause for nothing on the way. Look back for nothing, heed no sound from behind you, and for your own safety, come no sooner than to allow yourself the barest time to read your office. Bewildered, I attempted to reason with her, begged her to explain this folly, but she refused all answers to my fervid queries, nor would she suffer me to touch her. Finally, I rose to go. You will do what I ask? She implored. Certainly not, I answered firmly. John, have pity, she cried, flinging herself to the earth before me and clasping my knees. You say you love me. I only ask this one favor of you, only this. Please, for my sake, for the peace of the dead and the safety of the living, promise you will do this thing for me. Shaken by her abject supplication, I promised, though I felt myself a figure in some grotesque nightmare as I did it. Oh, my love, my precious love, She wept, rising and taking both my hands. At last I shall have peace, and you shall bring it to me. No, she forbade as I made to take her in my arms at parting. The most I can give you is this. She held her icy hands against my lips. It seems so little, dear, but oh, it is so much. Like a drunkard, I staggered along the south road, my thoughts gone wild with the strangeness of the play I had just acted. Across the clearing came the howls of the sheep killers, a sound I had grown used to of late. But tonight there was a deeper, fiercer timbre in their bay, a note that boded ill for man as well as beast. Louder and louder it swelled. It was rising from the field itself, now drawing nearer and nearer the road. I turned and looked. The great beasts I had seen pursuing the luckless sheep the other night were galloping toward me. A cold finger seemed traced down my spine. The scalp crept and tingled beneath my cap. There was no other object of their quest in sight. I was their elected prey. My first thought was to turn and run, but a second's reasoning told me this was worse than useless. Weakened with long illness, with an uphill road to the nearest shelter, I should soon be run down. No friendly tree offered asylum. My only hope was to stand and fight. Grasping my stick, I spread my feet, bracing myself against their charge. And as I waited their onslaught, there came from the shadow of the pines the shriller, sharper cry of the third beast. Like the crest of a flying wind-lashed wave, the slighter, silver-furred animal came speeding across the meadow, its ears laid back, its slender paws spurning the sod daintily. Almost, it seemed, as if the pale shadow of a cloud were racing toward me. The thing dashed slantwise across the field, its flight converging on the line of the other two's attack. Midway between me and them it paused, hairs bristling, limbs bent for a spring. My eyes went wide with incredulity. It was standing in my defense. All the savageness of the larger beast's hunting cry was echoed in the smaller creature's bay, and with it a defiance that needed no interpretation. The attackers paused in their rush, halted, and looked speculatively at my ally. They took a few tentative steps in my direction, and a fierce whine, almost an articulate curse, went up from the silver-haired beast. Slowly, the tawny pair circled and trotted back to the woods. I hurried toward the sanitarium, grasping my stick firmly in readiness for another attack. But no further cries came from the woods. And once, as I glanced back, I saw the light-haired beast trotting slowly in my wake, looking from right to left, as if to ward off danger. Half an hour later, I looked from my window toward the house in the pines. Far down the south road, its muzzle pointed to the moon, the bright-furred animal crouched and poured out a lament to the night, and its cry was like the wail of a child in pain. Far into the night I paced my room, like a condemned convict when the vigil of the death watch is on him. Reason and memory struggled for the mastery, one urging me to give over my wild act, the other bidding me obey my promise to Mildred. Toward morning, I dropped into a chair, exhausted with my objectless marching. I must have fallen asleep, for when I started up, the stars were dimming in the zenith, and bands of slate, shading to amethyst, slanted across the horizon. A moment I paused, laughing cynically at my fool's errand. Then, seizing cap and book, I bolted down the stairs and ran through the paling dawn to the house in the pines. There was something ominous and terrifying in the two-toned pastel of the house that morning. Its windows stared at me with blank malevolence, like the half-closed eyes of one stricken dead in mortal sin. The little patches of hoarfrost on the lawn were like infectious spots on some unclean thing. From the trees behind the clearing, an owl hooted mournfully, as if to say, "Beware, beware," and the wind sighing through the black pine boughs echoed the refrain ceaselessly. 3 mounds, sunken and weed-grown, lay in the unkempt thicket behind the corn crib. I paused beside them, throwing off my cap and adjusting my stole hastily. Thumbing the pages to the committal service, I held the book close, that I might see the print through the morning shadows, and commenced, "I know that my Redeemer liveth." Almost beside me, under the branches of the pines, there rose such a chorus of howls and yelps I nearly dropped my book. Like all the hounds in the kennels of hell, the sheep-killers clamored at me, rage and fear and mortal hatred in their eyes. Through the bestial cadences, too, there seemed to run a human note, the sound of voices heard before beneath these very trees. Deep and throaty and raging mad, 2 of the voices came to me, and, like the tremolo of a violin lightly played in an orchestra of brass, the shriller cry of a third beast sounded. As the infernal wailing rose at my back, I half turned to fly. Next instant, I grasped my book more firmly and resumed my office, for, like a beacon in the dark, Mildred's words flashed on my memory. "Look back for nothing. Heed no sound behind you." Strangely, too, the din approached no nearer, but as though held by an invisible bar, stayed at the boundary of the clearing. "Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live and is full of misery. Deliver us from all our offenses. O Lord, deliver us not into the bitter pains of eternal death." And to such an accompaniment, surely, as no priest ever before chanted the office, I pressed through the brief service to the final Amen. Tiny beads of moisture stood out on my forehead, and my breath struggled in my throat as I gasped out the last word. My nerves were frayed to shreds, and my strength nearly gone as I let fall my book and turned upon the beasts among the trees. They were gone. Abruptly as it had begun, their clamor stopped, and only the rotting pine needles, lightly gilded by the morning sun, met my gaze. A light touch fell in the palm of my open hand, as if a pair of cool, sweet lips had laid a kiss there. A vapor-like swamp fog enveloped me. The outbuildings, the old stone-curbed well where I had drunk the night I first saw Mildred, the house itself, all seemed fading into mist and swirling away in the morning breeze. "Monsieur will do himself an injury sleeping on the wet earth." Old Horante bent over me, his arm beneath my shoulders. Behind him, great Boris, the mastiff, stood wagging his tail, regarding me with doggish good humor. "Pierre," I muttered thickly, "how came you here?" "This morning, going to my tasks, I saw Monsieur run down the road like a thing pursued. I followed quickly, for the woods hold terrors in the dark, Monsieur." I looked toward the farmhouse. Only a pair of chimneys, rising stark and bare from a crumbling foundation, were there. Fence, wall, barn, all were gone, and in their place was a thicket of sumac and briars, tangled and overgrown as though undisturbed for 30 years. "The house! Pierre! Where is the house?" I croaked, sinking my fingers into his withered arm. "House?" he echoed. "Oh, but of course, there is no house here, monsieur, nor has there been for years. This is an evil place, monsieur. It is best we quit it, and that quickly. There be evil things that run by night." No more, I answered, staggering toward the road, leaning heavily on him. I brought them peace, Pierre. He looked dubiously at the prayer book I held. Something of the heart-sick misery in my face must have touched his kind old heart, for at last he relented, shaking his head pityingly and patting my shoulder gently, as one would soothe a sorrowing child. Perhaps, monsieur, he conceded. Who shall say no? Love and sorrow are the purchase price of peace. Yes, did not le bon Dieu so buy the peace of the world? Fear. Your pardon, messieurs, but the meaning of fear you do not know. No, I hold to my statement. You are soldiers, adventurers. You have known the charges of regiments of dragoons, the frenzy of wind-lashed seas. But fear, real hair-raising, horror-crawling fear, you have not known. I myself have known such fear. But until the legions of darkness swirl from hell's gate and the world flames to ruin, will never such fear again be known to men. Hark, I will tell you the tale, for it was many years ago and half across the world, and none of you will ever see the man of whom I tell you, or seeing, know. Return, then, with me across the years to the day when I, a reckless young cavalier, stepped from the small boat that had landed me from the ship floating in the harbor, cursed the mud that littered the crude wharf, and strode up the landing toward the castle in answer to the invitation of an old friend, Dom Vincente d'Alusto. Dom Vincente was a strange, far-sighted man, one who saw visions beyond the ken of his time. In his veins, perhaps, ran the blood of those old Phoenicians who, the priests tell us, ruled the seas and built cities in far lands in the dim ages. His plan of fortune was strange and yet successful. Few men would have thought of it. Fewer could have succeeded. His estate was upon the western coast of Africa. There, by a small bay, he had cleared away the sullen jungle, built his castle and his storehouses, and with ruthless hand had he wrested the riches of the land. 4 ships he had, 3 smaller craft, and 1 great galleon. These plied between his domains and the cities of Spain, Portugal, France, and even England, laden with the 1,000 strange riches that Don Vincente had gained by trade and by conquest. Look, messieurs, I draw a map on the table thus, with finger dipped in wine. Here lay the small, shallow harbor, and here the wide wharfs. A landing ran thus, up the slight slope with hut-like warehouses on each side, and here it stopped at a wide, shallow moat. Over it went a narrow drawbridge, and then one was confronted with a high palisade of logs set in the ground. This extended entirely around the castle. The castle itself was built on the model of another earlier age, being more for strength than beauty. Built of stone brought from a great distance, years of labor and 1,000 men toiling beneath the lash had reared its walls, and now, completely, it offered an almost impregnable appearance. Such was the intention of its builders, for Barbary pirates ranged the coasts, and the horror of an uprising lurked ever near. I found that I was not the only friend invited to the castle. It seems that once a year or some such matter, Dom Vincente brought a host of jolly companions to his lonely estate and made merry for some weeks, to make up for the work and solitude of the rest of the year. In fact, it was nearly night, and a great banquet was in progress when I entered. I was acclaimed with great delight, greeted boisterously by friends, and introduced to such strangers as were there. Entirely too weary to take part in much of the revelry, I ate, drank quietly, listened to the toasts and songs, and studied the feasters. Dom Vincente, of course, I knew, as I had been intimate with him for years. Also his pretty niece, Isabel, who was one reason I had accepted his invitation to come to that wilderness. Her second cousin, Carlos, I knew and disliked, a sly fellow with a face like a minx. Then there was my old friend, Luigi Varenza, an Italian, and his flirt of a sister, Marcita, making eyes at the men as usual. Then there was a short, stocky German who called himself Baron von Schuler, and John de Smart, an out-at-the-elbows nobleman of Gascony, and Don Florenzo de Seville, a lean, dark, silent man who called himself a Spaniard and wore a rapier nearly as long as himself. There were others, men and women, but it was long ago, and all their names and faces I do not remember. But there was one man whose face somehow drew my gaze as an alchemist magnet draws steel. He was a leanly built man of slightly more than medium height, dressed plainly, almost austerely, and he wore a sword almost as long as the Spaniards. But it was neither his clothes nor his sword which attracted my attention. It was his face, a refined, high-bred face. It was furrowed deep with lines that gave it a weary, haggard expression. Tiny scars flecked jaw and forehead as if torn by savage claws. I could have sworn the narrow gray eyes had a fleeting, haunted look in their expression at times. I leaned over to Marcita and asked the name of the man, as it had slipped my mind that we had been introduced. De Monture from Normandy, she answered. A strange man. I don't think I like him. Then he resists your snares, my little enchantress, I murmured. Long friendship making me as immune from her anger as from her wiles. But she chose not to be angry and answered coyly, glancing from under demurely lowered lashes. I watched de Monture much, feeling somehow a strange fascination. He ate lightly, drank much, seldom spoke, and then only to answer questions. Presently, toast making the rounds, I noticed his companions urging him to rise and give a health. At first he refused, then rose upon their repeated urgings and stood silent for a moment, goblet raised. He seemed to dominate, to overawe the group of revelers. Then, with a mocking, savage laugh, he lifted the goblet above his head. To Solomon, he exclaimed, who bound all devils, and thrice cursed be he for that some escaped. A toast and a curse in one. It was drunk silently, and with many sidelong, doubting glances. That night I retired early, weary of the long sea voyage and my head spinning from the strength of the wine, of which Don Vincente kept such great stores. My room was near the top of the castle, and looked out toward the forests of the south and the river. The room was furnished in crude splendor, as was all the rest of the castle. Going to the window, I gazed out at the arquebusier, pacing the castle grounds just inside the palisade, at the cleared space lying barren in the moonlight, at the forest beyond, at the silent river. In the dark shadows of the forest, some uncanny night bird lifted a mocking voice. 1,000 minor notes sounded, birds and beasts, and the devil knows what else. Some great jungle cat began a hair-lifting yowling. I shrugged my shoulders and turned from the windows. Surely devils lurked in those somber depths. There came a knock at my door, and I opened it, to admit de Monture. He strode to the window and gazed at the moon, which rose resplendent and glorious. The moon is almost full, is it not, monsieur? He remarked, turning to me. I nodded, and I could have sworn that he shuddered. Your pardon, monsieur. I will not annoy you further. He turned to go, but at the door retraced his steps. Monsieur, he almost whispered, with a fierce intensity, whatever you do, be sure you bar and bolt your door tonight. Then he was gone. leaving me to stare after him bewilderedly. I dozed off to sleep, the distant shouts of the revelers in my ears, and though I was weary, or perhaps because of it, I slept lightly. While I never really awoke until morning, sounds and noises seemed to drift to me through my veil of slumber, and once it seemed that something was prying and shoving against the bolted door. As is to be supposed, most of the guests were in a beastly humor the following day, and remained in their rooms most of the morning, or else straggled down late. Besides Don Vincente, there were really only 3 of the masculine members sober: de Monture, the Spaniard de Seville, as he called himself, and myself. The Spaniard never touched wine, and though de Monture consumed incredible quantities of it, it never affected him in any way. The ladies greeted us most graciously. "'Struth, signor," remarked Marcita, giving me her hand with a gracious air that was like to make me snicker. "I am glad to see there are gentlemen among us who care more for our company than for the wine cup, for most of them are most surprisingly befuddled this morning." Then, with a most outrageous turning of her wondrous eyes, "Methinks someone was too drunk to be discreet last night, or not drunk enough, for unless my poor senses deceive me much, someone came fumbling at my door late in the night." "Ha!" I exclaimed in quick anger. "No, hush!" She glanced about as if to see that we were alone. Then, "Is it not strange that Signor de Monture, before he retired last night, instructed me to fasten my door firmly?" "Strange," I murmured, but did not tell her that he had told me the same thing. "And is it not strange, Pierre, that though Signor de Monture left the banquet hall even before you did, yet he has the appearance of one who has been up all night? Tonight," she said roguishly, "I will leave my door unbolted and see whom I catch." "You will do no such thing." She showed her teeth in a contemptuous smile and displayed a small, wicked dagger. "Listen, imp. De Monture gave me the same warning he did you. Whatever he knew, whoever prowled the halls last night, the object was more apt murder than amorous adventure. Keep your doors bolted. The Lady Isabel shares your room, does she not?" "Not she. And I send my woman to the servants' quarters at night," she murmured, gazing mischievously at me from beneath drooping eyelids. "One would think you a woman of no character from your talk," I told her, with the frankness of youth and of long friendship. "Walk with care, young lady," I said, as I walked away to pay my respects to Isabel. A band of armed villagers had started thronging around the gates, kept at a distance by the Portuguese soldiers. Presently, Don Vincente came to us and said, "One of the woodcutters from the village was torn to pieces by a leopard or some such beast last night. A strong young man and unmarried." "A leopard? Did they see it?" suddenly asked de Monture. And when Don Vincente said no, that it came and went in the night, de Monture lifted a trembling hand and drew it across his forehead, as if to brush away cold sweat. It was that evening that a brooding animosity, hardly apparent, between Baron von Schuler and John de Smart broke out into a flame. Marcita had carried on a most outrageous flirtation with both of them. That was not wise. De Smart was a wild young fool. Von Schuler was a lustful beast. Their hair flamed to a murderous fury when the Germans sought to kiss Marcita. Swords were clashing in an instant. But before Don Vincente could thunder a command to halt, Luigi was between the combatants and had beaten their swords down, hurling them back viciously. "Signori," he said softly, but with a fierce intensity, "is it the part of high-bred signori to fight over my sister? Ha! By the toenails of Satan, for the toss of a coin I would call you both out. You, Marcita, go to your chamber instantly, nor leave until I give you permission." And she went, for, independent though she was, none cared to face the youth when a tigerish snarl curled his lips, a murderous gleam lightened his dark eyes. Apologies were made, but from the glances the two rivals threw at each other, we knew that the quarrel was not forgotten, and would blaze forth again at the slightest pretext. Late that night, I woke suddenly with a strange, eerie feeling of horror. Why, I could not say. Just as I got up, hastily rubbing my eyes, the silence was broken by a wild scream. A scream that rang through the castle and brought a startled shout from the arquebusier pacing the palisade. A scream from the mouth of a girl frenzied with terror. I jerked the door open and raced down the dark corridor. Dashing down a winding stair, I careened into someone at the bottom, and we tumbled headlong. He rasped something, and I recognized the voice of John de Smart. I hauled him to his feet and raced along, he following. The screams had ceased, but the whole castle was in an uproar, voices shouting, the clank of weapons, lights flashing up. Don Vincente's voice shouting for the soldiers, the noise of armed men rushing through the rooms and falling over each other. With all the confusion, de Smart, the Spaniard, and I reached Marcita's room just as Luigi darted inside and snatched his sister into his arms. Others rushed in, carrying lights and weapons, shouting, demanding to know what was occurring. The girl lay quietly in her brother's arms, her dark hair loose and rippling over her shoulders, her night garments torn to shreds. Long scratches showed upon her arms and shoulders. Presently, she opened her eyes, shuddered, then shrieked wildly, and clung frantically to Luigi, begging him not to let something take her. "The door," she whimpered. "I left it unbarred, and something crept into my room through the darkness. I struck at it with my dagger, and it hurled me to the floor, tearing at me. Then I fainted." "Where is von Schuler?" asked the Spaniard, a fierce glint in his dark eyes. Every man glanced at his neighbor. All the guests were there except the German. I noted de Monteur gazing at the terrified girl, his face more haggard than usual, and I thought it strange that he wore no weapon. "Aye, von Schuler!" exclaimed de Smart fiercely, and half of us followed Don Vincente out into the corridor. We began a vengeful search through the castle, and in a small, dark hallway we found von Schuler. On his face he lay in a crimson, ever-widening stain. This is the work of some villager," exclaimed de Smart, face aghast. "Nonsense," bellowed Don Vincente. "No one from outside could pass the soldiers. All servants were barred and bolted in their quarters." "But who else could have done this deed?" exclaimed de Smart in a fury. "You," I said abruptly. "Else, why ran you so swiftly away from the room of Marcita?" "Curse you, you lie!" he shouted, and his swift-drawn sword leaped from my breast. But quick as he was, the Spaniard was quicker. De Smart's rapier clattered against the wall, and de Smart stood like a statue, the Spaniard's motionless point just touching his throat. "Bind him," said the Spaniard without passion. "Put down your blade, Don Florenzo," commanded Don Vincente, striding forward and dominating the scene. "Signor de Smart, you are one of my best friends, but I am the only law here, and duty must be done. Give your word that you will not seek to escape." "I give it," replied the Gascon calmly. "I acted hastily. I apologize. I was not intentionally running away, but the halls and the corridors of this cursed castle confuse me." Of us all, probably but one man believed him. "Messieurs," de Monteur stepped forward, "this youth is not guilty. Turn the German over." 2 soldiers did as he asked. De Monteur shuddered, pointing. The rest of us glanced once, then recoiled in horror. "Could man have done that thing?" "With a dagger," began someone. No dagger makes wounds like that, said the Spaniard. The German was torn to pieces by the talons of some frightful beast. We glanced around us, half expecting some hideous monster to leap upon us from the shadows. We searched that castle, every foot, every inch of it, and we found no trace of any beast. Dawn was breaking when I returned to my room. I had heard vague tales, little more than hints of legends, of the devilish leopard cult that existed on the west coast. Dom Vincente had told us tales of beast men, disguised in skins of leopards, who stole through the midnight jungle and slew and devoured. Always the footprints of a man led away from the scene of the murder. The footprints were of a man who wore shoes. A ghastly thrill of unexplainable horror traveled up and down my spine. Who, then, did the villagers believe was doing these frightful murders? Who slew the German and attacked Marcita? Why did de Monteur warn us and then appear to have knowledge of the crime, telling us that Desmart was innocent and then proving it? It was all beyond me. The tale of the slaughter got among the villagers in spite of all we could do, and they appeared restless and nervous. A brooding atmosphere pervaded the castle. The women kept their chambers that day. The men were restless and moody. Dom Vincente announced that the sentries would be doubled and some would patrol the corridors of the castle itself. I found myself musing cynically that if my suspicions were true, sentries would be of little good. I am not, messieurs, a man to brook such a situation with patience, and I was young then. So as we drank before retiring, I flung my goblet on the table and angrily announced that in spite of man, beast, or devil, I would sleep that night with doors flung wide, and I tramped angrily to my chamber. Again, as on the first night, de Monteur came, and his face was as a man who had looked into the gaping gates of hell. "I have come," he said, "to ask you, nay, monsieur, to implore you to reconsider your rash determination." I shook my head impatiently. "You are resolved? Yes? Then I ask you to do this for me, that after I enter my chamber, you will bolt my doors from the outside." I did as he asked, and then made my way back to my chamber, my mind in a maze of wonderment. I laid rapier and dagger close at hand. I did not go to bed, but crouched in a great chair in the darkness. Then I had much ado to keep from sleeping. To keep myself awake, I fell to musing on the strange words of de Monteur. He seemed to be laboring under great excitement. His eyes hinted of ghastly mysteries known to him alone. And yet his face was not that of a wicked man. Suddenly, the notion took me to go to his chamber and talk with him. Walking those dark passages was a shuddersome task, but eventually I stood before de Monteur's door. I called softly. Silence. I reached out a hand and felt splintered fragments of wood. Hastily, I struck flint and steel, which I carried, and the flaming tinder showed the great oaken door sagging on its mighty hinges, showed a door smashed and splintered from the inside, and the chamber of de Monteur was unoccupied. Some instinct prompted me to hurry back to my room, swiftly but silently, shoeless feet treading softly. And as I neared the door, I was aware of something in the darkness before me, something which crept in from a side corridor and glided stealthily along. In a wild panic of fear, I leaped, striking wildly and aimlessly in the darkness. All that my clenched fist encountered was a human head, and something went down with a crash. Again, I struck a light. A man lay senseless on the floor, and he was de Monteur. I thrust a candle into a niche in the wall, and just then de Monture's eyes opened, and he rose uncertainly. "You!" I exclaimed, hardly knowing what I said. "You, of all men!" He merely nodded. "You killed von Schuler." "Yes." I recoiled with a gasp of horror. "Listen." He raised his hand. "Take your rapier and run me through. No man will touch you." "No," I exclaimed, "I cannot." "Then quick," he said hurriedly. "Get into your chamber and bolt the door. Haste! It will return." "What will return?" I asked, with a thrill of horror. "If it will harm me, it will harm you. Come into the chamber with me." "No, no," he fairly shrieked, springing back from my outstretched arm. "Haste, haste! It left me for an instant, but it will return." Then, in a low-pitched voice of indescribable horror, "It is returning. It is returning. It is here now." And I felt a something, a formless, shapeless presence near, a thing of frightfulness. De Monture was standing, legs braced, arms thrown back, fists clenched. The muscles bulged beneath his skin, his eyes widened and narrowed, the veins stood out upon his forehead as if in great physical effort. As I looked, to my horror, out of nothing, a shapeless, nameless something took vague form. Like a shadow, it moved upon de Monture. It was hovering about him. Good God, it was merging, becoming one with the man. De Monture swayed. A great gasp escaped him. The dim thing vanished. De Monture wavered. Then he turned toward me, and may God grant that I never look on a face like that again. It was a hideous, a bestial face. The eyes gleamed with a frightful ferocity. The snarling lips were drawn back from gleaming teeth, which to my startled gaze appeared more like bestial fangs than human teeth. Silently, the thing, I cannot call it a human, slunk toward me. Gasping with horror, I sprang back and through the door, just as the thing launched itself through the air with a sinuous motion which even then made me think of a leaping wolf. I slammed the door, holding it against the frightful thing, which hurled itself again and again against it. Finally, it desisted, and I heard it slink stealthily off down the corridor. Faint and exhausted, I sat down, waiting, listening. Through the open window wafted the breeze, bearing all the scents of Africa, the spicy and the foul. From the village came the sound of a drum. Other drums answered farther up the river and back in the bush. Then, from somewhere in the jungle, horridly incongruous, sounded the long, high-pitched call of a timber wolf. My soul revolted. Dawn brought a tale of terrified villagers, of a woman torn by some fiend of the night, barely escaping. And to de Monture I went. On the way I met Don Vincente. He was perplexed and angry. "Some hellish thing is at work in this castle," he said. "Last night, though I have said naught of it to anyone, something leaped upon the back of one of the arquebusiers, tore the leather jerkin from his shoulders, and pursued him to the barbican. More, somebody locked de Monture into his room last night, and he was forced to smash the door to get out." He strode on, muttering to himself, and I proceeded down the stairs, more puzzled than ever. De Monture sat upon a stool, gazing out the window. An indescribable air of weariness was about him. His long hair was uncombed and tousled. His garments were tattered. With a shudder, I saw faint crimson stains upon his hands, and noted that the nails were torn and broken. He looked up as I came in and waved me to a seat. His face was worn and haggard, but was that of a man. After a moment's silence, he spoke. "I will tell you my strange tale. Never before has it passed my lips, and why I tell you, knowing that you will not believe me, I cannot say." And then I listened to what was surely the wildest, the most fantastic, the weirdest tale ever heard by man. "Years ago," said de Monture, "I was upon a military mission in northern France. Alone, I was forced to pass through the fiend-haunted woodlands of Villefort. In those frightful forests, I was beset by an inhuman, a ghastly thing, a werewolf. Beneath a midnight moon we fought and slew it. Now this is the truth, that if a werewolf is slain in the half-form of a man, its ghost will haunt its slayer through eternity. But if it is slain as a wolf, hell gapes to receive it. The true werewolf is not, as many think, a man who may take the form of a wolf, but a wolf who takes the form of a man. Now listen, my friend, and I will tell you of the wisdom, the hellish knowledge that is mine, gained through many a frightful deed, imparted to me amid the ghastly shadows of midnight forests where fiends and half-beasts roamed. In the beginning, the world was strange, misshapen. Grotesque beasts wandered through its jungles. Driven from another world, ancient demons and fiends came in great numbers and settled upon this newer, younger world. Long the forces of good and evil warred. A strange beast, known as man, wandered among the other beasts. And since good or bad must have a concrete form ere either accomplishes its desire, the spirits of good entered man. The fiends entered other beasts, reptiles and birds, and long and fiercely waged the age-old battle. But men conquered. The great dragons and serpents were slain, and with them the demons. Finally, Solomon, wise beyond the ken of man, made great war upon them, and by virtue of his wisdom slew, seized, and bound. But there were some which were the fiercest, the boldest, and though Solomon drove them out, he could not conquer them. Those had taken the form of wolves. As the ages passed, wolf and demon became merged. No longer could the fiend leave the body of the wolf at will. In many instances, the savagery of the wolf overcame the subtlety of the demon and enslaved him, so the wolf became again only a beast, a fierce, cunning beast, but merely a beast. But of the werewolves there are many, even yet. And during the time of the full moon, the wolf may take the form, or the half-form, of a man. When the moon hovers at her zenith, however, the wolf's spirit again takes ascendancy, and the werewolf becomes a true wolf once more. But if it is slain in the form of a man, then the spirit is free to haunt its slayer through the ages. Hearken now. I had thought to have slain the thing after it had changed to its true shape. But I slew it an instant too soon. The moon, though it approached the zenith, had not yet reached it, nor had the thing taken on fully the wolf form. Of this I knew nothing, and went my way. But when the neat time approached for the full moon, I began to be aware of a strange, malicious influence. An atmosphere of horror hovered in the air, and I was aware of inexplicable, uncanny impulses. One night, in a small village in the center of a great forest, the influence came upon me with full power. It was night, and the moon, nearly full, was rising over the forest. And between the moon and me, I saw, floating in the upper air, ghostly and barely discernible, the outline of a wolf's head. I remember little of what happened thereafter. I remember dimly clambering into the silent street, remember struggling, resisting briefly, vainly, and the rest is a crimson maze, until I came to myself the next morning and found my garments and hands caked and stained crimson, and heard the horrified chattering of the villagers, telling of a pair of clandestine lovers slaughtered in a ghastly manner, scarcely outside the village, torn to pieces as if by wild beasts, as if by wolves. From that village I fled aghast, but I fled not alone. In the day I could not feel the drive of my fearful captor, but when night fell and the moon rose, I ranged the silent forest, a frightful thing, a slayer of humans, a fiend in a man's body. God, the battles I have fought! But always it overcame me and drove me ravening after some new victim. But after the moon had passed its fullness, the thing's power over me ceased suddenly, nor did it return until 3 nights before the moon was full again. Since then, I have roamed the world, fleeing, seeking to escape. Always the thing follows, taking possession of my body when the moon is full. Gods, the frightful deeds I have done! I would have slain myself long ago, but I dare not, for my soul would be forever hunted through the flames of hell. And hearken, most frightful of all, my slain body would forever roam the earth, moved and inhabited by the soul of the werewolf. Can any thought be more ghastly? And I seem immune to the weapons of men. Swords have pierced me, daggers have hacked me, I am covered with scars, yet never have they struck me down. In Germany they bound and led me to the block. There would I have willingly placed my head, but the thing came upon me, and breaking my bonds I slew and fled. Up and down the world I have wandered, leaving horror and slaughter in my trail. Chains, cells cannot hold me. The thing is fastened to me through all eternity. In desperation I accepted Don Vincente's invitation, for look you, none knows of my frightful double life, since no one could recognize me in the clutch of the demon, and few, seeing me, lived to tell of it. My hands are red, my soul doomed to everlasting flames, my mind is torn with remorse for my crimes, and yet I can do nothing to help myself. Surely, Pierre, no man has ever known the hell that I have known. Yes, I slew von Schuler, and I sought to destroy the girl Marcita. Why I did not, I cannot say, for I have slain both women and men. Now, if you will, take your sword and slay me, and with my last breath I will give you the good God's blessing. You know now my tale, and you see before you a man, fiend-haunted for all eternity. My mind was spinning with wonderment as I left the room of de Monteur. What to do, I knew not. It seemed likely that he would yet murder all of us. And yet, I could not bring myself to tell Don Vincente all. From the bottom of my soul, I pitied de Monteur. So I kept my peace. And in the days that followed, I made occasion to seek him out and converse with him. A real friendship sprang up between us. So the days passed in feasting, drinking, and hunting, until one night de Monteur came to my chamber and pointed silently at the moon which was just rising. "Look ye," he said, "I have a plan. I will give it out that I am going into the jungle for hunting and will go forth, apparently for several days. But at night I will return to the castle, and you must lock me into the dungeon which is used as a storeroom." This we did, and I managed to slip down twice a day and carry food and drink to my friend. He insisted on remaining in the dungeon even in the day, for though the fiend had never exerted its influence over him in the daytime, and he believed it powerless then, yet he would take no chances. It was during this time that I began to notice that Don Vincente's mink-faced cousin, Carlos, was forcing his attentions upon Isabel, and she seemed to resent those attentions. Myself, I would have challenged him to a duel for the toss of a coin, for I despised him, but it was really none of my affair. However, it seemed that Isabel feared him. My friend Luigi had also become enamored of the dainty Portuguese girl, and was making swift love to her daily. And de Monture sat in his cell and reviewed his ghastly deeds until he battered the bars with his bare hands. And Don Florenzo wandered about the castle grounds like a dour Mephistopheles, and the other guests rode and quarreled and drank. Each day the villagers grew more and more sullen and intractable. One night, not long before the full of the moon, I entered the dungeon where de Monture sat. He looked up quickly. "You dare much, coming to me in the night." I shrugged my shoulders, seating myself. A small barred window let in the night scents and sounds of Africa. "Hark to the beating of the drums," I said. "For the past week they have sounded almost incessantly." De Monture assented. So we talked, when suddenly de Monture became silent and moody, answering only in monosyllables. The moon rose and peered in at the barred windows. De Monture's face was illumined by its beams. And then the hand of horror grasped me. On the wall behind de Monture appeared a shadow clearly defined of a wolf's head. At the same instant, de Monture felt its influence. With a shriek, he bounded from his stool. He pointed fiercely, and as with trembling hands I slammed and bolted the door behind me, I felt him hurl his weight against it. As I fled up the stairway, I heard a wild raving and battering at the iron-bound door, but with all the werewolf's might, the great door held. Just as I entered my room, a servant dashed in and gasped out a tale he had been keeping for days. I listened incredulously, and then went forth to find Don Vincente. I was told that Carlos had asked him to accompany him to the village. My informer was Don Florenzo of Seville, and when I gave him a brief outline of the servant's tale, he accompanied me. Together, we dashed through the castle gate, flinging a word to the guards, and down the landing toward the village. Don Vincente, walk with care, keep sword loosened in its sheath. Fool, to walk in the night with Carlos, the traitor. They were nearing the village when we caught up with them. "Don Vincente," I exclaimed, "return instantly to the castle. Carlos has told me that he lusts for your wealth and for Isabel." A terrified man babbled to him of booted footprints near the places where the woodcutters were murdered, and Carlos has made the villagers believe that the slayer was you. Tonight they are to rise and slay every man in the castle except Carlos. Do you not believe me, Don Vincente?" "Is this the truth, Carlos?" asked Don Vincente in amazement. Carlos laughed mockingly. "The fool speaks truth," he said, "but it accomplishes you nothing." "Ho!" he shouted as he leaped for Don Vincente. Steel flashed in the moonlight, and the Spaniard's sword was through Carlos ere he could move, and the shadows rose about us. Then it was back to back, sword and dagger, 3 men against 100, and raging screams went up from vengeful throats. An instant later, Don Vincente fell upon me, with a spear in one arm and another through the leg. Don Florenzo was standing above us, sword leaping like a live thing, when a charge of the arquebusiers swept the river bank clear, and we were borne into the castle. The hordes came with a rush, spears flashing like a wave of steel, a thunderous roar of voices going up to the skies. Time and again they swept up the slopes, bounding the moat until they were swarming over the palisades. And time and again the fire of the 100-odd defenders hurled them back. They had set fire to the warehouses, and their light vied with the light of the moon. Just across the river there was a larger storehouse, and about this hordes of the villagers gathered, tearing it apart for plunder. Would that they would drop a torch upon it, said Don Vincente, for naught is stored therein save some 1,000 pounds of gunpowder. I dared not store the treacherous stuff this side of the river. All the men of the river and coast have gathered for our slaughter, and all my ships are upon the seas. We may hold out a while, but eventually they will swarm the palisade and put us to the slaughter. I hastened to the dungeon wherein de Monteur sat. Outside the door I called to him, and he bade me enter in voice which told me the fiend had left him for an instant. The villagers have risen, I told him. I guessed as much. How goes the battle? I gave him the details of the betrayal and the fight, and mentioned the powder house across the river. He sprang to his feet. Now, by my hag-ridden soul, he exclaimed, I will fling the dice once more with hell. Swift, let me out of the castle. I will essay to swim the river and set off yon powder. It is insanity, I exclaimed. 1,000 men lurk between the palisades and the river, and thrice that number beyond. The river itself swarms with crocodiles. I will attempt it, he answered, a great light in his face. If I can reach it, some 1,000 villagers will lighten the siege. If I am slain, then my soul is free, and mayhap will gain some forgiveness for that I gave my life to atone for my crimes. Then, haste, he exclaimed, for the demon is returning. Already I feel his influence. Haste ye! For the castle gates we sped, and as de Monteur ran, he gasped as a man in a terrific battle. At the gate he pitched headlong, then rose to spring through it. Frenzied yells greeted him from the darkness. The arquebusiers shouted curses at him and at me. Peering down from the top of the palisades, I saw him turn from side to side uncertainly. A score of men were rushing recklessly forward, spears raised. Then the eerie wolf yell rose to the skies, and de Monteur bounded forward. Aghast, the men paused, and before any of them could move, he was among them. Wild shrieks, not of rage, but of terror. In amazement, the arquebusiers held their fire. Straight through the onslaught, de Monteur charged, and when they broke and fled, 3 of them fled not. A dozen steps de Monteur took in pursuit, and then stopped stock still. A moment he stood so, while spears flew about him, then turned and ran swiftly in the direction of the river. A few steps from the river, another band of villagers barred his way. In the famine's light of the burning houses, the scene was clearly illuminated. A thrown spear tore through de Monteur's shoulder. Without pausing in his stride, he tore it forth and drove it through his attacker, leaping over his body to get among the others. With shrieks they fled, and de Monteur, bounding upon the back of one, brought him down. Then he rose, staggered, and sprang to the river bank. An instant he paused there, and then vanished in the shadows. "Name of the devil!" gasped Don Vincente at my shoulder. "What manner of man is that? Was that de Monteur?" I nodded. The enraged yells of the villagers rose above the crackle of the arquebus fire. They were massed thick around the great warehouse across the river. "They plan a great rush," said Don Vincente. "They will swarm clear over the palisade, methinks." Ha! A crash that seemed to rip the skies apart. A burst of flame that mounted to the stars. The castle rocked with the explosion. Then silence, as the smoke, drifting away, showed only a great crater where the warehouse had stood. I could tell of how Don Vincente led a charge, crippled as he was, out of the castle gate and down the slope to fall upon the terrified men who had escaped the explosion. I could tell, too, messieurs, of how I became separated from the band, and of how I wandered far into the jungle, unable to find my way back to the coast. I could tell how I was captured by a wandering band of raiders, and of how I escaped. But such is not my intention. In itself it would make a long tale, and it is of de Monture that I am speaking. I thought much of the things that had passed, and wondered if indeed de Monture reached the storehouse to blow it to the skies, or whether it was but the deed of chance. That a man could swim that reptile-swarming river, fiend-driven though he was, seemed impossible. And if he blew up the storehouse, he must have gone up with it. So one night I pushed my way wearily through the jungle and sighted the coast, and close to the shore a small tumble-down hut of thatch. To it I went, thinking to sleep therein if insects and reptiles would allow. I entered the doorway and then stopped short. Upon a makeshift stool sat a man. He looked up as I entered, and the rays of the moon fell across his face. I started back with a ghastly thrill of horror. It was de Monture, and the moon was full. Then, as I stood, unable to flee, he rose and came toward me, and his face, though haggard as of a man who had looked into hell, was the face of a sane man. "Come in, my friend," he said, and there was great peace in his voice. "Come in and fear me not. The fiend has left me forever." "But tell me, how conquered you?" I exclaimed as I grasped his hand. "I fought a frightful battle as I ran to the river," he answered, "for the fiend had me in its grasp and drove me to fall upon the attacking men. But for the first time, my soul and mind gained ascendancy for an instant just long enough to hold me to my purpose. And I believe the good saints came to my aid, for I was giving my life to save life. I leaped into the river and swam, and in an instant the crocodiles were swarming about me. Again, in the clutch of the fiend, I fought them there in the river. Then, suddenly, the thing left me. I climbed from the river and fired the warehouse. The explosion hurled me hundreds of feet, and for days I wandered witless through the jungle. But the full moon came, and came again, and I felt not the influence of the fiend. I am free, free. And a wondrous note of exultation thrilled his words. My soul is free. Incredible as it seems, the demon lies drowned upon the bed of the river, or else inhabits the body of one of the savage reptiles that swim the ways of the Niger.
"Here they come," said Cecy, lying there flat in her bed. "Where are they?" cried Timothy from the doorway. "Some of them are over Europe, some over Asia, some of them over the islands, some over South America," said Cecy, her eyes closed, the lashes long, brown, and quivering. Timothy came forward upon the bare plankings of the upstairs room. "Who are they?" "Uncle Einar and Uncle Fry, and there's Cousin William, and I see Frolda and Helgar and Aunt Morgiana and Cousin Vivian, and I see Uncle Johann. They're all coming fast." "Are they up in the sky?" cried Timothy, his little gray eyes flashing. Standing by the bed, he looked no more than his 14 years. The wind blew outside, and the house was dark and lit only by starlight. They're coming through the air and traveling along the ground in many forms, said Cecy in her sleeping. She did not move on the bed. She thought inward on herself and told what she saw. I see a wolf-like thing coming up over a dark river at the shallows, just above a waterfall, the starlight shining up his pelt. I see a brown oak leaf blowing far up in the sky. I see a small bat flying. I see many other things running through the forest trees and slipping through the highest branches, and they're all coming this way. Will they be here by tomorrow night? Timothy clutched the bedclothes. The spider on his lapel swung like a black pendulum, excitedly dancing. He leaned over his sister. Will they all be here in time for the homecoming? Yes, Timothy, yes, sighed Cecy. She stiffened. Ask no more of me. Go away now. Let me travel in the places I like best. Thanks, Cecy, he said. Out in the hall, he ran to his room. He hurriedly made his bed. He had just awakened a few minutes ago at sunset, and as the first stars had risen, he had gone to let his excitement about the party run with Cecy. Now she slept so quietly there was not a sound. The spider hung on a silvery lasso around Timothy's slender neck as he washed his face. Just think, Spide, tomorrow night is All Hallows' Eve. He lifted his face and looked into the mirror. His was the only mirror allowed in the house. It was his mother's concession to his illness. Oh, if only he were not so afflicted. He opened his mouth, surveyed the poor, inadequate teeth nature had given him. No more than so many corn kernels, round, soft, and pale in his jaws. Some of the high spirit died in him. It was now totally dark, and he lit a candle to see by. He felt exhausted. This past week, the whole family had lived in the fashion of the old country, sleeping by day, rousing at sunset to move about. There were blue hollows under his eyes. Spide, I'm no good, he said quietly to the little creature. I can't even get used to sleeping days like the others. He took up the candle holder. Oh, to have strong teeth with incisors like steel spikes, or strong hands even, or a strong mind, even to have the power to send one's mind out, free, as Cecy did. But no, he was the imperfect one, the sick one. He was even, he shivered and drew the candle flame closer, afraid of the dark. His brothers snorted at him. Byron and Leonard and Sam, they laughed at him because he slept in a bed. With Cecy, it was different. Her bed was part of her comfort, for the composure necessary to send her mind abroad to hunt. But Timothy, did he sleep in the wonderful polished boxes like the others? He did not. Mother let him have his own bed, his own room, his own mirror. No wonder the family skirted him like a holy man's crucifix. If only the wings would sprout from his shoulder blades. He bared his back, stared at it, and sighed again. No chance. Never. Downstairs were exciting and mysterious sounds, the slithering black crepe going up in all the halls and on the ceilings and doors, the sputter of burning black tapers in the banistered stairwell, Mother's voice, high and firm. Father's voice echoing from the damp cellar. Bion walking from outside the old country house, lugging vast 2-gallon jugs. "I've just got to go to the party, Spide," said Timothy. The spider whirled at the end of its silk, and Timothy felt alone. He would polish cases, fetch toadstools and spiders, hang crepe, but when the party started, he'd be ignored. The less seen or said of the imperfect son, the better. All through the house below, Laura ran. "The homecoming!" she shouted gaily. "The homecoming!" Her footsteps everywhere at once. Timothy passed Ceci's room again, and she was sleeping quietly. Once a month she went below stairs. Always she stayed in bed. Lovely Ceci, he felt like asking her, "Where are you now, Ceci? And in who? And what's happening? Are you beyond the hills? And what goes on there?" But he went on to Ellen's room instead. Ellen sat at her desk, sorting out many kinds of blonde, red, and black hair, and little scimitars of fingernails gathered from her manicurist job at the Mellon Village beauty parlor 15 miles over. A sturdy mahogany case lay in one corner with her name on it. "Go away," she said, not even looking at him. "I can't work with you gawking." "All Hallows Eve, Ellen! Just think," he said, trying to be friendly. "Huh." She put some fingernail clippings in a small white sack, labeled them. "What can it mean to you? What do you know of it? It'll scare hell out of you. Go back to bed." His cheeks burned. "I'm needed to polish and work and help serve. If you don't go, you'll find a dozen raw oysters in your bed tomorrow," said Ellen matter-of-factly. "Goodbye, Timothy." In his anger, rushing downstairs, he bumped into Laura. "Watch where you're going," she shrieked from clenched teeth. She swept away. He ran to the open cellar door, smelled the channel of moist, earthy air rising from below. "Father?" "It's about time," Father shouted up the steps. "Hurry down, or they'll be here before we're ready." Timothy hesitated only long enough to hear the million other sounds in the house. Brothers came and went like trains in a station, talking and arguing. If you stood in one spot long enough, the entire household passed with their pale hands full of things. Leonard with his little black medical case, Samuel with his large, dusty, ebony-bound book under his arm, bearing more black crepe, and Bion excursioning to the car outside and bringing in many more gallons of liquid. Father stopped polishing to give Timothy a rag and a scowl. He thumped the huge mahogany box. "Come on, shine this up so we can start on another. Sleep your life away." While waxing the surface, Timothy looked inside. "Uncle Einer's a big man, isn't he, Papa?" "Mm-hmm." "How big is he?" "The size of the box'll tell you." "I was only asking." 7 feet tall?" "You talk a lot." About 9 o'clock, Timothy went out into the October weather. For 2 hours in the now warm, now cold wind, he walked the meadows collecting toadstools and spiders. His heart began to beat with anticipation again. How many relatives had Mother said would come? 70? 100? He passed a farmhouse. "If only you knew what was happening at our house," he said to the glowing windows. He climbed a hill and looked at the town, miles away, settling into sleep. The town hall clock high and round, white in the distance. The town did not know either. He brought home many jars of toadstools and spiders. In the little chapel below stairs, a brief ceremony was celebrated. It was like all the other rituals over the years, with Father chanting the dark lines,
Mother's beautiful white ivory hands moving in the reverse blessings, and all the children gathered except Ceci, who lay upstairs in bed. But Ceci was present. You saw her peering, now from Bion's eyes, now Samuel's, now Mother's, and you felt a movement, and now she was in you, fleetingly, and gone. Timothy prayed to the Dark One with a tightened stomach. "Please, please, help me grow up. Help me be like my sisters and brothers. Don't let me be different. If only I could put the hair in the plastic images as Ellen does, or make people fall in love with me as Laura does with people, or read strange books as Sam does, or work in a respected job like Leonard and Bion do, or even raise a family one day as Mother and Father have done." At midnight, a storm hammered the house. Lightning struck outside in amazing snow-white bolts. There was the sound of an approaching, probing, sucking tornado, funneling and nuzzling the moist night earth. Then the front door, blasted half off its hinges, hung stiff and discarded, and in trooped Grandmama and Grandpapa, all the way from the old country. From then on, people arrived each hour. There was a flutter at the side window, a rap on the front door, a knock at the back. There were fey noises from the cellar. Autumn wind piped down the chimney throat, chanting. Mother filled the large crystal punch bowl with the scarlet liquid poured from the jugs Bion had carried home. Father swept from room to room, lighting more tapers. Laura and Ellen hammered up more wolfsbane, and Timothy stood amidst this wild excitement, no expression to his face, his hands trembling at his sides, gazing now here, now there. Banging of doors, laughter, the sound of liquid pouring, darkness, sound of wind, the webbed thunder of wings, the padding of feet, the welcoming bursts of talk at the entrances, the transparent rattling of casements, the shadows passing, coming, going, wavering.
"Well, well, and this must be Timothy."
What? A chilly hand took his hand. A long, hairy face leaned down over him.
"A good lad, a fine lad,"
said the stranger. "Timothy," said his mother, "this is Uncle Jason." "Hello, Uncle Jason." "And over here," Mother drifted Uncle Jason away. Uncle Jason peered back at Timothy over his caped shoulder and winked. Timothy stood alone. From off 1,000 miles in the candled darkness, he heard a high fluting voice. That was Ellen. "And my brothers, they are clever. Can you guess their occupations, Aunt Morgiana?" "I have no idea." "They operate the undertaking establishment in town." "What?" A gasp. "Yes," shrill laughter. "Isn't that priceless?" Timothy stood very still. A pause in the laughter. "They bring home sustenance for Mama, Papa, and all of us," said Laura. "Except, of course, Timothy." An uneasy silence. Uncle Jason's voice demanded,
"Well, come now, what about Timothy?"
"Oh, Laura, your tongue," said Mother. Laura went on with it. Timothy shut his eyes. Timothy doesn't like blood. He's delicate." "He'll learn," said Mother. "He'll learn," she said very firmly. "He's my son, and he'll learn. He's only 14.
"But I was raised on the stuff,"
said Uncle Jason, his voice passing from one room on into another. The wind played the trees outside like harps. A little rain spattered on the windows.
"Raised on the stuff,"
passing away into faintness. Timothy bit his lips and opened his eyes. "Well,
It was all my fault. Mother was showing them into the kitchen now. I tried forcing him. You can't force children. You only make them sick, and then they never get a taste for things. Look at Bion now. He was 13 before he...
I understand, murmured Uncle Jason. Timothy will come around.
I'm sure he will, said Mother defiantly. Candle flames quivered as shadows crossed and recrossed the dozen musty rooms. Timothy was cold. He smelled the hot tallow in his nostrils, and instinctively he grabbed at a candle and walked with it around and about the house, pretending to straighten the crepe. "Timothy!" Someone whispered behind a patterned wall, hissing and sizzling and sighing the words. "Timothy is afraid of the dark." Leonard's voice. Hateful Leonard. "I like the candle, that's all," said Timothy in a reproachful whisper. More lightning, more thunder, cascades of roaring laughter, bangings and clickings and shouts and rustles of clothing. Clammy fog swept through the front door. Out of the fog, settling his wings, stalked a tall man. "Uncle Einar!" Timothy propelled himself on his thin legs straight through the fog, under the green webbing shadows. He threw himself across Einar's arms. Einar lifted him. "You wings, Timothy!" He tossed the boy light as thistles. "Wings, Timothy! Fly!" Faces wheeled under. Darkness rotated. The house blew away. Timothy felt breeze-like. He flapped his arms. Einar's fingers caught and threw him once more to the ceiling. The ceiling rushed down like a charred wall. "Fly, Timothy!" shouted Einar, loud and deep. "Fly with wings! Wings!" He felt an exquisite ecstasy in his shoulder blades, as if roots grew, burst to explode and blossom into new, moist membrane. He babbled wild stuff. Again Einar hurled him high. The autumn wind broke in a tide on the house. Rain crashed down, shaking the beams, causing chandeliers to tilt their enraged candle lights. And the 100 relatives peered out from every black, enchanted room, circling inward, all shapes and sizes, to where Einar balanced the child like a baton in the roaring spaces. "Enough!" shouted Einar at last. Timothy, deposited on the floor timbers, exaltedly, exhaustedly fell against Uncle Einar, sobbing happily. "Uncle! Uncle! Uncle!" "Was it good, flying? Eh, Timothy?" said Uncle Einar, bending down, patting Timothy's head. "Good, good." It was coming toward dawn. Most had arrived and were ready to bed down for the daylight, sleep motionlessly with no sound until the following sunset, when they would shout out of their mahogany boxes for the revelry. Uncle Einar, followed by dozens of others, moved toward the cellar. Mother directed them downward to the crowded row on row of highly polished boxes. Einar, his wings like sea-green tarpaulins tented behind him, moved with a curious whistling down the passageway. Where his wings touched, they made a sound of drum heads gently beaten. Upstairs, Timothy lay wearily thinking, trying to like the darkness. There was so much you could do in darkness that people couldn't criticize you for, because they never saw you. He did like the night, but it was a qualified liking. Sometimes there was so much night, he cried out in rebellion. And the cellar, mahogany doors sealed downward, drawn in by pale hands. In corners, certain relatives circled 3 times to lie, heads on paws, eyelids shut. The sun rose. There was a sleeping. Sunset.
The revel exploded like a bat nest struck full, shrieking out, fluttering, spreading. Box doors banged wide, steps rushed up from cellar damp. More late guests, kicking on front and back portals, were admitted. It rained, and sodden visitors laid their capes, their water-pelleted hats, their sprinkled veils upon Timothy, who bore them to a closet. The rooms were crowd-packed. The laughter of one cousin, shot from one room, angled off the wall of another, ricocheted, banked, and returned to Timothy's ears from a fourth room, accurate and cynical. A mouse ran across the floor. "I know you, niece Lieberschratter," exclaimed father. The mouse spiraled 3 women's feet and vanished into a corner. Moments later, a beautiful woman rose up out of nothing and stood in the corner, smiling her white smile at them all. Something huddled against the flooded pane of the kitchen window. It sighed and wept and tapped continually, pressed against the glass. But Timothy could make nothing of it. He saw nothing. In imagination, he was outside staring in. The rain was on him, the wind at him, and the taper-dotted darkness inside was inviting. Waltzes were being danced, tall, thin figures pirouetted to outlandish music. Stars of light flickered off lifted bottles. Small clods of earth crumbled from casks, and a spider fell and went silently legging over the floor. Timothy shivered. He was inside the house again. Mother was calling him to run here, run there, help, serve, out to the kitchen now, fetch this, fetch that, bring the plates, heap the food, on and on. The party happened around him, but not to him. The dozens of towering people pressed in against him, elbowed him, ignored him. Finally, he turned and slipped away up the stairs. He called softly, "Ceci! Where are you now, Ceci?" She waited a long time before answering. "In the Imperial Valley," she murmured faintly, "beside the Salton Sea, near the mud pots and the steam and the quiet. I'm inside a farmer's wife. I'm sitting on a front porch. I can make her move if I want, or do anything, or think anything. The sun's going down. What's it like, Ceci?" "You can hear the mud pots hissing," she said slowly, as if speaking in a church. "Little gray heads of steam push up the mud like bald men rising in the thick syrup, head first out in the boiling channels. The gray heads rip like rubber fabric, collapse with noises like wet lips moving, and feathery plumes of steam escape from the ripped tissue. And there is the smell of deep, sulphurous burning and old times. The dinosaur has been a-broiling here 10 million years. Is he done yet, Ceci?" "Yes, he's done. Quite done." Ceci's calm sleeper's lips turned up. The languid words fell slowly from her shaping mouth. "Inside this woman's skull I am, looking out, watching the sea that does not move, and is so quiet it makes you afraid. I sit on the porch and wait for my husband to come home. Occasionally, a fish leaps, falls back, starlight edging it. The valley, the sea, the few cars, the wooden porch, my rocking chair, myself,
The silence. What now, Ceci? I'm getting up from my rocking chair, she said. I'm walking off the porch toward the mud pots. Planes fly over like primordial birds. Then it is quiet, so quiet. How long will you stay inside her, Ceci? Until I've listened and looked and felt enough. Until I've changed her life some way. I'm walking off the porch and along the wooden boards. My feet knock on the planks, tiredly, slowly. And now? Now the sulfur fumes are all around me. I stare at the bubbles as they break and smooth. A bird darts by my temple, shrieking. Suddenly, I am in the bird and fly away. And as I fly inside my new small glass bead eyes, I see a woman below me on a boardwalk take 1, 2, 3 steps forward into the mud pots. I hear a sound as of a boulder plunged into molten depths. I keep flying, circle back. I see a white hand, like a spider, wriggle and disappear into the gray lava pool. The lava seals over. Now I'm flying home, swift, swift, swift.
Something clapped hard against the window. Timothy started. Ceci flicked her eyes wide, bright, full, happy, exhilarated.
Now I'm home, she said.
After a pause, Timothy ventured.
The homecoming's on, and everybody's here. Then why are you upstairs? She took his hand. Well, ask me, she smiled slyly. Ask me what you came to ask. I didn't come to ask anything, he said. Well, almost nothing. Well, oh, Ceci. It came from him in one long, rapid flow. I want to do something at the party to make them look at me. Something to make me good as them. Something to make me belong. But there's nothing I can do, and I feel funny, and, well, I thought you might. I might, she said, closing her eyes, smiling inwardly. Stand up straight. Stand very still. He obeyed. Now, shut your eyes and blank out your thought. He stood very straight and thought of nothing, or at least thought of thinking nothing. She sighed. Shall we go downstairs now, Timothy? Like a hand into a glove, Ceci was within him. Look, everybody! Timothy held the glass of warm red liquid. He held up the glass so that the whole house turned to watch him. Aunts, uncles, cousins, brothers, sisters. He drank it straight down. He jerked a hand at his sister, Laura. He held her gaze, whispering to her in a subtle voice that kept her silent, frozen. He felt tall as the trees as he walked to her. The party now slowed. It waited on all sides of him, watching. From all the room doors the faces peered. They were not laughing. Mother's face was astonished. Dad looked bewildered, but pleased and getting prouder every instant. He nipped Laura gently over the neck vein. The candle flame swayed drunkenly. The wind climbed around on the roof outside. The relatives stared from all the doors. He popped toadstools into his mouth, swallowed, then beat his arms against his flanks and circled. Look, Uncle Einar! Jean fly, at last! Beat went his hands. Up and down pumped his feet. The faces flashed past him.
At the top of the stairs, flapping, he heard his mother cry, "Stop, Timothy!" Far below. "Hey!" shouted Timothy, and leaped off the top of the well, thrashing. Halfway down, the wings he thought he owned dissolved. He screamed. Uncle Einar caught him. Timothy flailed whitely in the receiving arms. A voice burst out of his lips, unbidden. "This is Ceci! This is Ceci! Come see me, all of you, upstairs, first room on the left!" Followed by a long trill of high laughter. Timothy tried to cut it off with his tongue. Everybody was laughing. Einar set him down, running through the crowding blackness as the relatives flowed upstairs towards Ceci's room to congratulate her. Timothy banged the front door open. "Ceci, I hate you! I hate you!" By the sycamore tree, in deep shadow, Timothy spewed out his dinner, sobbed bitterly, and thrashed in a pile of autumn leaves. Then he lay still. From his blouse pocket, from the protection of the matchbox he used for his retreat, the spider crawled forth. Spide walked along Timothy's arm. Spide explored up his neck to his ear and climbed in the ear to tickle it. Timothy shook his head. "Don't, Spide, don't!" The feathery touch of a tentative feeler probing his eardrum set Timothy shivering. "Don't, Spide!" He sobbed somewhat less. The spider traveled down his cheek, took a station under the boy's nose, looked up into the nostrils as if to seek the brain, and then clambered softly up over the rim of the nose to sit, to squat there peering at Timothy with green gem eyes, until Timothy filled with ridiculous laughter. "Go away, Spide!" Timothy sat up, rustling the leaves. The land was very bright with the moon. In the house, he could hear the faint ribaldry as Mirror, Mirror was played. Celebrants shouted, dimly muffled, as they tried to identify those of themselves whose reflections had not ever appeared in a glass. "Timothy!" Uncle Einar's wings spread and twitched, and came in with a sound like kettle drums. Timothy felt himself plucked up like a thimble and set upon Einar's shoulder. "Don't feel badly, nephew Timothy. Each to his own, each in his own way. How much better things are for you. How rich. The world's dead for us. We've seen so much of it, believe me. Life's best to those who live the least of it. It's worth more per ounce, Timothy. Remember that." The rest of the black morning, from midnight on, Uncle Einar led him about the house, from room to room, weaving and singing. A horde of late arrivals set the entire hilarity off afresh. Great, 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 and 1,000 more great-greats' grandmother was there, wrapped in Egyptian cerements. She said not a word, but lay straight as a burnt ironing board against the wall, her eye hollows cupping a distant, wise, silent glimmering. At the breakfast, at 4 a.m, 1,000-odd greats' grandmamma was stiffly seated at the head of the longest table. The numerous young cousins caroused at the crystal punch bowl. Their shiny olive pit eyes, their conical, devilish faces, and curly bronze hair hovered over the drinking table, their hard, soft, half-girl, half-boy bodies wrestling against each other as they got unpleasantly, sullenly drunk. The wind got higher, the stars burned with fiery intensity, the noises redoubled, the dances quickened, the drinking became more positive. To Timothy, there were thousands of things to hear and watch. The many darknesses roiled, bubbled, the many faces passed and repassed. Listen! The party held its breath. Far away the town clock struck its chimes, saying 6 o'clock. The party was ending. In time, to the rhythm of the striking clock, their 100 voices began to sing songs that were 400 years old, songs Timothy could not know. Arms twined, circling slowly, they sang, and somewhere in the cold distance of morning the town clock finished out its chimes and quieted. Timothy sang. He knew no words, no tune, yet the words and tune came round and high and good. And he gazed at the closed door at the top of the stairs.
"Thanks, Ceci," he whispered. "You're forgiven. Thanks."
Then he just relaxed and let the words move, with Ceci's voice free from his lips. Goodbyes were said. There was a great rustling. Mother and father stood at the door to shake hands and kiss each departing relative in turn. The sky beyond the open door colored in the east. A cold wind entered, and Timothy felt himself seized and settled in one body after another, felt Ceci press him into Uncle Fry's head so he stared from the wrinkled leather face, then leaped into a flurry of leaves up over the house and awakening hills. Then, loping down a dirt path, he felt his red eyes burning, his fur pelt rhymed with morning, as inside Cousin William he panted through a hollow and dissolved away. Like a pebble in Uncle Einar's mouth, Timothy flew in a webbed thunder, filling the sky. And then he was back, for all time, in his own body. In the growing dawn, the last few were embracing and crying and thinking how the world was becoming less a place for them. There had been a time when they had met every year, but now decades passed with no reconciliation. "Don't forget," someone cried, "we meet in Salem in 1970. Salem. Timothy's numbed mind turned the words over. Salem, 1970. And there would be Uncle Fry and 1,000 times great-grandmother in her withered cerements, and mother and father and Ellen and Laura and Ceci and all the rest. But would he be there? Could he be certain of staying alive until then? With one last withering blast, away they all went. So many scarves, so many fluttery mammals, so many serene leaves, so many whining and clustering noises, so many midnights and insanities and dreams. Mother shut the door. Laura picked up a broom. "No," said Mother, "we'll clean tonight. Now we need sleep." And the family vanished down cellar and upstairs. And Timothy moved in the crepe-littered hall, his head down. Passing a party mirror, he saw the pale mortality of his face, all cold and trembling. "Timothy," said Mother. She came to touch her hand on his face. "Son," she said, "we love you. Remember that. We all love you. No matter how different you are, no matter if you leave us one day." She kissed his cheek. "And if and when you die, your bones will lie undisturbed. We'll see to that. You'll lie at ease forever, and I'll come visit every All Hallows Eve and tuck you in the more secure." The house was silent. Far away the wind went over a hill with its last cargo of dark bats, echoing, chittering. Timothy walked up the steps, one by one, crying to himself all the way. It was getting on towards 6 o'clock, so I thought I'd buy myself a beer and go out and sit in a deck chair by the swimming pool and have a little evening sun. I went to the bar and got the beer and carried it outside and wandered down the garden toward the pool. It was a fine garden, with lawns and beds of azaleas and tall coconut palms, and the wind was blowing strongly through the tops of the palm trees, making the leaves hiss and crackle as though they were on fire. I could see the clusters of big brown nuts hanging down underneath the leaves. There were plenty of deck chairs around the swimming pool, and there were white tables and huge brightly colored umbrellas and sunburned men and women sitting around in bathing suits. In the pool itself there were 3 or 4 girls and about a dozen boys, all splashing about and making a lot of noise and throwing a large rubber ball at one another. I stood watching them. The girls were English girls from the hotel. The boys I didn't know about, but they sounded American, and I thought they were probably naval cadets who'd come ashore from the U.S. naval training vessel which had arrived in harbor that morning. I went over and sat down under a yellow umbrella where there were 4 empty seats, and I poured my beer and settled back comfortably with a cigarette. It was very pleasant sitting there in the sunshine with beer and cigarette. It was pleasant to sit and watch the bathers splashing about in the green water. The American soldiers were getting on very nicely with the English girls. They'd reached the stage where they were diving under the water and tipping them up by their legs. Just then, I noticed a small, oldish man walking briskly around the edge of the pool. He was immaculately dressed in a white suit, and he walked very quickly with little bouncing strides, pushing himself high up onto his toes with each step. He had on a large, creamy Panama hat, and he came bouncing along the side of the pool, looking at the people and the chairs. He stopped beside me and smiled, showing 2 rows of very small, uneven teeth, slightly tarnished. I smiled back.
"Excuse, please, but may I sit here?"
He bobbed around to the back of the chair and inspected it for safety. Then he sat down and crossed his legs. His white buckskin shoes had little holes punched all over them for ventilation.
"A fine evening,"
he said.
"They are all evenings fine here in Jamaica."
I couldn't tell if the accent was Italian or Spanish, but I felt fairly sure he was some sort of a South American, and old, too, when you saw him close, probably around 68 or 70. "Yes," I said, "it is wonderful here, isn't it?"
"And who, may I ask, are all these? These is no hotel people."
He was pointing at the bathers in the pool. "I think they're American sailors," I told him. "They're Americans who are learning to be sailors."
"Oh, of course they are Americans. Who else in the world is going to make as much noise as that? You are not American, no?"
"No," I said, "I am not." Suddenly, one of the American cadets was standing in front of us. He was dripping wet from the pool, and one of the English girls was standing there with him. "Are these chairs taken?" he said. "No," I answered. "Mind if I sit down?" "Go ahead." "Thanks," he said. He had a towel in his hand, and when he sat down he unrolled it and produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He offered the cigarettes to the girl, and she refused. Then he offered them to me, and I took one. The little man said,
"Thank you, no, but I think I have a cigar."
He pulled out a crocodile case and got himself a cigar. Then he produced a knife which had a small scissors in it, and he snipped the end off the cigar. "Here, let me give you a light." The American boy held up his lighter.
"That will not work in this wind."
"Sure it'll work. It always works." The little man removed his unlighted cigar from his mouth, cocked his head on one side, and looked at the boy.
"Always?"
he said slowly. "Sure, it never fails. Not with me, anyway." The little man's head was still cocked over on one side, and he was still watching the boy.
Well, so you say this famous lighter, it never fails. Is that what you say?"
"Sure," the boy said. "That's right." He was about 19 or 20, with a long freckled face and a rather sharp bird-like nose. His chest was not very sunburned, and there were freckles there, too, and a few wisps of pale reddish hair. He was holding the lighter in his right hand, ready to flip the wheel. "It never fails," he said, smiling now because he was purposefully exaggerating his little boast. "I promise you it never fails."
"One moment, please.
The hand that held the cigar came up high, palm outward, as though it were stopping traffic.
Now, just one moment.
He had a curiously soft, toneless voice, and he kept looking at the boy all the time.
Shall we not perhaps make a little bet on that?
He smiled at the boy.
Shall we not make a little bet on whether your lighter lights?
Sure, I'll bet, the boy said. Why not?
You like to bet?
Sure, I'll always bet. The man paused and examined his cigar, and I must say I didn't much like the way he was behaving. It seemed he was already trying to make something out of this, and to embarrass the boy, and at the same time I had the feeling he was relishing a private little secret all his own. He looked up again at the boy and said slowly,
I like to bet, too. Why don't we have a good bet on this thing? A good, big bet.
Now wait a minute, the boy said. I can't do that. But I'll bet you a quarter. I'll even bet you $1, or whatever it is over here. Some shillings, I guess? The little man waved his hand again.
Listen to me. Now we have some fun. We make a bet. Then we go up to my room here in the hotel, where is no wind. And I bet you cannot light this famous lighter of yours 10 times running without missing once.
I'll bet I can, the boy said.
All right, good. We make a bet, yes?
Sure, I'll bet you $1.
No. I make you a very good bet. I am a rich man, and I am a sporting man also. Listen to me. Outside the hotel is my car. Is very fine car. American car from your country. Cadillac.
Hey now, wait a minute. The boy leaned back in his deck chair and he laughed. I can't put up that sort of property. That's crazy.
Not crazy. Not crazy at all. You strike lighter successfully 10 times running, and Cadillac is yours. You like to have this Cadillac, yes?
Sure, I'd like to have a Cadillac. The boy was still grinning.
All right, fine. We make a bet, and I put up my Cadillac.
And what do I put up? The little man carefully removed the red band from his still unlighted cigar.
I never ask you, my friend, to bet something you cannot afford. You understand.
Then what do I bet?
I make it very easy for you, yes?
Okay, you make it easy.
Some small thing you can afford to give away, and if you did happen to lose it, you would not feel too bad, right?
Such as what?
Such as, perhaps, the little finger on your left hand.
My what? The boy stopped grinning.
Yes, why not? You win, you take the car. You boss, I take the finger.
I don't get it. How do you mean you take the finger?
I chop it off.
Jumping jeepers, that's a crazy bet. I think I'll just make it $1. The little man leaned back, spread out his hands, palms upward, and gave a tiny, contemptuous shrug of the shoulders.
I do not understand. You say it lights, but you will not bet. Then we forget it, yes.
The boy sat quite still, staring at the bathers in the pool. Then he remembered suddenly he hadn't lighted his cigarette. He put it between his lips, cupped his hand around the lighter, and flipped the wheel. The wick lighted and burned with a small, steady yellow flame, and the way he held his hands, the wind didn't get to it at all. Could I have a light, too? I said. Oh, God, I'm sorry, I forgot you didn't have one. I held out my hand for the lighter, but he stood up and came over to do it for me. "Thank you," I said, and he returned to his seat. "You having a good time?" I asked. "Fine," he answered. "It's pretty nice here." There was a silence then, and I could see that the little man had succeeded in disturbing the boy with his absurd proposal. He was sitting there very still, and it was obvious that a small tension was beginning to build up inside him. Then he started shifting about in his seat and rubbing his chest and stroking the back of his neck, and finally he placed both hands on his knees and began tapping with his fingers against the kneecaps. Soon he was tapping with one of his feet as well. "Now let me just check up on this bed of yours," he said at last. "You say we go up to your room, and if I make this lighter light 10 times running, I win a Cadillac. If it misses just once, though, then I forfeit the little finger on my left hand. Is that right?"
"Certainly, and that is the bet. But I think you are afraid."
"What do we do if I lose? Do I have to hold my finger out while you chop it off?"
Oh, no, that would be no good. And you might be tempted to refuse to hold it out. What I should do, I should tie one of your hands to the table before we started, and I should stand there with a knife ready to go chop the moment your lighter missed."
"What year is the Cadillac?" the boy asked.
Excuse, I not understand."
"What year? How old is the Cadillac?"
How old? Yes, it is last year. Quite a new car. But I see you are not a betting man. Americans never are.
The boy paused for just a moment, and he glanced first at the English girl, then at me. "Yes," he said sharply. "I'll bet you."
"Good."
The little man clapped his hands together quietly, once.
"Fine," he said. "We do it now. And you, sir," he turned to me, "you would perhaps be good enough to, what you call it, to referee."
He had pale, almost colorless eyes with tiny, bright black pupils. "Well," I said, "I think it's a crazy bet. I don't think I like it very much." "Nor do I," said the English girl. It was the first time she'd spoken. "I think it's a stupid, ridiculous bet." "Are you serious about cutting off the boy's finger if he loses?" I said.
"Certainly I am. Also about giving him Cadillac if he win. Come now, we go to my room."
He stood up.
"You like to put on some clothes first," he said.
"No," the boy answered. "I'll come like this." Then he turned to me. "I'd consider it a favor if you'd come along and referee." "All right," I said. "I'll come along, but I don't like the bet." "You come too," he said to the girl. "You come and watch." The little man led the way back through the garden to the hotel. He was animated now and excited, and that seemed to make him bounce up higher than ever on his toes as he walked along.
"I live in Annex," he said. "You like to see car first. It is just here."
He took us to where we could see the front driveway of the hotel, and he stopped and pointed to a sleek, pale green Cadillac parked close by.
"There she is. The green one. You like?"
"Say, that's a nice car," the boy said.
"All right, now we go up and see if you can win her."
We followed him into the annex and up one flight of stairs. He unlocked his door, and we all trooped into what was a large, pleasant double bedroom. There was a woman's dressing gown lying across the bottom of one of the beds.
"First," he said, "we have a little martini."
The drinks were on a small table in the far corner, all ready to be mixed, and there was a shaker and ice and plenty of glasses. He began to make the martini, But meanwhile he'd rung the bell, and now there was a knock on the door and a maid came in. "Ah," he said, putting down the bottle of gin, taking a wallet from his pocket and pulling out a £1 note. "You will do something for me, please." He gave the maid the £1. "You keep that," he said. "And now we are going to play a little game in here, and I want you to go off and find for me 3 things. I want some nails, I want a hammer, and I want a chopping knife, a butcher's chopping knife, which you can borrow from the kitchen. You can get that, yes?" "A chopping knife?" The maid opened her eyes wide and clasped her hands in front of her. "You mean a real chopping knife?" Yes, of course. Come on now, please. You can find those things surely for me." "Yes, sir. I'll try, sir. Surely I'll try to get them." And she went. The little man handed round the martinis. We stood there and sipped them. The boy with the long freckled face and the pointed nose, bare-bodied except for a pair of faded brown bathing shorts. The English girl, a large-boned, fair-haired girl wearing a pale blue bathing suit, who watched the boy over the top of her glasses all the time. The little man with the colorless eyes standing there in his immaculate white suit, drinking his martini and looking at the girl in her pale blue bathing dress. I didn't know what to make of it all. The man seemed serious about the bet, and he seemed serious about the business of cutting off the finger. But hell, what if the boy lost? Then we'd have to rush him to the hospital in the Cadillac that he hadn't won. Now wouldn't that really be a fine thing? It would be a damn silly, unnecessary thing so far as I could see. "Don't you think this is rather a silly bet?" I said. "I think it's a fine bet," the boy answered. He had already downed one large martini. "I think it's a stupid, ridiculous bet," the girl said. "What'll happen if you lose?" "It won't matter. Come to think of it, I can't remember ever in my life having had any use for the little finger on my left hand. Here he is." The boy took hold of the finger. "And he hasn't ever done a thing for me yet. So why shouldn't I bet him? I think it's a fine bet." The little man smiled and picked up the shaker and refilled our glasses. "Before we begin," he said, "I will present to the referee the key of the car." He produced a car key from his pocket and gave it to me. "The papers," he said, "the owning papers and insurance are in the pocket of the car." Then the maid came in again. In one hand she carried a small chopper, the kind used by butchers for chopping meat bones, and in the other a hammer and a bag of nails. "Good. You got them all. Thank you. Now you can go." He waited until the maid had closed the door. Then he put the implements on one of the beds and said, "Now we prepare ourselves, yes?" And to the boy, "Help me, please, with this table. We carry it out a little." It was the usual kind of hotel writing desk, just a plain rectangular table about 4 feet by 3 with a blotting pad, ink, pens, and paper. They carried it out into the room away from the wall and removed the writing things. "And now," he said, "a chair." He picked up a chair and placed it beside the table. He was very brisk and very animated, like a person organizing games at a children's party. "And now, the nails. I must put in the nails." He fetched the nails, and he began to hammer them into the top of the table. We stood there, the boy, the girl, and I, holding martinis in our hands, watching the little man at work. We watched him hammer 2 nails into the table about 6 inches apart. He didn't hammer them right home. He allowed a small part of each one to stick up. Then he tested them for firmness with his fingers. Anyone would think the son of a bitch had done this before, I told myself. He never hesitates. Table, nails, hammer, kitchen chopper. He knows exactly what he needs and how to arrange it.
And now, he said, all we want is some string.
He found some string.
All right, at last we are ready. Will you please to sit here at the table?
He said to the boy. The boy put his glass away and sat down.
Now, place the left hand between these two nails. The nails are only so I can tie your hand in place. All right, good. Now I tie your hand secure to the table. So.
He wound the string around the boy's wrist, then several times around the wide part of the hand. Then he fastened it tight to the nails. He made a good job of it, and when he'd finished, there wasn't any question about the boy being able to draw his hand away. But he could move his fingers.
Now please, clench the fist, all except for the little finger. You must leave the little finger sticking out, lying on the table. Excellent, excellent. Now we are ready. With your right hand, you manipulate the lighter. But one moment, please.
He skipped over to the bed and picked up the chopper. He came back and stood beside the table with the chopper in his hand.
We are all ready, he said. Mr. Referee, you must say to begin.
The English girl was just standing there in her pale blue bathing costume right behind the boy's chair. She was just standing there, not saying anything. The boy was sitting quite still, holding the lighter in his right hand, looking at the chopper. The little man was looking at me. "Are you ready?" I asked the boy. "I'm ready." "And you?" to the little man.
"Quite ready,"
he said, and he lifted the chopper up in the air and held it there about 2 feet above the boy's finger, ready to chop. The boy watched it, but didn't flinch, and his mouth didn't move at all. He merely raised his eyebrows and frowned. "All right," I said. "Go ahead." The boy said, "Will you please count aloud the number of times I light it?" "Yes," I said, "I'll do that." With his thumb, he raised the top of the lighter, and again with the thumb he gave the wheel a sharp flick. The flint sparked and the wick caught fire and burned with a small yellow flame. "One!" I called. He didn't blow the flame out. He closed the top of the lighter on it, and he waited for perhaps 5 seconds before opening it again. He flicked the wheel very strongly, and once more there was a small flame burning on the wick. 2! No one else said anything. The boy kept his eyes on the lighter. The little man held the chopper up in the air, and he, too, was watching the lighter. 3! 4! 5! 6! 7! Obviously, it was one of those lighters that worked. The flint gave a big spark, and the wick was the right length. I watched the thumb snapping the top down onto the flame. Then a pause. Then the thumb raising the top once more. This was an all-thumb operation. The thumb did everything. I took a breath, ready to say 8. The thumb flicked the wheel. The flint sparked. The little flame appeared. 8, I said. And as I said it, the door opened. We all turned, and we saw a woman standing in the doorway, a small black-haired woman, rather old, who stood there for about 2 seconds, then rushed forward, shouting, "Carlos! Carlos!" She grabbed his wrist, took the chopper from him, threw it on the bed, took hold of the little man by the lapels of his white suit, and began shaking him very vigorously, talking to him fast and loud and fiercely all the time in some Spanish-sounding language. She shook him so fast you couldn't see him anymore. He became a faint, misty, quickly moving outline like the spokes of a turning wheel. Then she slowed down and the little man came into view again, and she hauled him across the room and pushed him backwards onto one of the beds. He sat on the edge of it, blinking his eyes and testing his head to see if it would still turn on his neck.
"I am sorry," the woman said. "I am so terribly sorry that this should happen."
She spoke almost perfect English.
"It is too bad," she went on. "I suppose it is really my fault. For 10 minutes I leave him alone to go and have my hair washed, and I come back and he is at it again."
She looked sorry and deeply concerned. The boy was untying his hand from the table. The English girl and I stood there and said nothing.
"He is a menace," the woman said. "Down where we live at home, he has taken altogether 47 fingers from different people, and he has lost 11 cars. In the end, they threatened to have him put away somewhere. That's why I brought him up here." "We were only having a little bet,"
mumbled the little man from the bed.
"I suppose he bet you a car?"
the woman said. "Yes," the boy answered, "a Cadillac."
"He has no car. It's mine, and that makes it worse," she said. "That he should bet you when he has nothing to bet with. I am ashamed and very sorry about it all."
She seemed an awfully nice woman. "Well," I said, "then here's the key of your car." I put it on the table.
"We were only having a little bet,"
mumbled the little man.
"He hasn't anything left to bet with," the woman said. "He hasn't a thing in the world. Not a thing. As a matter of fact, I myself won it all from him a long time ago. It took time, a lot of time, and it was hard work, but I won it all from him in the end."
She looked up at the boy and she smiled, a slow, sad smile, and she came over and put out a hand to take the key from the table. I can still see it now, that hand of hers. It had only one finger on it. It was a warm summer evening, and Klausner walked quickly through the front gate and around the side of the house and into the garden at the back. He went on down the garden until he came to a wooden shed, and he unlocked the door, went inside, and closed the door behind him. The interior of the shed was an unpainted room. Against one wall, on the left, there was a long wooden workbench, and on it, among a littering of wires and batteries and small sharp tools, there stood a black box about 3 feet long, the shape of a child's coffin. Klausner moved across the room to the box. The top of the box was open, and he bent down and began to poke and peer inside it among a mass of different-colored wires and silver tubes. He picked up a piece of paper that lay beside the box, studied it carefully, put it down, peered inside the box, and started running his fingers along the wires, tugging gently at them to test the connections, glancing back at the paper, then into the box, then at the paper again, checking each wire. He did this for perhaps an hour. Then he put a hand around to the front of the box where there were 3 dials, and he began to twiddle them, watching at the same time the movement of the mechanism inside the box. All the while he kept speaking softly to himself, nodding his head, smiling sometimes, his hands always moving, the fingers moving swiftly, deftly inside the box, his mouth twisting into curious shapes when a thing was delicate or difficult to do, saying,
"Yes, yes, and now this one. Yes, yes. But is this right? Is it? Where's my diagram? Ah, yes, of course. Yes, yes, that's right. And now, good, good. Yes, yes, yes."
His concentration was intense. His movements were quick. There was an air of urgency about the way he worked, of breathlessness, of strong suppressed excitement. Suddenly he heard footsteps on the gravel path outside, and he straightened and turned swiftly as the door opened and a tall man came in. It was only Scott, the doctor. "Well, well, well," the doctor said. "So this is where you hide yourself in the evenings."
"Hello, Scott," Klausner said.
I happened to be passing, the doctor told him, so I dropped in to see how you were. There was no one in the house, so I came on down here. How's that throat of yours been behaving?
It's all right. It's fine.
Now I'm here, I might as well have a look at it.
Please don't trouble. I'm quite cured. I'm fine.
The doctor began to feel the tension in the room. He looked at the black box on the bench. Then he looked at the man. You've got your hat on, he said.
Oh, have I?
Klausner reached up, removed the hat, and put it on the bench. The doctor came up closer and bent down to look into the box. What's this, he said. Making a radio?
No, just fooling around.
It's got rather complicated-looking innards.
Yes,
Klausner seemed tense and distracted. What is it? The doctor asked. It's rather a frightening-looking thing, isn't it?
It's just an idea.
Yes?
It has to do with sound, that's all.
But good heavens, man! Don't you get enough of that sort of thing all day in your work?
I like sound.
So it seems. The doctor went to the door, turned, and said, Well, I won't disturb you. Glad your throat's not worrying you any more. But he kept standing there looking at the box, intrigued by the remarkable complexity of its inside, curious to know what the strange patient of his was up to. What's it really for? He asked. You've made me inquisitive. Klausner looked down at the box, then at the doctor, and he reached up and began gently to scratch the lobe of his right ear. There was a pause. The doctor stood by the door, waiting, smiling.
All right, I'll tell you if you're interested.
There was another pause, and the doctor could see that Klausner was having trouble about how to begin. He was shifting from one foot to the other, tugging at the lobe of his ear, looking at his feet, and then at last, slowly, he said,
Well, it's like this. The theory is very simple, really. The human ear, you know that it can't hear everything. There are sounds that are so low-pitched or so high-pitched that it can't hear them.
Yes, the doctor said, yes.
Well, speaking very roughly, any note so high that it has more than 15,000 vibrations a second, we can't hear it. Dogs have better ears than us. You know, you can buy a whistle whose note is so high-pitched that you can't hear it at all. Oh, but a dog can hear it.
Yes, I've seen one, the doctor said.
Of course you have. And on the scale, higher than the note of that whistle, there is another note, a vibration if you like. But I prefer to think of it as a note. You can't hear that one either. And above that there is another, and another rising right up the scale forever and ever and ever, an endless succession of notes, an infinity of notes. There is a note, if only our ears could hear it, so high that it vibrates 1,000,000 times a second, and another 1,000,000 times as high as that, and on, higher and higher, as far as numbers go, which is infinity, eternity, beyond the stars.
Klausner was becoming more animated every moment. He was a frail man, nervous and twitchy, with always moving hands. His large head inclined towards his left shoulder, as though his neck were not quite strong enough to support it rigidly. His face was smooth and pale, almost white, and the pale green eyes that blinked and peered from behind a pair of steel spectacles were bewildered, unfocused, remote. He was a frail, nervous, twitchy little man, a moth of a man, dreamy and distracted, suddenly fluttering and animated. And now the doctor, looking at that strange pale face and those pale gray eyes, felt that somehow there was about this little person a quality of distance, of immense, immeasurable distance, as though the mind were far away from where the body was. The doctor waited for him to go on. Klausner sighed and clasped his hands tightly together.
I believe, he said, speaking more slowly now, that there is a whole world of sound above us all the time that we cannot hear. It is possible that up there in those high-pitched, inaudible regions, there is a new, exciting music being made, with subtle harmonies and fierce, grinding discords. A music so powerful that it would drive us mad if only our ears were tuned to hear the sound of it. There may be anything. For all we know, there may...
Yes, the doctor said, but it's not very probable.
Why not? Why not?
Klausner pointed to a fly sitting on a small roll of copper wire on the workbench.
You see that fly? What sort of noise is that fly making now? None that one can hear. But for all we know, the creature may be whistling like mad on a very high note, or barking or croaking or singing a song. It's got a mouth, hasn't it? It's got a throat.
The doctor looked at the fly and he smiled. He was still standing by the door with his hands on the doorknob. Well, he said, so you're going to check up on that?
Some time ago, Klausner said, I made a simple instrument that proved to me the existence of many odd, inaudible sounds. Often I have sat and watched the needle of my instrument recording the presence of sound vibrations in the air when I myself could hear nothing. And those are the sounds I want to listen to. I want to know where they come from and who or what is making them.
And that machine on the table there, the doctor said, is that going to allow you to hear these noises?
It may. Who knows? So far I've had no luck. But I've made some changes in it, and tonight I'm ready for another trial. This machine, he said, touching it with his hands, is designed to pick up sound vibrations that are too high-pitched for reception by the human ear, and to convert them to a scale of audible tones. I tune it in, almost like a radio.
How do you mean?
It isn't complicated. Say I wish to listen to the squeak of a bat. That's a fairly high-pitched sound, about 30,000 vibrations a second. The average human ear can't quite hear it. Now, if there was a bat flying around this room and I tuned in to 30,000 on my machine, I would hear the squeaking of that bat very clearly. I would even hear the correct note, F sharp, or B flat, or whatever it might be, but merely at a much lower pitch. Don't you understand?
The doctor looked at the long, black coffin box. And you're going to try it tonight?
Yes.
Well, I wish you luck. He glanced at his watch. My goodness, he said, I must fly. Goodbye, and thank you for telling me. I must call again sometime and find out what happened. The doctor went out and closed the door behind him. For a while longer, Klausner fussed about with the wires in the black box. Then he straightened up and in a soft, excited whisper said, Now, we'll try it again. We'll take it out into the garden this time, and then perhaps, the reception will be better. Lift it up now, carefully. Oh, my God, it's heavy. He carried the box to the door, found that he couldn't open the door without putting it down, carried it back, put it on the bench, opened the door, and then carried it with some difficulty into the garden. He placed the box carefully on a small wooden table that stood on the lawn. He returned to the shed and fetched a pair of earphones. He plugged the wire connections from the earphones into the machine and put the earphones over his ears. The movements of his hands were quick and precise. He was excited and breathed loudly and quickly through his mouth. He kept on talking to himself with little words of comfort and encouragement, as though he were afraid that the machine might not work, and also afraid of what might happen if it did. He stood there in the garden beside the wooden table, so pale, small, and thin that he looked like an ancient, consumptive, bespectacled child. The sun had gone down. There was no wind, no sound at all. From where he stood, he could see over a low fence into the next garden, and there was a woman walking down the garden with a flower basket on her arm. He watched her for a while without thinking about her at all. Then he turned to the box on the table and pressed a switch on its front. He put his left hand on the volume control and his right hand on a knob that moved a needle across a large central dial like the wavelength dial of a radio. The dial was marked with many numbers in a series of bands starting at 15,000 and going on up to 1,000,000. And now he was bending forward over the machine. His head was cocked to one side in a tense, listening attitude. His right hand was beginning to turn the knob. The needle was traveling slowly across the dial, so slowly he could hardly see it move, and in the earphones he could hear a faint, spasmodic crackling. Behind this crackling sound he could hear a distant humming tone, which was the noise of the machine itself, but that was all. As he listened, he became conscious of a curious sensation, a feeling that his ears were stretching out away from his head, that each ear was connected to his head by a thin, stiff wire like a tentacle, and that the wires were lengthening, that the ears were going up and up towards a secret and forbidden territory, a dangerous ultrasonic region where ears had never been before and had no right to be. The little needle crept slowly across the dial, and suddenly he heard a shriek, a frightful, piercing shriek, and he jumped and dropped his hands, catching hold of the edge of the table. He stared around him as if expecting to see the person who had shrieked. There was no one in sight, except the woman in the garden next door, and it was certainly not she. She was bending down, cutting yellow roses, and putting them in her basket. Again it came, a throatless, inhuman shriek, sharp and short, very clear and cold. The note itself possessed a minor, metallic quality that he had never heard before. Klausner looked around him, searching instinctively for the source of the noise. The woman next door was the only living thing in sight. He saw her reach down, take a rose stem in the fingers of one hand, and snip the stem with a pair of scissors. Again he heard the scream. It came at the exact moment when the rose stem was cut. At this moment, the woman straightened up, put the scissors in the basket with the roses, and turned to walk away. Mrs. Saunders!" Klausner shouted, his voice shrill with excitement. "Oh, Mrs. Saunders!" And looking round, the woman saw her neighbor standing on his lawn, a fantastic arm-waving little person with a pair of earphones on his head, calling to her in a voice so high and loud that she became alarmed. "Cut another one! Please, cut another one, quickly!" She stood still, staring at him. "Why, Mr. Klausner?" she said. "What's the matter?" "Please do as I ask," he said. "Cut just one more rose." Mrs. Saunders had always believed her neighbor to be a rather peculiar person. Now it seemed that he had gone completely crazy. She wondered whether she should run into the house and fetch her husband. No, she thought. No, he's harmless. I'll just humor him. "Certainly, Mr. Klausner, if you like," she said. She took her scissors from the basket, bent down, and snipped another rose. Again, Klausner heard that frightful, throatless shriek in the earphones. Again, it came at the exact moment the rose stem was cut. He took off the earphones and ran to the fence that separated the two gardens. "All right," he said. "That's enough. No more. Please, no more." The woman stood there, a yellow rose in one hand, clippers in the other, looking at him. "I'm going to tell you something, Mrs. Saunders," he said. "Something that you won't believe." He put his hands on top of the fence and peered at her intently through his thick spectacles. "You have, this evening, cut a basketful of roses. You have, with a sharp pair of scissors, cut through the stems of living things, and each rose that you cut screamed in the most terrible way. Did you know that, Mrs. Saunders?" "No," she said, "I certainly didn't know that."
"It happens to be true," he said.
He was breathing rather rapidly, but he was trying to control his excitement.
"I heard them shrieking. Each time you cut one, I heard the cry of pain. A very high-pitched sound, approximately 132,000 vibrations a second. You couldn't possibly have heard it yourself, but I heard it."
"Did you really, Mr. Klausner?" She decided she would make a dash for the house in about 5 seconds.
"You might say," he went on, "that a rosebush has no nervous system to feel with, no throat to cry with. You'd be right, it hasn't. Not like ours, anyway. But how do you know, Mrs. Saunders?"
And here he leaned far over the fence and spoke in a fierce whisper.
"How do you know that a rosebush doesn't feel as much pain when someone cuts its stem in two as you would feel if someone cut your wrist off with a garden shears? How do you know that? It's alive, isn't it?"
"Yes, Mr. Klausner. Oh, yes, and good night." Quickly she turned and ran up the garden to her house. Klausner went back to the table. He put on the earphones and stood for a while listening. He could hear the faint crackling sound and the humming noise of the machine, but nothing more. He bent down and took hold of a small white daisy growing on the lawn. He took it between thumb and forefinger and slowly pulled it upward and sideways until the stem broke. From the moment that he started pulling to the moment when the stem broke, he distinctly heard in the earphones a faint, high-pitched cry, curiously inanimate. He took another daisy and did it again. Once more he heard the cry, but he wasn't sure now that it expressed pain. No, it wasn't pain. It was surprise. Or was it? It didn't really express any of the feelings or emotions known to a human being. It was just a cry, a neutral, stony cry, a single emotionless note expressing nothing. It had been the same with the roses. He had been wrong in calling it a cry of pain. A flower probably didn't feel pain. It felt something else which we didn't know about, something called tom or spun or plenukment or anything you like. He stood up and removed the earphones. It was getting dark, and he could see pricks of light shining in the windows of the houses all around him. Carefully, he picked up the black box from the table, carried it into the shed, and put it on the workbench. Then he went out, locked the door behind him, and walked up to the house. The next morning, Klausner was up as soon as it was light. He dressed and went straight to the shed. He picked up the machine and carried it outside, clasping it to his chest with both hands, walking unsteadily under its weight. He went past the house, out through the front gate, and across the road to the park. There he paused and looked around him. Then he went on until he came to a large tree, a beech tree, and he placed the machine on the ground close to the trunk of the tree. Quickly he went back to the house and got an axe from the coal cellar and carried it across the road into the park. He put the axe on the ground beside the tree. Then he looked around him again, peering nervously through his thick glasses in every direction. There was no one about. It was 6 a.m. He put the earphones on his head and switched on the machine. He listened for a moment to the faint, familiar humming sound. Then he picked up the axe, took a stance with his legs wide apart, and swung the axe as hard as he could at the base of the tree trunk. The blade cut deep into the wood and stuck there, and at the instant of impact he heard a most extraordinary noise in the earphones. It was a new noise, unlike any he had heard before, a harsh, noteless, enormous noise, a growling, low-pitched, screaming sound, not quick and short like the noise of the roses, but drawn out like a sob lasting for fully a minute, loudest at the moment when the axe struck, fading gradually fainter and fainter until it was gone. Klausner stared at horror at the place where the blade of the axe had sunk into the wood flesh of the tree. Then, gently, he took the axe handle, worked the blade loose, and threw the thing to the ground. With his fingers he touched the gash that the axe had made in the wood, touching the edges of the gash, trying to press them together to close the wound, and he kept saying, "Tree! Oh, tree! I am sorry! I am sorry! But it will heal! It will heal fine!" For a while he stood there with his hands upon the trunk of the great tree. Then suddenly he turned away and hurried off out of the park, across the road, through the front gate and back into his house. He went to the telephone, consulted the book, dialed a number, and waited. He held the receiver tightly in his left hand and tapped the table impatiently with his right. He heard the telephone buzzing at the other end, and then the click of a lifted receiver and a man's voice, a sleepy voice saying, "Hello, yes?" "Dr. Scott?" he said. "Yes, speaking." "Dr. Scott, you must come at once. Quickly, please." "Who is it speaking?" "Klausner here. And you remember what I told you last night about my experience with sound and how I hoped I might—" Yes, of course. But what's the matter? Are you ill?" "No, I'm not ill, but—" "It's 6:30 in the morning," the doctor said, "and you call me, but you are not ill." "Please come. Come quickly. I want someone to hear it. It's driving me mad. I can't believe it." The doctor heard the frantic, almost hysterical note in the man's voice, the same note he was used to hearing in the voices of people who called up and said, "There's been an accident. Come quickly." He said, slowly, "You really want me to get out of bed and come over now?" "Yes, now. At once, please." "All right, then. I'll come." Klausner sat down beside the telephone and waited. He tried to remember what the shriek of the tree had sounded like, but he couldn't. He could remember only that it had been enormous and frightful, and that it had made him feel sick with horror. He tried to imagine what sort of a noise a human would make if he had to stand anchored to the ground while someone deliberately swung a small sharp thing at his leg so that the blade cut in deep and wedged itself in the cut. Same sort of noise, perhaps. No, quite different. The noise of the tree was worse than any known human noise because of that frightening, toneless, throatless quality. He began to wonder about other living things, and he thought immediately of a field of wheat standing up straight and yellow and alive, with the mower going through it, cutting the stems, 500 stems a second, every second. Oh, my God! What would that noise be like? 500 wheat plants screaming together, and every second another 500 being cut and screaming, and no, he thought, I do not want to go to a wheat field with my machine. I would never eat bread after that. But what about potatoes and cabbages and carrots and onions? And what about apples? Ah, no, apples are all right. They fall off naturally when they are ripe. Apples are all right if you let them fall off instead of tearing them from the tree branch. But not vegetables. Not a potato, for example. A potato would surely shriek. So would a carrot and an onion and a cabbage. He heard the click of the front gate latch, and he jumped up and went out and saw the tall doctor coming down the path, little black bag in his hand. "Well," the doctor said. "Well, what's all the trouble?" "Come with me, doctor. I want you to hear it. I called you because you're the only one I've told. It's over the road in the park. Will you come now?" The doctor looked at him. He seemed calmer now. There was no sign of madness or hysteria. He was merely disturbed and excited. They went across the road into the park, and Klausner led the way to the great beech tree at the foot of which stood the long black coffin box of the machine and the axe. "Well, why did you bring it out here?" the doctor asked.
I wanted a tree. There aren't any big trees in the garden.
"And why the axe?"
You'll see in a moment. But now, please put on these earphones and listen. Listen carefully and tell me afterwards precisely what you hear. I want to make quite sure.
The doctor smiled and took the earphones and put them over his ears. Klausner bent down and flicked the switch on the panel of the machine. Then he picked up the axe and took his stance with his legs apart, ready to swing. For a moment he paused.
Can you hear anything? He said to the doctor.
Can I what?
Can you hear anything?
Just a humming noise. Klausner stood there with the axe in his hands, trying to bring himself to swing, but the thought of the noise that the tree would make made him pause again. Well, what are you waiting for? The doctor asked.
Nothing,
Klausner answered, and then lifted the axe and swung it at the tree, and as he swung he thought he felt. He could swear he felt a movement of the ground on which he stood. He felt a slight shifting of the earth beneath his feet, as though the roots of the tree were moving underneath the soil, but it was too late to check the blow, and the axe blade struck the tree and wedged deep into the wood. At that moment, high overhead, there was the cracking sound of wood splintering and the swishing sound of leaves brushing against other leaves, and they both looked up, and the doctor cried, "Watch out! Run, man! Quickly, run!" The doctor had ripped off the earphones and was running away fast, but Klausner stood spellbound, staring up at the great branch, 60 feet long at least, that was bending slowly downward, breaking and crackling and splintering at its thickest point, where it joined the main trunk of the tree. The branch came crashing down, and Klausner leapt aside just in time. It fell upon the machine and smashed it into pieces. "Great heavens!" shouted the doctor as he came running back. "That was a near one! I thought it had got you!" Klausner was staring at the tree. His large head was leaning to one side, and upon his smooth white face there was a tense, horrified expression. Slowly he walked up to the tree, and gently he prized the blade loose from the trunk.
"Did you hear it?"
he said, turning to the doctor. His voice was barely audible. The doctor was still out of breath from running and the excitement. "Hear what?"
"In the earphones. Did you hear anything when the axe struck?"
The doctor began to rub the back of his neck. "Well," he said, "as a matter of fact—" He paused and frowned and bit his lower lip. "No, I'm not sure. I couldn't be sure. I don't suppose I had the earphones on for more than a second after the axe struck."
Yes, but what did you hear?"
"I don't know what I heard. Probably the noise of the branch breaking." He was speaking rapidly, rather irritably.
"What did it sound like?"
Klausner leaned forward slightly, staring hard at the doctor.
"Exactly what did it sound like?"
"Oh, hell," the doctor said. "I really don't know. I was more interested in getting out of the way. Let's leave it."
"Dr. Scott, what did it sound like?"
"For God's sake, how could I tell? What with half the tree falling on me and having to run for my life?" The doctor certainly seemed nervous. Klausner had sensed it now. He stood quite still, staring at the doctor, and for fully half a minute he didn't speak. The doctor moved his feet, shrugged his shoulders, and half turned to go. "Well," he said, "we'd better get back." "Look," said the little man, and now his smooth white face became suddenly suffused with color.
"Look," he said, "you stitch this up."
He pointed to the last gash that the axe had made in the tree trunk.
"You stitch this up, quickly."
"Don't be silly," the doctor said.
"You do as I say. Stitch it up."
Klausner was gripping the axe handle, and he spoke softly, in a curious, almost a threatening tone. "Don't be silly," the doctor said. "I can't stitch through wood. Come on, let's get back."
"So you can't stitch through wood?"
"No, of course not."
"Have you got any iodine in your bag?"
"What if I have?"
"Then paint the cut with iodine. It'll sting, but that can't be helped."
"Now look," the doctor said, and again he turned as if to go. "Let's not be ridiculous. Let's get back to the house and then—"
"Paint the cut with iodine."
The doctor hesitated. He saw Klausner's hands tightening on the handle of the axe. He decided that his only alternative was to run away, fast, and he certainly wasn't going to do that. "All right," he said. "I'll paint it with iodine." He got his black bag, which was lying on the grass about 10 yards away, opened it, and took out a bottle of iodine and some cotton wool. He went up to the tree trunk, uncorked the bottle, tipped some of the iodine onto the cotton wool, bent down, and began to dab it into the cut. He kept one eye on Klausner, who was standing motionless with the axe in his hand, watching him.
"Make sure you get it right in."
"Yes," the doctor said.
"Now, do the other one, the one just above it."
The doctor did as he was told. "There you are," he said. "It's done." He straightened up and surveyed his work in a very serious manner. "That should do nicely." Klausner came closer and gravely examined the 2 wounds.
"Yes,"
he said, nodding his huge head slowly up and down.
"Yes, that will do nicely."
He stepped back a pace.
"You'll come and look at them again tomorrow."
"Oh, yes," the doctor said. "Of course."
"And put some more iodine on."
"If necessary, yes."
"Thank you, Doctor," Klausner said,
and he nodded his head again, and he dropped the axe, and all at once he smiled, a wild, excited smile. And quickly the doctor went over to him and gently took him by the arm, and he said, "Come on, we must go now." And suddenly they were walking away, the 2 of them, walking silently, rather hurriedly across the park, over the road, back to the house. Billy Weaver had traveled down from London on the slow afternoon train, with a change at Swindon on the way, and by the time he got to Bath it was about 9 o'clock in the evening, and the moon was coming up out of a clear starry sky over the houses opposite the station entrance. But the air was deadly cold, and the wind was like a flat blade of ice on his cheeks. "Excuse me," he said, "but is there a fairly cheap hotel not too far away from here?" "Try the Bell and Dragon," the porter answered, pointing down the road. "They might take you in. It's about 1/4 of a mile along the other side." Billy thanked him and picked up his suitcase and set out to walk the 1/4 mile to the Bell and Dragon. He had never been to Bath before. He didn't know anyone who lived there, but Mr. Greenslade at the head office in London had told him it was a splendid city. "Find your own lodgings," he had said, "and then go along and report to the branch manager as soon as you've got yourself settled." Billy was 17 years old. He was wearing a new navy blue overcoat, a new brown Trilby hat, and a new brown suit, and he was feeling fine. He walked briskly down the street. He was trying to do everything briskly these days. Briskness, he had decided, was the one common characteristic of all successful businessmen. The big shots up at head office were absolutely fantastically brisk all the time. They were amazing. There were no shops in the wide street that he was walking along, only a line of tall houses on each side, all of them identical. They had porches and pillars and 4 or 5 steps going up to the front doors, and it was obvious that once upon a time they had been very swanky residences. But now, even in the darkness, He could see that the paint was peeling from the woodwork on the doors and windows, and that the handsome white facades were cracked and blotchy from neglect. Suddenly, in a downstairs window that was brilliantly illuminated by a street lamp not 6 yards away, Billy caught sight of a printed notice propped up against the glass in one of the upper panes. It said bed and breakfast. There was a vase of pussy willows, tall and beautiful, standing just underneath the notice. He stopped walking and moved a bit closer. Green curtains, some sort of velvety material, were hanging down on either side of the window. The pussy willows looked wonderful beside them. He went right up and peered through the glass into the room, and the first thing he saw was a bright fire burning in the hearth. On the carpet in front of the fire, a pretty little dachshund was curled up asleep with its nose tucked into its belly. The room itself, so far as he could see in the half-darkness, was filled with pleasant furniture. There was a baby grand piano and a big sofa and several plump armchairs. And in one corner, he spotted a large parrot in a cage. Animals were usually a good sign in a place like this, Billy told himself. And all in all, it looked to him as though it might be a pretty decent house to stay in. Certainly it would be more comfortable than the Bell and Dragon. On the other hand, a pub would be more congenial than a boarding house. There would be beer and darts in the evening and lots of people to talk to, and it would probably be a good bit cheaper, too. He had stayed a couple of nights in a pub once before, and he had liked it. He had never stayed in any boarding houses, and, to be perfectly honest, he was a tiny bit frightened of them. The name itself conjured up images of watery cabbage, rapacious landladies, and a powerful smell of kippers in the living room. After dithering about like this in the cold for 2 or 3 minutes, Billy decided that he would walk on and take a look at the Bell and Dragon before making up his mind. He turned to go. And now a queer thing happened to him. He was in the act of stepping back and turning away from the window when all at once his eye was caught and held in the most peculiar manner by the small notice that was there. Bed and breakfast, it said. Bed and breakfast, bed and breakfast, bed and breakfast. Each word was like a large black eye staring at him through the glass, holding him, compelling him, forcing him to stay where he was and not to walk away from that house. And the next thing he knew, he was actually moving across from the window to the front door of the house, climbing the steps that led up to it, and reaching for the bell. He pressed the bell. Far away in a back room he heard it ringing, and then at once, it must have been at once because he hadn't even had time to take his finger from the bell button, the door swung open and a woman was standing there. Normally, you ring the bell and you have at least a half-minute's wait before the door opens. But this dame was like a jack-in-the-box. He pressed the bell, and out she popped. It made him jump. She was about 45 or 50 years old, and the moment she saw him, she gave him a warm, welcoming smile. "Please come in," she said pleasantly. She stepped aside, holding the door wide open, and Billy found himself automatically starting forward into the house. The compulsion, or more accurately, the desire to follow after her into that house, was extraordinarily strong. "I saw the notice in the window," he said, holding himself back. "Yes, I know. I was wondering about a room." "It's all ready for you, my dear," she said. She had a round pink face and very gentle blue eyes. "I was on my way to the Bell and Dragon," Billy told her, "but the notice in your window just happened to catch my eye." "My dear boy," she said, "why don't you come in out of the cold?" "How much do you charge?" 5 and 6 a night, including breakfast." It was fantastically cheap. It was less than half of what he had been willing to pay. "If that is too much," she added, "then perhaps I can reduce it just a tiny bit. Do you desire an egg for breakfast? Eggs are expensive at the moment. It would be 6 less without the egg." 5 and 6 is fine," he answered. "I should like very much to stay here." "I knew you would.
Do come in.
She seemed terribly nice. She looked exactly like the mother of one's best school friend, welcoming one into the house to stay for the Christmas holidays. Billy took off his hat and stepped over the threshold.
Just hang it there, she said, and let me help you with your coat.
There were no other hats or coats in the hall. There were no umbrellas, no walking sticks, nothing.
We have it all to ourselves, she said,
smiling at him over her shoulder as she led the way upstairs.
You see, it isn't very often I have the pleasure of taking a visitor into my little nest.
The old girl is slightly dotty, Billy told himself. But at 5 and 6 a night, who gives a damn about that? I should have thought she'd be simply swamped with applicants, he said politely.
Oh, I am, my dear, I am. But the trouble is that I'm inclined to be just a teeny-weeny bit choosy and particular, if you see what I mean.
Ah, yes.
But I'm always ready. Everything is always ready, day and night in the house, just on the off chance that an acceptable young gentleman will come along. And it is such a pleasure, my dear, such a very great pleasure when now and again I open the door and I see someone standing there who is just exactly right.
She was halfway up the stairs, and she paused with one hand on the stair rail, turning her head and smiling down at him with pale lips.
Like you,
she added, and her blue eyes traveled slowly all the way down the length of Billy's body to his feet, and then up again. On the first floor landing, she said to him,
This floor is mine.
They climbed up a second flight.
And this one is all yours, she said. Here's your room. I do hope you'll like it.
She took him into a small but charming front bedroom, switching on the light as she went in.
The morning sun comes right in at the window, Mr. Perkins. It is Mr. Perkins, isn't it?
No, he said. It's Weaver.
Mr. Weaver. How nice. I put a water bottle between the sheets to air them out, Mr. Weaver. It's such a comfort to have a hot water bottle in a strange bed with clean sheets, don't you agree? And you may light the gas fire at any time if you feel chilly.
Thank you, Billy said. Thank you ever so much. He noticed that the bedspread had been taken off the bed and that the bedclothes had been neatly turned back on one side, all ready for someone to get in.
I'm so glad you appeared, she said,
looking earnestly into his face.
I was beginning to get worried.
That's all right, Billy answered brightly. You mustn't worry about me. He put his suitcase on the chair and started to open it.
And what about supper, my dear? Did you manage to get anything to eat before you came here?
I'm not a bit hungry, thank you, he said. I think I'll just go to bed as soon as possible because tomorrow I've got to get up rather early and report to the office.
Very well, then. I'll leave you now so that you can unpack. But before you go to bed, would you be kind enough to pop into the sitting room on the ground floor and sign the book? Everyone has to do that because it's the law of the land, and we don't want to go breaking any laws at this stage in the proceedings, do we?
She gave him a little wave of the hand and went quickly out of the room and closed the door. Now, the fact that his landlady appeared to be slightly off her rocker didn't worry Billy in the least. After all, she was not only harmless, there was no question about that, but she was also quite obviously a kind and generous soul. He guessed that she had probably lost a son in the war or something like that, and had never gotten over it. So, a few minutes later, after unpacking his suitcase and washing his hands, he trotted downstairs to the ground floor and entered the living room. His landlady wasn't there, but the fire was glowing in the hearth, and the little dachshund was still sleeping in front of it. The room was wonderfully warm and cozy. I'm a lucky fellow, he thought, rubbing his hands. This is a bit of all right. He found the guest book lying open on the piano, so he took out his pen and wrote down his name and address. There were only 2 other entries above his on the page, and, as one always does with guest books, he started to read them. One was a Christopher Mulholland from Cardiff. The other was a Gregory W. Temple from Bristol. That's funny, he thought suddenly. Christopher Mulholland. It rings a bell. Now where on earth had he heard that rather unusual name before? Was he a boy at school? No. Was it one of his sister's numerous young men, perhaps, or a friend of his father's? No, it wasn't any of those. He glanced down again at the book. Christopher Mulholland, 231 Cathedral Road, Cardiff. Gregory W. Temple, 27 Sycamore Drive, Bristol. As a matter of fact, now that he came to think of it, he wasn't at all sure that the second name didn't have almost as much of a familiar ring about it as the first. Gregory Temple, he said aloud, searching his memory. Christopher Mulholland.
Oh, such charming boys,
a voice behind him answered, and he turned and saw his landlady sailing into the room with a large silver tea tray in her hands. She was holding it well out in front of her and rather high up, as though the tray were a pair of reins on a frisky horse. They sound somewhat familiar, he said.
They do? How interesting.
I'm almost positive I've heard those names before somewhere. Isn't that queer? Maybe it was in the newspapers. They weren't famous in any way, were they? I mean, famous cricketers or footballers or something like that?
Famous,
she said, setting the tea tray down on the low table in front of the sofa.
Oh, no, I don't think they were famous. But they were extraordinarily handsome, both of them. I can promise you that. They were tall and young and handsome, my dear, just exactly like you.
Once more, Billy glanced down at the book. Look here, he said, noticing the dates. The last entry is over 2 years old.
Is it?
Yes, indeed. And Christopher Mulholland's is nearly a year before that. More than 3 years ago.
Dear me, she said, shaking her head and having a dainty little sigh. I would never have thought it. How time does fly away from us all, doesn't it, Mr. Wilkins?
It's Weaver, Billy said. Weaver.
Oh, of course it is, she cried, sitting down on the sofa. How silly of me. I do apologize. In one ear and out the other, that's me, Mr. Weaver.
You know something, Billy said. Something that's really quite extraordinary about all of this.
No, dear, I don't.
Well, you see both of these names, Mulholland and Temple. I not only seem to remember each of them separately, so to speak, but somehow or other, in some peculiar way, they both appear to be sort of connected together as well, as though they were both famous for the same sort of thing, if you see what I mean. Like Dempsey and Tunney, for example, or Churchill and Roosevelt.
How amusing, she said. But come over here now, dear, and sit down beside me on the sofa, and I'll give you a nice cup of tea and a ginger biscuit before you go to bed.
You really shouldn't bother, Billy said. I didn't mean you to do anything like that. He stood by the piano, watching her as she fussed about with the cups and saucers. He noticed that she had small, white, quickly moving hands and red fingernails. I'm almost positive it was in the newspapers I saw them, Billy said. I'll think of it in a second. I'm sure I will. There is nothing more tantalizing than a thing like this, which lingers just outside the borders of one's memory. He hated to give up. Now wait a minute, he said. Wait just a minute. Mulholland. Christopher Mulholland. Wasn't that the name of the Eton schoolboy who was on a walking tour through the West Country, and then all of a sudden...
Milk, she said, and sugar.
Yes, please. And then, all of a sudden...
Eton schoolboy, she said. Oh, no, my dear, that can't possibly be right, because my Mr. Mulholland was certainly not an Eton schoolboy when he came to me. He was a Cambridge undergraduate. Come over here now and sit next to me and warm yourself in front of this lovely fire. Come on, your tea's all ready for you.
She patted the empty place beside her on the sofa, and she sat there smiling at Billy and waiting for him to come over. He crossed the room slowly and sat down on the edge of the sofa. She placed his teacup on the table in front of him.
"There we are," she said. "How nice and cozy this is, isn't it?"
Billy started sipping his tea. She did the same. For half a minute or so, neither of them spoke. But Billy knew that she was looking at him. Her body was half turned toward him, and he could feel her eyes resting on his face, watching him over the rim of her teacup. Now and again he caught a whiff of a peculiar smell that seemed to emanate directly from her person. It was not the least unpleasant, and it reminded him, well, he wasn't quite sure what it reminded him of. Pickled walnuts? New leather? Or was it the corridors of a hospital?
"Mr. Mulholland was a great one for his tea," she said at length. "Never in my life have I seen anyone drink as much tea as dear sweet Mr. Mulholland."
"I suppose he left fairly recently," Billy said. He was still puzzling his head about the two names. He was positive now that he had seen them in the newspapers and the headlines.
"Left," she said, arching her brows. "But, my dear boy, he never left. He's still here. Mr. Temple is also here. They're on the 3rd floor, both of them together."
Billy set down his cup slowly on the table and stared at his landlady. She smiled back at him, and then she put out one of her white hands and patted him comfortingly on the knee.
"How old are you, my dear?" she asked.
17.
17, she cried. "Oh, it's a perfect age. Mr. Mulholland was also 17, but I think he was a trifle shorter than you are. In fact, I'm sure he was, and his teeth weren't quite so white. You have the most beautiful teeth, Mr. Weaver. Did you know that?"
"They're not as good as they look," Billy said. "They've got simply masses of fillings in them at the back."
"Mr. Temple, of course, was a little older," she said, ignoring his remark. "He was actually 28, and yet I would never have guessed it if you hadn't told me. Never in my whole life. There wasn't a blemish on his body."
"A what?" Billy said.
"His skin was just like a baby's."
There was a pause. Billy picked up his teacup and took another sip of his tea. Then he set it down again gently in its saucer. He waited for her to say something else, but she seemed to have lapsed into another of her silences. He sat there staring straight ahead of him into the far corner of the room, biting his lower lip. "That parrot," he said at last. "You know something? It had me completely fooled when I first saw it through the window from the street. I could have sworn it was alive."
"Ah, alas, no longer."
"It's most terribly clever the way it's been done," he said. "It doesn't look in the least bit dead. Who did it?"
"I did."
"You did?"
"Of course," she said. "And have you met my little Basil as well?"
She nodded toward the dachshund curled up so comfortably in front of the fire. Billy looked at it, and suddenly he realized that the animal had all the time been just as silent and motionless as the parrot. He put out a hand and touched it gently on the side of its back. The back was hard and cold, and when he pushed the hair to one side with his fingers, he could see the skin underneath, grayish-black and dry and perfectly preserved. "Good gracious me," he said. "How absolutely fascinating." He turned away from the dog and stared with deep admiration at the little woman beside him on the sofa. "It must be awfully difficult to do a thing like that."
"Not in the least," she said. "I stuff all my little pets myself when they pass away. Will you have another cup of tea?"
"No, thank you," Billy said. The tea tasted faintly of bitter almonds, and he didn't much care for it.
"You did sign the book, didn't you?"
"Oh, yes."
"That's good, because later on, if I happen to forget what you were called, then I can always come down here and look it up. I still do that almost every day with Mr. Mulholland and Mr.
Temple, Billy said. Gregory Temple. Excuse me asking, but haven't there been any other guests here except them in the last 2 or 3 years? Inclining her head slightly to the left, she looked up at him out of the corners of her eyes and gave him another gentle little smile.
No, my dear,
she said.
Only you.
The naked man behind the bars was sound asleep. In the cage next to him, a bear rolled over on its back and peered sleepily at the rising sun. Not far away, a jackal paced springily back and forth as though essaying the impossible, trying to leave its own stench far behind. Flies were gathering around the big bone that rested near the man's sleeping head. Little bits of decaying flesh attracted the insects, and their hungry buzzing made the man stir uneasily. Accustomed to instant awakening, his eyes flickered, and simultaneously his right hand darted out and smashed down at the irritating flies. They left in a swarm, but the naked man stayed frozen in the position he had assumed. His eyes were on his hand. He was still that way when the zoo attendant came close to the cage. The attendant, a pail of food in one hand, a pail of water in the other, said, "Hi, Lobo, up and at 'em. The customers'll be here soon." Then he, too, froze. Inside the naked man's head, strange ideas were stirring. His paw, what had happened to it? Where was the stiff gray hair, the jet-black, steel-strong nails? And what was the odd fifth thing that jutted out from his paw at right angles? He moved it experimentally. It rotated. He'd never been able to move his dew claw, and the fact that he could move this fifth extension was somehow more baffling than the other oddities that were puzzling him. "You goddamn drunks," the attendant raved. "Wasn't bad enough the night a flock of you came in here and a girl bothered the bear and lost an arm for her trouble. No, that wasn't bad enough. Now you have to sleep in my cages. And where's Lobo? What have you done with him?" The naked figure wished the two-legged would stop barking. It was enough trouble trying to figure out what had happened without the angry, short barks of the two-legged who fed him, interfering with his thoughts. Then there were many more of the two-leggeds and a lot of barking, and the naked one wished they'd all go away and let him think. Finally, the cage was opened, and the two-leggeds tried to make him come out of his cage. He retreated hurriedly on all fours to the back of his cage toward his den. "Let him alone," the two-legged who fed him barked. "Let him go into Lobo's den. He'll be sorry." Inside the den, inside the hollowed-out rock that so cleverly approximated his home before he had been captured, he paced back and forth, finding it bafflingly uncomfortable to walk on his naked feet. His paws did not grip the ground the way that they should have, and the rock hurt his new soft pads. The two-legged ones were getting angry. He could smell the emotion as it poured from them, but even that was puzzling, for he had to flare his nostrils wide to get the scent, and it was blurred, not crisp and clear the way he ordinarily smelled things. Throwing back his head, he howled in frustration and anger, but the sound was wrong. It did not ululate as was its wont. Instead, he found to his horror that he sounded like a cub or a female. What had happened to him? Cutting one of his soft pads on a stone, he lifted his foot and licked at the blood. His pounding heart almost stopped. This was no wolf blood. Then the two-legged ones came in after him, and the fight was one that ordinarily he would have enjoyed, but now his heart was not in it. Dismay filled him, for the taste of his own blood had put fear in him. Fear unlike any he had ever known, even when he was trapped that time and put in a box and thrown onto a wheeled thing that had rocked back and forth and smelled so badly of two-legged things. This was a new fear, and a horrible one. Their barking got louder when they found that he was alone in his den. Over and over they barked, not that he could understand them. "What have you done with Lobo? Where is he? Have you turned him loose?" It was only after a long time, when the sun was riding high in the summer sky, that he was wrapped in a foul-smelling thing and put in a four-wheeled object and taken away from his den. He would never have thought, when he was captured, that he would ever miss the new home that the two-leggeds had given him, but he found that he did. And most of all, as the four-wheeled thing rolled through the city streets, he found himself worrying about his mate in the next cage. What would she think when she found him gone, and she just about to have a litter? He knew that most males did not worry about their young, but wolves were different. No mother wolf ever had to worry, the way female bears did, about a male wolf eating his young. No, indeed, wolves were different. And being different, he found that worse than being tied up in a cloth and thrown in the back of a long-wheeled thing was the worry he felt about his mate and her young-to-be. But worse was to come. When he was carried out of the moving thing, the two-legged ones carried him into a big building, and the smells that surged in on his outraged nostrils literally made him cringe. There was sickness and stenches worse than he had ever smelled, and above and beyond all other smells, the odor of death was heavy in the long white corridors through which he was carried. Seeing around him as he did ordinarily in grays and blacks and whites, he found that the new sensations that crashed against his smarting eyeballs were not to be explained by anything he knew. Not having the words for red and green and yellow, for pink and orange and all the other colors in a polychromatic world, not having any idea of what they were, just served to confuse him even more miserably. He moaned. The smells, the discomfort, the horror of being handled were as nothing against the hurt his eyes were enduring. Lying on a flat, hard thing, he found that it helped just to stare directly upwards. At least the flat covering 10 feet above him was white, and he could cope with that. The two-legged thing sitting next to him had a gentle bark, but that didn't help much. The two-legged said patiently over and over again, "Who are you? Have you any idea? Do you know where you are? What day is this?" After a while the barks became soothing, and, nude no longer, wrapped now in a long wet sheet that held him cocoon-like in its embrace, he found that his eyes were closing. It was all too much for him. He slept. The next awakening was, if anything, worse than the first. First, he thought that he was back in his cage in the zoo, for directly ahead of him he could see bars. Heaving a sigh of vast relief, he wondered what had made an adult wolf have such an absurd dream. He could still remember his puppyhood, when sleep had been made peculiar by a life unlike the one he enjoyed when awake. The twitchings, the growls, the sleepy murmurs. He had seen his own sons and daughters go through them, and they had reminded him of his youth. But now the bars were in front of him, and all was well, except that he must have slept in a peculiar position. He was stiff, and when he went to roll over, he fell off the hard thing he had been on and crashed to the floor. Bars or no bars, this was not his cage. That was what made the second awakening so difficult, for, once he had fallen off the hospital bed, he found that his limbs were encumbered by a long garment that flapped around him as he rolled to all fours and began to pace fearfully back and forth inside the narrow confines of the cell that he now inhabited. Worse yet, when the sound of his fall reached the ears of a two-legged one, he found that some more two-legs hurried to his side, and he was forced, literally forced, into an odd garment that covered his lower limbs. Then they made him sit on the end of his spine, and it hurt cruelly. And they put a metal thing in his right paw, and wrapped the soft flesh of his paw around the metal object, and, holding both, they made him lift some kind of slop from a round thing on the flat surface in front of him. That was bad, but the taste of the mush they forced into his mouth was grotesque. Where was his meat? Where was his bone? How could he sharpen his fangs on such food as this? What were they trying to do, make him lose his teeth? He gagged and regurgitated the slops. That didn't do the slightest bit of good. The two-leggeds kept right on forcing the mush into his aching jaws. Finally, in despair, he kept some of it down. Then they made him balance on his hind legs. He'd often seen the bear in the next cage doing this trick, and sneered at the big fat oaf for pandering to the two-leggeds by aping them. Now he found that it was harder than he would have thought. But finally, after the two-leggeds had worked with him for a long time, he found that he could, by much teetering, stand erect. But he didn't like it. His nose was too far from the floor, and with whatever it was wrong with his smelling, he found that he had trouble sniffing the ground under him. From this distance he could not track anything, not even a rabbit. If one had run right by him, he thought, feeling terribly sorry for himself, he'd never be able to smell it, or, if he did, be able to track it down, no matter how fat and juicy. For how could a wolf run on two legs? They did many things to him in the new big zoo, and in time he found that, dislike it as much as he did, they could force him by painful expedients to do many of the tasks they set him. That, of course, did not help him to understand why they wanted him to do such absurd things as encumber his legs with cloth that flapped and got in the way, or balance precariously on his hind legs, or any of the other absurdities they made him perform. But somehow he surmounted everything, and in time even learned to bark a little the way they did. He found that he could bark, "Hello," and "I'm hungry," and, after months of effort, ask, "Why can't I go back to the zoo?" But that didn't do much good, because all they ever barked back was, "Because you're a man." Now, of many things he was unsure since that terrible morning, but of one thing he was sure. He was a wolf. Other people knew it too. He found this out on the day some outsiders were let into the place where he was being kept. He had been sitting, painful as it was, on the tip of his spine in what he had found the two-leggeds called a chair, when some shes passed by. His nostrils closed at the sweet smell that they had poured on themselves, but through it he could detect the real smell, the female smell, and his nostrils had flared, and he had run to the door of his cell, and his eyes had become red as he looked at them. Not so attractive as his mate, but at least they were covered with fur, not like the peeled ones that he sometimes saw dressed in stiff, white, crackling things. The fur-covered ones had giggled just like ripening she-cubs, and his paws had ached to grasp them, and his jaws ached to bite into their fur-covered necks. One of the fur-covered two-leggeds had giggled, "Look at that wolf!" So some of the two-leggeds had perception, and could tell that the ones who held him in this big strange zoo were wrong, that he was not a man, but a wolf. Inflating his now puny lungs to the utmost, he had thrown back his head and roared out a challenge that in the old days, in the forest, would have sent a thrill of pleasure through every female for miles around. But instead of that blood-curdling, stomach-wrenching roar, a little barking, choking sound came from his throat. If he had still had a tail, it would have curled down under his belly as he slunk away. The first time they let him see himself in what they called a mirror, he had moaned like a cub. Where was his long snout? The bristling whiskers, the flat head, the pointed ears? What was this thing that stared with dilated eyes out of the flat, shiny surface? White-faced, almost hairless, save for a jet-black bar of eyebrows that made a straight line across his high, round forehead, small-jawed, small-toothed. He knew with a sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach that even a year-old would not hesitate to challenge him in the mating fights. Not only challenge him, but beat him. For how could he fight with those little canines, those feeble, white, hairless paws. Another thing that irritated him, as it would any wolf, was that they kept moving him around. He would no sooner get used to one den and make it his own, but they'd move him to another one. The last one that contained him had no bars. If he had been able to read his chart, he would have known that he was considered on the way to recovery, that the authorities thought him almost cured of his aberration. The den with no bars was one that was used for limited liberty patients. They were on a kind of parole basis. But he had no idea of what the word meant, and the first time he was released on his own cognizance, allowed to make a trip out into the real world, he put out of his mind the curious forms of occupational therapy with which the authorities were deviling him. His daytime liberty was unreal, and dragged by in a way that made him almost anxious to get back home to the new den. He had all but made up his mind to do so when the setting sun conjured up visions which he could not resist. In the dark, he could get down on all fours. Leaving the crowded city streets behind him, he hurried out into the suburbs where the spring smells were making the night air exciting. He had looked forward so to dropping on all fours and racing through the velvet spring night that when he did so, only to find that all the months of standing upright had made him too stiff to run, he could have howled. The clumsy leather things on his back paws got in the way, and he would have ripped them off, but he remembered how soft his new pads were, and he was afraid of what would happen to them. Forcing himself upright, keeping the curve in his back that he had found helped him to stand on his hind legs, he made his way cautiously along a flat thing that stretched off into the distance. The four-wheeler that stopped near him would ordinarily have frightened him, but even his new weak nose could sniff through the rank, acrid smells of the four-wheeler and find, under the too sweet something on the two-legged female, the real smell, so that when she said, "Hop in, I'll give you a lift," he did not run away. Instead, he joined the she. Her bark was nice, and later, while he was doing to her what she said she wanted done to her, her moans of pleasure became loud, and it hurt even his new dull ears. They got fainter as he tried to run off on his hind legs. It was not much faster than a walk, but he had to get some of the good feeling of the air against his face, of his lungs panting. He had to run. Regret was in him that he would not be able to get food for the she, and be near her when she whelped, for that was the way of a wolf. But he knew, too, that he would always know her by her scent, and if possible, when her time came, he would be at her side. Not even the spring running was as it should be, for without the excitement of being on all fours, without the nimbleness that had been his, he found that he stumbled too much. There was no thrill. And besides, all around him, the manifold smells told him that many of the two-leggeds were all jammed together. The odor was like a miasma, and not even the all-pervading stench that came from the four-wheelers could drown it out. Coming to a halt, he sat on his haunches, and for the first time he wondered if he were really, as he knew he was, a wolf. For a salty wetness was making itself felt at the corners of his eyes. Wolves don't cry. But if he were not a wolf, what then was he? What were all the memories that crowded his sick brain? Tears or no, he knew that he was a wolf, and being a wolf, he must rid himself of this soft pelt, this hairlessness that made him sick at his stomach just to touch it with his two soft pads. This was his dream, to become again as he had been, to be what was his only reality, a wolf, with a wolf's life and a wolf's loves. That was his first venture into the reality of the world at large. His second day and night of limited liberty sent him hurrying back to his den. Nothing in his wolf life had prepared him for what he found in the midnight streets of the big city. For he found that bears were not the only males from whom the shes had to protect their young.
and no animal of which he had ever heard could have moaned as he heard a man moan. If only pain didn't hurt so much. And the strangled cries, the thrashing of limbs, the violence, and the sound of a whip. He had never known that humans used whips on themselves, too. The third time out, he tried to drug himself the way the two-leggeds did by going to a big place where, on a screen, black and white shadows went through imitations of reality. He didn't go to a show that advertised it was in full, glorious color, for he found the other shadows in neutral grays and blacks and whites gave a picture of life the way his wolf eyes were used to looking at it. It was in this big place where the shadows acted that he found that perhaps he was not unique. His eyes glued to the screen, he watched as a man slowly fell to all fours, threw his head back, bayed at the moon, and then, right before everyone, turned into a wolf. A werewolf, the man was called in the shadow play. And if there were werewolves, he thought, as he sat frozen in the middle of all the seated two-leggeds, then, of course, there must be were-men. Would that be the word? And he was one of them. On the screen, the melodrama came to its quick, bloody, foreordained end, and the werewolf died when shot by a silver bullet. He saw the fur disappear from the skin, and the paws change into hands and feet. All he had to do, he thought as he left the theater, his mind full of his dream, was to find out how to become a wolf again, without dying. Meanwhile, on every trip out without fail, he went to the zoo. The keepers had become used to seeing him. They no longer objected when he threw little bits of meat into the cage to his pups. At first, his she had snarled when he came near the bars, but after a while, although still puzzled, and even though she flattened her ears and sniffed constantly at him, she seemed to become resigned to having him stand as near the cage as he possibly could. His pups were coming along nicely, almost full-grown. He was sorry, in a way, that they had to come to wolfhood behind bars, for now they'd never know the thrill of the spring running, but it was good to know they were safe and had full bellies and a den to call their own. It was when his cubs were almost ready to leave their mother that he found the two-leggeds had a place of books. It was called a library, and he had been sent there by the woman in the hospital who was teaching him and some of the other aphasics how to read and write and speak. Remembering the shadow play about the werewolf, he forced his puzzled eyes to read all that he could find on the baffling subject of lycanthropy. In every time, in every clime, he found that there were references to two-leggeds who had become four-leggeds, wolves, tigers, panthers, but never a reference to an animal that had become a two-legged. In the course of his reading, he found directions whereby a two-legged could change himself. They were complicated and meaningless to him. They involved curious things like a belt made of human skin, with a certain odd number of nail heads arranged in a quaint pattern on the body of the belt. The buckle had to be made under peculiar circumstances, and there were many chants that had to be sung. It was essential, he read in the crabbed old books, that the two-legged desirous of making the change go to a place where two roads intersected at a specific angle. Then, standing at the intersection, chanting the peculiar words, feeling the human skin belt, the two-legged was told to divest himself of all clothing, and then to relieve his bladder. Only then, the old books said, could the change take place. He found that his heart was beating madly when he finished the last of the old books. For if a two-legged could become a four-legged, surely... After due thought, which was painful, he decided that a human skin belt would be wrong for him. The man in the fur store looked at him oddly when he asked for a length of wolf fur, long and narrow, capable of being made into a belt.
But he got the fur, and he made the pattern of nail heads, and he did the things the books had described. It was lucky, he thought as he stood in the deserted zoo, that not far from the cages he had found two roads that cut into each other in just the manner that the books said that they should. Standing where they crossed, his clothes piled on the grass nearby, the belt around his narrow waist, his fingers caressing its fur, his human throat chanting the meaningless words, he found that standing naked was a cold business, and that it was easy to void his bladder, as the books had said that he must. And then it was all over. He had done everything just as he should. At first, nothing happened, and the cold white moon looked down at him, and fear rode up and down his spine that he would be seen by one of the two-leggeds who always wore blue clothes, and he would be taken and put back in that other zoo that was not a zoo, even though it had bars on the windows. But then an aching began in his erect back, and he fell to all fours, and the agony began, and the pain blinded him to everything, to all the strange functional changes that were going on, and it was a long, long time before he dared open his eyes. Even before he opened them, he could sense that it had happened. For crisp and clear through the night wind, he could smell as he knew he should be able to smell. The odors came, and they told him old stories. Getting up on all fours, paying no attention to the clothes that now smelled foully of the two-leggeds, he began to run. His strong claws scrabbled at the cement, and he hurried to the grass, and it was wonderful and exciting to feel the good feel of the growing things under his pads. Throwing his long head back, he closed his eyes, and from deep, deep inside, he sang a song to the wolves' god, the moon. His baying excited the animals in the cages so near him, and they began to roar and scream, and those sounds were good too. Running through the night, aimlessly, but running, feeling the ground beneath his paws was good, so good. And then, through the sounds, through all the baying and roaring and screaming from the animals, he heard his she's voice. And he forgot about freedom and the night wind and the cool white moon, and he ran back to the cage where she was. The zoo attendants were just as baffled when they found the wolf curled up outside the cage near the feeding trough as it had been when they had found the man in the wolf's cage. The two-legged who was his keeper recognized him, and he was allowed to go back into his cage, and then the ecstasy, the spring and fall-time ecstasy of being with his she. Slowly, as he became used to his wolfhood again, he forgot about the life outside the cage, and soon it was all a matter that only arose in his troubled dreams. And even then his she was there to nuzzle him and wake him if the nightmares got too bad. Only once, after the first few days, did any waking memory of his two-legged life return, and that was when a two-legged she passed by his cage, pushing a small four-wheeler in front of her. Her scent was familiar. So, too, was the scent of the two-legged cub. Darting to the front of his cage, he sniffed long and hard, and for just a moment, the woman who was pushing the preambulator that contained her bastard looked deep into his yellow eyes, and she knew, as he did, who and what he was. And the very, very last thought he had about the matter was one of infinite pity for his poor cub, who some white moonlit night was going to drop down on all fours and become furred and go prowling through the dark in search of what he would never know.
Now that the manager had gone, I was not particularly alarmed. What better than to be imprisoned in a room full of these splendid ladies? If I ever got talking to them,
I might even suggest that they come and do a bit of cruelty to children preventing at my school. We could certainly use them there. In they came, talking their heads off. They began milling round and choosing their seats, and there was a whole lot of stuff like, "Come and sit next to me, Millie dear," and "Oh, hello, Beatrice. I haven't seen you since the last meeting. What an adorable dress you have on." I decided to stay where I was and let them get on with their meeting while I got on with my mouse training. But I watched them for a while longer through the crack in the screen, waiting for them to settle down. How many were there? I guessed about 200. The back rows filled up first. They all seemed to want to sit as far back from the platform as possible. There was a lady wearing a tiny green hat in the middle of the back row who kept scratching the nape of her neck. She couldn't leave it alone. It fascinated me the way her fingers kept scratching away at the hair on the back of her neck. Had she known somebody was watching her from behind, I'm sure she would have been embarrassed. I wonder if she had dandruff. All of a sudden, I noticed that the lady next to her was doing the same thing. And the next one. And the next. The whole lot of them were doing it. They were all scratching away like mad at the hair on the back of their necks. Did they have fleas in their hair? Most likely it was nits. A boy at school called Ashton had nits in his hair last term, and the matron had made him dip his whole head in turpentine. It killed the nits all right, but it nearly killed Ashton as well. Half the skin came away from his scalp. I began to be fascinated by these hair-scratching ladies. It is always funny when you catch someone doing something coarse and she thinks no one is looking. Nose-picking, for example, or scratching her bottom. Hair-scratching is very nearly as unattractive, especially if it goes on and on. I decided it had to be nits. Then the most astonishing thing happened. I saw one lady pushing her fingers up underneath the hair on her head, and the hair, the entire head of hair, lifted upwards all in one piece, and the hand slid underneath the hair and went on scratching. She was wearing a wig. She was also wearing gloves. I glanced swiftly around at the rest of the now seated audience. Every one of them was wearing gloves. My blood turned to ice. I began to shake all over. I glanced frantically behind me for a back door to escape through. There wasn't one. Should I leap out from behind the screen and make a dash for the double doors? Those double doors were already closed, and I could see a woman standing in front of them. She was bending forward and fixing some sort of a metal chain round the two door handles. "Keep still," I told myself. "No one has seen you yet. There's no reason in the world why they should come and look behind the screen. But one false move, one cough, one sneeze, one nose blow, one little sound of any sort, and it won't be just one witch that gets you. It'll be 200. At that point, I think I fainted. The whole thing was altogether too much for a small boy to cope with. But I don't believe I was out for more than a few seconds, and when I came to, I was lying on the carpet and I was still, thank heavens, behind the screen. There was absolute silence all around me. Rather shakily, I got to my knees and peered once again through the crack in the screen. All the women, or rather the witches, were now sitting motionless in their chairs and staring as though hypnotized at someone who had suddenly appeared on the platform. That somebody was another woman. The first thing I noticed about this woman was her size. She was tiny, probably no more than 4.5 feet tall. She looked quite young, I guessed about 25 or 6, and she was very pretty. She had on a rather stylish long black dress that reached right to the ground, and she wore black gloves that came up to her elbows. Unlike the others, she wasn't wearing a hat. She didn't look to me like a witch at all, but she couldn't possibly not be one. Otherwise, what on earth was she doing up there on the platform? And why, for heaven's sake, were all the other witches gazing at her with such a mixture of adoration, awe, and fear. Very slowly, the young lady on the platform raised her hands to her face. I saw her gloved fingers unhooking something behind her ears, and then she caught hold of her cheeks and lifted her face clean away. The whole of that pretty face came away in her hands. It was a mask. As she took off the mask, she turned sideways and placed it carefully upon a small table nearby. And when she turned round again and faced us, I very nearly screamed out loud. That face of hers was the most frightful and frightening thing I had ever seen. Just looking at it gave me the shakes all over. It was so crumpled and wizened, so shrunken and shriveled, it looked as though it had been pickled in vinegar. It was a fearsome and ghastly sight. There is something terribly wrong with it, something foul and putrid and decayed. It seemed quite literally to be rotting away at the edges, and in the middle of the face, around the mouth and cheeks, I could see the skin all cankered and worm-eaten, as though maggots were working away in there. There are times when something is so frightful you become mesmerized by it and can't look away. I was like that now. I was transfixed. I was numbed. I was magnetized by the sheer horror of this woman's features. But there was more to it than that. There was a look of serpents in those eyes of hers as they flashed around the audience. I knew immediately, of course, that this was none other than the Grand High Witch herself. I knew also why she had worn a mask. She could never have moved around in public, let alone book in at a hotel with her real face. Everyone who saw her would have run away screaming.
"The doors!"
shouted the Grand High Witch in a voice that filled the room and bounced around the walls.
"Are they chained and bolted?"
"The doors are chained and bolted, your grandness,"
answered a voice in the audience. The brilliant snake's eyes that were set so deep in that dreadful, rotting, worm-eaten face glared unblinkingly at the witches who sat facing her.
"You may remove your gloves,"
she shouted. Her voice, I noticed, had that same hard metallic quality as the voice of the witch I had met under the conker tree, only it was far louder and much, much harsher. It rasped, it grated, it snarled, it scraped, it shrieked, and it growled. Everyone in the room was peeling off her gloves. I was watching the hands of those in the back row. I wanted very much to see what their fingers looked like and whether my grandmother had been right. Ah, yes, I could see several of them now. I could see the brown claws curving over the tips of the fingers. They were about 2 inches long, those claws, and sharp at the ends.
"You may remove your shoes,"
barked the Grand High Witch. I heard a sigh of relief going up from all the witches in the room as they kicked off their narrow, high-heeled shoes. And then I got a glimpse under the chairs of several pairs of stockinged feet, square and completely toeless. Revolting they were, as though the toes had been sliced away from the feet with a carving knife.
"You may remove your wigs,"
snarled the Grand High Witch. She had a peculiar way of speaking. There was some sort of a foreign accent there, something harsh and guttural, and she seemed to have trouble pronouncing the letter W. As well as that, she did something funny with the letter R. She would roll it round and round her mouth like a piece of hot pork crackling before spitting it out.
"Remove your wigs and get some fresh air into your spotty scalps,"
she shouted, and another sigh of relief arose from the audience as all the hands went up to the heads and all the wigs, with the hats still on them, were lifted away. There now appeared in front of me, row upon row of bald female heads, a sea of naked scalps, every one of them red and itchy-looking from being rubbed by the linings of the wigs. I simply cannot tell you how awful they were. And somehow the whole sight was made more grotesque, because underneath those frightful, scabby, bald heads, the bodies were dressed in fashionable and rather pretty clothes. It was monstrous. It was unnatural. Oh, heavens, I thought. Oh, help. Oh, Lord, have mercy on me. These foul, bald-headed females are child killers, every single one of them. And here I am imprisoned in the same room, and I can't escape. At that point, a new and doubly horrifying thought struck me. My grandmother had said that with their special nose holes, they could smell out a child on a pitch-black night from right across the other side of the road. Up to now, my grandmother had been right every time. It seemed a certainty, therefore, that one of the witches in the back row was going to sniff me out at any moment, and then the yell of "Dog's droppings" would go up all over the room, and I would be cornered like a rat. I knelt on the carpet behind the screen, hardly daring to breathe. Then suddenly, I remembered something very important my grandmother had told me. The dirtier you are, she had said, the harder it is for a witch to smell you out. How long since I had last had a bath? Not for ages. I had my own room in the hotel, and my grandmother never bothered with silly things like that. Come to think of it, I don't believe I'd had a bath since we'd arrived. When had I last washed my hands or face? Certainly not this morning. Not yesterday either. I glanced down at my hands. They were covered with smudge and mud and goodness knows what else besides. So perhaps I had a chance after all. The stink waves couldn't possibly get out through all that dirt.
"Witches of Inkland!"
shouted the Grand High Witch. She herself, I noticed, had not taken off either her wig or her gloves or her shoes.
"Witches of Inkland!"
she yelled. The audience stirred uneasily and sat up straighter in their chairs.
"Miserable witches!"
she yelled.
"Useless, lazy witches! Feeble, fribbling witches! You are a heap of idle, good-for-nothing worms!"
A shudder went through the audience. The Grand High Witch was clearly in an ugly mood, and they knew it. I had a feeling that something awful was going to happen soon.
"I am having my breakfast this morning,"
cried the Grand High Witch,
"and I am looking out of the window at the beach. And what am I seeing? I am asking you, what am I seeing? I am seeing a revolting sight. I am seeing hundreds, I am seeing thousands of rotten, repulsive little children playing on the sand. It is putting me right off my food. Why have you not got rid of them?"
she screamed.
"Why have you not rubbed them all out, these filthy, smelly children?"
With each word she spoke, flecks of pale blue phlegm shot from her mouth like little bullets.
"I am asking you, why?"
she screamed. Nobody answered her question.
"Children smell,"
she screamed.
"They stink out the world. We do not want these children around here."
The bald heads in the audience all nodded vigorously.
"One child a week is no good to me,"
the Grand High Witch cried out.
"Is that the best you can do?"
"We will do better," murmured the audience. "We will do much better."
"Better is no good either,"
shrieked the Grand High Witch.
"I demand maximum results. So here are my orders. My orders are that every single child in this country shall be rubbed out, squashed, squirted, squirted, and frittered before I come here again in 1 year's time. Do I make myself clear?"
A great gasp went up from the audience. I saw the witches all looking at one another with deeply troubled expressions, and I heard one witch at the end of the front row saying aloud,
"All of them? We can't possibly wipe out all of them."
The Grand High Witch whipped round as though someone had stuck a skewer into her bottom.
"Who said that?"
she snapped.
"Who dares to argue with me? It was you, was it not?"
She pointed a gloved finger as sharp as a needle at the witch who had spoken.
"I didn't mean it, your grandness," the witch cried out. "I didn't mean to argue. I was just talking to myself."
"You dared to argue with me!"
screamed the Grand High Witch.
"I was just talking to myself," cried the wretched witch. "I swear it, your grandness."
She began to shake with fear. The Grand High Witch took a quick step forward, and when she spoke again, it was in a voice that made my blood run cold.
"A stupid witch who answers back must burn until her bones are black,"
she screamed. "No, no," begged the witch in the front row. The Grand High Witch went on.
"A foolish witch without a brain must sizzle in the fiery flame."
"Save me!" cried the wretched witch in the front row. The Grand High Witch took no notice of her. She spoke again.
"An idiotic witch like you must roast upon the barbecue."
"Forgive me, O your grandness!" cried the miserable culprit. "I didn't mean it!" But the Grand High Witch continued with her terrible recital.
"A witch who dares to say I'm wrong will not be with us very long."
A moment later, a stream of sparks that looked like tiny white-hot metal filings came shooting out of the Grand High Witch's eyes and flew straight towards the one who had dared to speak. I saw the sparks striking against her and burrowing into her, and she screamed a horrible howling scream, and a puff of smoke rose up around her. A smell of burning meat filled the room. Nobody moved. Like me, they were all watching the smoke, and when it had cleared away, the chair was empty. I caught a glimpse of something wispy white, like a little cloud, fluttering upwards and disappearing out of the window. A great sigh rose up from the audience. The Grand High Witch glared around the room.
"I hope nobody else is going to make me cross today,"
she remarked. There was a deathly silence.
"Frizzled like a fritter,"
said the Grand High Witch.
"Cooked like a carrot. You will never see her again. Now we can get down to business." "Children are revolting,"
screamed the Grand High Witch.
"We will wipe them all away. We will scrub them off the face of the earth. We will flush them down the drain."
"Yes, yes," chanted the audience. "Wipe them away, scrub them off the earth, flush them down the drain."
"Children are foul and filthy,"
thundered the Grand High Witch. They are," chorused the English witches. "They are foul and filthy."
"Children are dirty and stinky,"
screamed the Grand High Witch. "Dirty and stinky," cried the audience, getting more and more worked up.
"Children are smelling of dogs' droppings,"
screeched the Grand High Witch. "Pooh!" cried the audience. "Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!"
"They are worse than dogs' droppings,"
screeched the Grand High Witch.
"Dogs' droppings is smelling like violets and primroses compared with children."
"Violets and primroses," chanted the audience. They were clapping and cheering almost every word spoken from the platform. The speaker seemed to have them completely under her spell.
"To talk about children is making me sick,"
screamed the Grand High Witch.
"I am feeling sick even thinking about them. Fetch me a basin."
The Grand High Witch paused and glared at the mass of eager faces in the audience. They waited, wanting more.
"So now,"
barked the Grand High Witch,
"so now I am having a plan. I am having a giganticus plan for getting rid of every single child in the whole of England."
The witches gasped. They gaped. They turned and gave each other ghoulish grins of excitement.
"Yes,"
thundered the Grand High Witch.
"We shall squish them and swallow them, and we shall make them to disappear, every single smelly little brat in England, in one stroke."
Whoopee! Cried the witches, clapping their hands. You are brilliant, oh your grandness! You are fantabulous!
Shut up and listen,
snapped the Grand High Witch.
Listen very carefully, and let us not be having any muck-ups.
The audience leaned forward, eager to learn how this magic was going to be performed.
Each and every one of you,
thundered the Grand High Witch,
is to go back to your hometowns immediately and resign from your jobs. Resign! Give notice! Retire!
We will, they cried. We will resign from our jobs.
And after you have resigned from your jobs,
the Grand High Witch went on,
each and every one of you will be going out and you will be buying.
She paused. What will we be buying? They cried. Tell us, O brilliant one, what is it we shall be buying?
Sweet shops,
shouted the Grand High Witch. Sweet shops, they cried. We are going to buy sweet shops. What a frumptuous wheeze!
Each of you will be buying for herself a sweet shop. You will be buying the very best and most respectable sweet shops in England.
We will, they answered. Their dreadful voices were like a chorus of dentist drills all grinding away together.
I am wanting no twopenny, halfpenny, crummy little tobacco-selling, newspaper sweet shops,
shouted the Grand High Witch.
I am wanting you to get only the very best shops, filled up with piles and piles of luscious sweets and tasty chalks.
The best, they cried. We shall buy the best sweet shops in town.
You will be having no trouble in getting what you want,
shouted the Grand High Witch,
because you will be offering 4 times as much as a shop is worth, and nobody is refusing an offer like that. Money is not a problem to us witches, as you know very well. I have brought with me 6 trunks stuffed full of English banknotes, all new and crisp, and all of them,
she added with a fiendish leer,
all of them homemade.
The witches in the audience grinned, appreciating this joke. At that point, one foolish witch got so excited at the possibilities presented by owning a sweet shop that she leapt to her feet and shouted, The children will come flocking to my shop, and I will feed them poisoned sweets and poisoned chalks, and wipe them all out like weasels. The room became suddenly silent. I saw the tiny body of the Grand High Witch stiffen and then go rigid with rage.
Who spoke? She shrieked. It was you over there.
The culprit sat down fast and covered her face with her clawed hands.
You blithering bumpkin,
screeched the Grand High Witch.
You brainless bog-vumper. Are you not realizing that if you are going round poisoning little children, you will be caught in 5 minutes flat? Never in my life am I hearing such a bush-walloping suggestion coming from a witch.
The entire audience cowered and shook. I'm quite sure they all thought, as I did, that the terrible white-hot sparks were about to start flying again. Curiously enough, they didn't.
If such a tom-fiddling idea is all you can be coming up with,
thundered the Grand High Witch,
then it is no wonder England is still swarming with rotten little children.
There was another silence. The Grand High Witch glared at the witches in the audience.
Do you not know,
she shouted at them,
that we witches are working only with magic?
We know, your grandness, they all answered. Of course we know. The Grand High Witch grated her bony gloved hands against each other and cried out,
So each of you is owning a magnificent sweet shop. The next move is that each of you will be announcing in the window of your shop that on a certain day you will be having a great gala opening with free sweets and chalks to every child.
That will bring them in, the greedy little brutes, cried the audience. They'll be fighting to get through the doors.
Next,
continued the Grand High Witch,
you will prepare yourselves for this great gala opening by filling every chalk and every sweet in your shop with my very latest and greatest magic formula. This is known as Formula 86 Delayed Action Mouse Maker.
Delayed Action Mouse Maker, they chanted. She's done it again. Her grandness has concocted yet another of her wondrous magic child killers. How do we make it, O brilliant one?
Exercise patience,
answered the Grand High Witch.
First, I am explaining to you how my Formula 80 Delayed Action Mouse Maker is working. Listen carefully.
We are listening, cried the audience, who were now jumping up and down in their chairs with excitement.
Delayed Action Mouse Maker is a green liquid,
explained the Grand High Witch,
and one droplet in each chalk or sweet will be quite enough. So here is what happens. Child eats chalk which has in it Delayed Action Mouse Maker liquid. Child goes home feeling fine. Child goes to bed still feeling fine. Child wakes in the morning still okay. Child goes to school still feeling fine. Formula, you understand, is delayed action and is not working yet.
We understand, O brainy one, cried the audience. But when does it start working?
It is starting to work at exactly 9 o'clock, when the child is arriving at school,
shouted the Grand High Witch triumphantly.
Child arrives at school. Delayed Action Mouse Maker immediately starts to work. Child starts to shrink. Child is starting to grow fur. Child is starting to grow tail. All is happening in precisely 26 seconds. After 26 seconds, child is not a child any longer. It is a mouse.
A mouse, cried the witches. What a frumptuous thought.
Classrooms will all be swarming with mice,
shouted the Grand High Witch.
Chaos and pandemonium will be reigning in every school in England. Teachers will be hopping up and down. Women teachers will be standing on desks and holding up skirts and yelling, "Help! Help! Help!"
They will, cried the audience.
And what,
shouted the Grand High Witch,
is happening next in every school?
Tell us, they cried. Tell us, O brainy one. The Grand High Witch stretched her stringy neck forward and grinned at the audience, showing 2 rows of pointed teeth, slightly blue. She raised her voice louder than ever and shouted,
"Mousetraps is coming out!"
"Mousetraps!" cried the witches.
"And cheese!"
shouted the Grand High Witch.
"Teachers is all rushing and running out and getting mousetraps and baiting them with cheese and putting them down all over school. Mice is nibbling cheese. Mousetraps is going off. All over school, mousetraps is going snappity-snap. And mouse heads is rolling across the floors like marbles. All over England, in every school in England, noise of snapping mousetraps will be heard."
At this point, the disgusting old Grand High Witch began to do a sort of witch's dance up and down the platform, stamping her feet and clapping her hands. The entire audience joined in the clapping and the foot stomping. They were making such a tremendous racket that I thought surely Mr. Stringer would hear it and come banging at the door. But he didn't. Then, above all the noise, I heard the voice of the Grand High Witch screaming out some sort of an awful, gloating song.
"Down with children, do them in, boil their bones and fry their skin, bish them, squish them, bash them, mash them, break them, shake them, slash them, smash them. Offer chalks with magic powder. Say eat up, then say it louder. Cram them full of sticky eats. Send them home still guzzling sweets. And in the morning, little fools go marching off to separate schools. A girl feels sick and goes all pale. She yells, "Hey, look, I've grown a tail." A boy who's standing next to her screams, "Help, I think I'm growing fur." Another shouts, "We look like freaks. There's whiskers growing on our cheeks." A boy who was extremely tall cries out, "What's wrong? I'm growing small." 4 tiny legs begin to sprout from everybody round about, and all at once, all in a trice, there are no children, only mice. In every school is mice galore, all running round the schoolroom floor, and all the poor demented teachers is yelling, "Hey, who are these creatures?" They stand upon the desks and shout, "Get out, you filthy mice, get out! Will someone fetch some mouse traps, please? And don't forget to bring the cheese." Now mouse traps come and every trap goes snippy snip and snappy snap. The mouse traps have a powerful spring. The springs go crack and snap and ping. Is lovely noise for us to hear, is music to a witch's ear. Dead mice is every place around, piled 2 feet deep upon the ground, with teachers searching left and right, but not a single child in sight. The teachers cry, "What's going on? Oh, where have all the children gone?" It's 9:30, and as a rule, they're never late as this for school. Poor teachers don't know what to do. Some sit and read, and just a few amuse themselves throughout the day by sweeping all the mice away. And all us witches shout, "Hooray!"
The sounds began in the middle of summer, in the middle of the night. Bella Winters sat up in bed at about 3 a.m. and listened and then lay back down. 10 minutes later, she heard the sounds again out in the night down the hill. Bella Winters lived in a first-floor apartment on top of Vendome Hills, near Effie Street in Los Angeles, and had lived there now for only a few days, so it was all new to her, this old house on an old street with an old staircase, made of concrete, climbing steeply straight up from the lowlands below. 120 steps, count them. And right now, "Someone's on the steps," said Bella to herself. "What?" said her husband Sam in his sleep. "There are some men out on the steps," said Bella, talking, yelling, not fighting, but almost. "I heard them last night, too, and the night before, but—" "What?" Sam muttered. "Shh, go to sleep. I'll look." She got out of bed in the dark and went to the window, and yes, 2 men were indeed talking out there, grunting, groaning, now loud, now soft. And there was another noise, a kind of bumping, sliding, thumping, like a huge object being carted up the hill. "No one could be moving in at this hour of night, could they?" asked Bella of the darkness, the window, and herself. "No," murmured Sam. "It sounds like—" "Like what?" asked Sam, fully awake now. "Like 2 men moving." "Moving what, for God's sake?" "Moving a piano up those steps. At 3 in the morning? A piano and 2 men, just listen." The husband sat up, blinking, alert. Far off, in the middle of the hill, there was a kind of harping strum, the noise a piano makes when suddenly thumped, and its harp strings hum. "There, did you hear?" "Jesus, you're right. But why would anyone steal—" "They're not stealing, they're delivering. A piano." "I didn't make the rules, Sam. Go out and ask. No, don't. I will." And she wrapped herself in her robe and was out the door and on the sidewalk. "Bella," Sam whispered fiercely behind the porch screen. "Crazy." So what can happen at night to a woman 55, fat and ugly, she wondered. Sam did not answer.
She moved quietly to the rim of the hill. Somewhere down there, she could hear the two men wrestling with a huge object. The piano, on occasion, gave a strumming hum and fell silent. Occasionally, one of the men yelled or gave orders. "The voices," said Bella. "I know them from somewhere." She whispered and moved in utter dark on stairs that were only a long, pale ribbon going down, as a voice echoed, "Well, here's another fine mess you've got us in." Bella froze. Where have I heard that voice, she wondered. 1,000,000 times. "Hello?" she called. She moved, counting the steps, and stopped, and there was no one there. Suddenly, she was very cold. There was nowhere for the strangers to have gone to. The hill was steep, and a long way down and a long way up, and they had been burdened with an upright piano, hadn't they? How come I know upright, she thought. I only heard, but yes, upright. Not only that, but inside a box. She turned slowly, and as she went back up the steps, one by one, slowly, the voices began to sound again, below, as if, disturbed, they had waited for her to go away. "What are you doing?" demanded one voice. "I was just," said the other. "Give me that," cried the first voice. That other voice, thought Bella. I know that, too. And I know what's going to be said next. "Now," said the echo far down the hill in the night, "don't just stand there. Help me." "Yes." Bella closed her eyes and swallowed hard, and half fell to sit on the steps, getting her breath back as black and white pictures flashed in her head. Suddenly, it was 1929, and she was very small, in a theater with dark and light pictures looming above the first row where she sat, transfixed, and then laughing, and then transfixed and laughing again. She opened her eyes. The two voices were still down there, a faint wrestle and echo in the night, despairing and thumping each other with their hard derby hats. Zelda, thought Bella Winters. I'll call Zelda. She knows everything. She'll tell me what this is. Zelda, yes. Inside, she dialed Z and E and L and D and A before she saw what she had done and started over. The phone rang a long while until Zelda's voice, angry with sleep, spoke halfway across L.A. "Zelda, this is Bella. Sam just died? No, I'm sorry. You're sorry. Zelda, I know you're going to think I'm crazy, but go ahead, be crazy. Zelda, in the old days when they made films around L.A., they used lots of places, right? Like Venice, Ocean Park. Chaplin did, Langdon did, Harold Lloyd, sure. Laurel and Hardy? What? Laurel and Hardy, did they use lots of locations? Palms, they used Palms lots. Culver City, Main Street, Effie Street. Effie Street? Don't yell, Bella. Did you say Effie Street? Sure, and God, it's 3 a.m. Right at the top of Effie Street. Hey, yeah, the stairs. Everyone knows them. That's where the music box chased Hardy downhill and ran over him. Sure, Zelda, sure. Oh, God, Zelda, if you could hear what I hear. Zelda was suddenly wide awake on the line. What's going on? You serious? Oh, God, yes. On the steps just now, and last night, and the night before maybe, I hear 2 men hauling a piano up the hill. Someone's pulling your leg. No, they're there. I go out and there's nothing. But the steps are haunted, Zelda. One voice says, here's another fine mess you've got us in. You've got to hear the man's voice. You're drunk and you're doing this because you know I'm a nut for them. No, come, Zelda, listen, tell. Maybe half an hour later, Bella heard the old tin Lizzie rattle up the alley behind the apartments. It was a car Zelda, in her joy at visiting silent movie theaters, had bought to lug herself around in while she wrote about the past, always the past, and steaming into Cecil B. DeMille's old place, or circling around Harold Lloyd's nation state, or cranking and banging around the Universal backlot, paying her tributes to the Phantom's opera stage, or sitting on Ma and Pa Kettle's porch chewing his sandwich lunch. That was Zelda, who once wrote in a silent country in a silent time for silver screen.
Zelda lumbered across the front porch, a huge body with legs as big as the Bernini columns in front of St. Peter's in Rome, and a face like a harvest moon. On that round face now was suspicion, cynicism, skepticism, and equal pie parts. But when she saw Bella's pale stare, she cried, "Bella!" "You see, I'm not lying," said Bella. "I see." "Keep your voice down, Zelda." "Oh, it's scary and strange, terrible and nice, so come on." And the two women edged along the walk to the rim of the old hill near the old steps in Old Hollywood. And suddenly, as they moved, they felt time take a half-turn around them, and it was another year, because nothing had changed. All the buildings were the way they were in 1928, and the hills beyond like they were in 1926, and the steps just the way they were when the cement was poured in 1921. "Listen, Zelda, there." And Zelda listened, and at first there was only a creaking of wheels down in the dark like crickets, and then a moan of wood and hum of piano strings, and then one voice lamenting about this job, and the other voice claiming he had nothing to do with it, and then the thumps as two derby hats fell, and an exasperated voice announced, "Here's another fine mess you've got us in." Zelda, stunned, almost toppled off the hill. She held tight to Bella's arm as tears brimmed in her eyes. "It's a trick. Someone's got a tape recorder, or..." "No, I checked. Nothing but the steps, Zelda. The steps." Tears rolled down Zelda's plump cheeks. "Oh, God, that is his voice. I'm the expert. I'm the mad fanatic, Bella. That's Ollie. And the other voice, Stan. And you're not nuts after all." The voices below rose and fell, and one cried, "Why don't you do something to help me?" Zelda moaned, "Oh, God, it's so beautiful." "What does it mean? Why are they here? Are they really ghosts? And why would ghosts climb this hill every night, pushing that music box, night after night? Tell me, Zelda, why?" Zelda peered down the hill and shut her eyes for a moment to think. Why do any ghosts go anywhere? Retribution? Revenge? No, not these two. Loves may be the reason. Lost loves or something, yes? Bella let her heart pound once or twice and then said, "Maybe nobody told them." Told them what? Or maybe they were told a lot but still didn't believe. Or maybe in their old years things got bad. I mean, they were sick, and sometimes when you're sick, you forget. Forget what? How much we loved them. They knew. Did they? Sure, we told each other, but maybe not enough of us ever rode or waved when they passed and just yelled love, you think? Hell, Bella, they're on TV every night. Yeah, but that doesn't count. Has anyone, since they left us, come here to these steps and said, maybe those voices down there, ghosts or whatever, have been here every night for years, pushing that music box, and nobody thought or tried to just whisper or yell all the love we had all those years? Zelda stared down into the long darkness where perhaps shadows moved, and maybe a piano lurched clumsily among the shadows. You're right. If I'm right, said Bella, and you say so, there's only one thing to do. You mean you and me? Who else? Quiet, come on. They moved down a step. In the same instant, lights came on around them, and a window here, another there. A screen door opened somewhere, and angry words shot out into the night. Hey, what's going on? Pipe down. You know what time it is? My God, Bella whispered. Everyone else hears now. No, Zelda looked around wildly. They'll spoil everything. I'm calling the cops. A window slammed. God, said Bella, if the cops come, what? It'll be all wrong. If anyone's going to tell them to take it easy, pipe down, it's got to be us. We care, don't we? God, yes, but no buts. Grab on. Here we go. The two voices murmured below, and the piano tuned itself with the hiccups of sound as they edged down another step and another, their mouths dry, hearts hammering, and the night so dark they could only see the faint street light at the stair bottom and the single street illumination. So far away, it was sad being there all by itself, waiting for shadows to move. More windows slammed up, more screen doors opened. At any moment, there would be an avalanche of protest, incredible outcries, perhaps shots fired, and all this gone forever. Thinking this, the women trembled and held tight, as if to pummel each other to speak against the rage. "Say something, Zelda, quick!" "What? Anything! They'll get hurt if we don't—" "They? You know what I mean. Save them. Okay, Jesus." Zelda froze, clamped her eyes shut to find the words, then opened her eyes and said, "Hello?" Louder. "Hello?" Zelda called softly, then loudly. Shapes rustled in the dark below. One of the voices rose while the other fell, and the piano strummed its hidden harp strings. "Don't be afraid," Zelda called. "That's good. Go on." "Don't be afraid," Zelda called, braver now. "Don't listen to those others yelling. We won't hurt you. It's just us. I'm Zelda. You would remember. And this here is Bella. And we've known you forever, or since we were kids. And we love you. It's late, but we thought you should know. We've loved you ever since you were in the desert, or on that boat with the ghosts, or trying to sell Christmas trees door to door, or in that traffic where you tore the headlights off cars. And we still love you, right, Bella?" The night below was darkness, waiting. Zelda punched Bella's arm. "Yes," Bella cried. "What she said. We love you." "We can't think of anything else to say." "But it's enough, yes?" Bella leaned forward anxiously. "It's enough?" A night wind stirred the leaves and grass around the stairs, and the shadows below that had stopped moving, with the music box suspended between them as they looked up and up at the two women, who suddenly began to cry. First, tears fell from Bella's cheeks, and when Zelda sensed them, she let fall her own. "So now," said Zelda, amazed that she could form words, but managed to speak anyway, "we want you to know, you don't have to come back anymore. You don't have to climb the hill every night waiting. For what we just said now is it, isn't it? I mean, you wanted to hear it here, on this hill, with those steps, and that piano, yes? That's the whole thing. It had to be that, didn't it? So now, here we are, and there you are, and it's said. So rest, dear friends." "Oh, there, Ollie," added Bella in a sad, sad whisper. "Oh, Stanley." The piano, hidden in the dark, softly hummed its wires and creaked its ancient wood. And then, the most incredible thing happened. There was a series of shouts, and then a huge banging crash as the music box, in the dark, rocketed down the hill, skittering on the steps, playing chords where it hit, swerving, rushing, and ahead of it, running, the two shapes pursued by the musical beast, yelling, tripping, shouting, warning the fates, crying out to the gods, down and down, 40, 60, 80, 100 steps. And half down the steps, hearing, feeling, shouting, crying themselves, and now laughing and holding to each other. The two women alone in the night, wildly clutching, grasping, trying to see, almost sure that they did see, the three things ricocheting off and away, the two shadows rushing, one fat, one thin, and the piano blundering after, discordant and mindless, until they reached the street, where, instantly, the one overhead streetlight died as if struck, and the shadows floundered on, pursued by the musical beast. And the two women, abandoned, looked down, exhausted with laughing, until they wept, and weeping until they laughed, until suddenly Zelda got a terrible look on her face as if shot. "My God!" she shouted in panic, reaching out. "Wait, we didn't want... Don't go forever. Sure, so the neighbors here sleep, but once a year, once a night, a year from tonight, and every night after that, come back. It shouldn't bother anyone so much, but we gotta tell you all over again, huh? Come back and bring the box with you, and we'll be waiting, won't we, Bella?" "Waiting, yes." There was a long silence from the steps leading down to an old black and white, silent Los Angeles. You think they heard? They listened. And from somewhere far off and down, there was the faintest explosion, like the engine of an old jalopy knocking itself to life, and then the merest whisper of a lunatic music from a dark theater when they were very young. It faded. After a long while, they climbed back up the steps, dabbing at their eyes with wet Kleenex. Then they turned for a final time to stare down into the night. "You know something?" said Zelda. "I think they heard."